Hello everybody, my name is Brian Zajac. I am from the CG School, and today we are going to learn Photoshop Beginner to Intermediate. For more training and classes, please go ahead and visit thecgschool.com. It's a partnership between CG Architects, Spine 3D, and 3D ATS. We're going to go ahead and go through the agenda for today. The first day we're going to focus more on beginner, and the second day is more on the intermediate. Included here is the agenda for day one, and to reiterate, this is the CG School itself is a partnership between CG Architects, Spine 3D, and 3D ATS. For more information, make sure to visit www.thecgschool.com. Now, going on to the agenda here, what we're going to do is I'm going to basically in the very beginning of this morning, I'm just going to introduce you to Photoshop, and we're going to spend the majority of the morning on the interface and navigation so you guys can overall get an idea of what to look for in Photoshop. This is going to be more of a generic thing, so it's not just applied to architectural visualization. You'll be able to know pretty much the majority of the different parts and layouts of Photoshop CS5. And if you have not done so, I highly suggest that you go ahead. First of all, more information on the class itself can be found here at thecgschool.com/training courses/Photoshop-beginner. But if you haven't done so yet, I would advise you guys to go ahead and download your class files. You should have received an email about this, but if you didn't, this is where you get it. It's about a 250 megabyte file, I believe. The address for that is www.thecgschool.com/Photoshop_class_files.zip. And when you do that, it's going to open this up. I'm sorry, it's a 268 megabyte file. You go ahead and download it that way. If you start to hear, if you have not downloaded it and you're doing that right now, if you hear a degradation in the webinar, it's because you're having bandwidth issues because you're downloading something big plus trying to watch the webinar. So keep that in mind as we kind of go through here. So back onto the agenda. Again, we're going to cover the interface and navigation for the most of the day, and then we're going to end up in the last hour before we go off to lunch. We're going to go into selection sets that would be using the magic wand, lasso, and marquee tools. These are things that how you select objects, basically. They're very fundamental. I use it all the time. In fact, it's probably the most common thing that I do is select things. So, you'll want to make sure that if you cannot, as we go through each step, if you cannot kind of understand how to do certain things, I would highly suggest you making a comment or question in the little comment area or the chat area for me, so that I can be able to slowly go through again how to do it, because it's going to build up to more and more stuff. Because literally when we get to the intermediate, I'm going to assume that you know how to do these fundamental things to at least a semi-efficient level. So again, if you don't know, please let me know so that I can be able to help you out, because if you don't ask the question, I bet you there might be somebody else who doesn't know maybe either or whatever, so you should be able to help them out. Then we're going to move on more of the critical tools that you're going to be using in Photoshop. We'll be talking about the concept of layers and smart objects, how one thing goes on top of another on top of another. Then we're going to get into text, vector objects, and understanding path tools. These are things that can grow in whatever size that they want to, and also how to select things very specifically that you want now and later. Paths are fantastic for doing that. Again, these are things I use every day, so it's something that is essential to learn. Then we'll go on to duplicating objects. Now, duplicating objects can mean a lot of things, but some specific things we're going to talk about is how to what we call cloning, healing, and the special copy paste. CS5 introduced another thing called content aware We'll probably be touching on that and then going to that much more in detail in day 2. But yeah, the duplicating objects is so necessary in everyday utilization. And keep in mind, well, lastly, we're going to finally get into what's new in CS5. We'll talk a little bit about the Puppet Warp, a little bit about Repoussé, and we'll talk just in general about a few key things that they've added into CS5. The content aware being probably one of the most important ones they have, although I find it still a little bit not to my liking. You'll find it out yourself. We'll also be spending a lot of day where I will literally just go ahead and do these things, and there might be long pauses of what I kind of talk and do, because as I'm doing it, I want to make sure that you're doing it too. So I've included a lot of PSD files in the file structure system that you can open up and see the finished product, and you can be able to do it yourself with the initial background layer. So you'll want to make sure to kind of follow my lead and really take it step by step. So again, the long pauses are because I'm actually doing the process, but you'll want to keep on doing that yourself. Okay, so before I begin, does anybody have any questions? Again, you can put the little thing in the chat window. Okay. Alrighty, well, let's kind of get right into it, guys and gals. Let's go into Photoshop. This is Photoshop CS5. And as you can see here, I've taken some information that Adobe provides in their help files. You can go under help, Photoshop help, right here, and you can get to the same kind of graphic system. Now keep in mind it's right now using the Adobe Illustrator layout, but what they've done with CS5 and some of the previous versions is that they're all combining the same kind of layout between one program and another. So if you know how to use Photoshop, you know how to do what to do the same thing in Illustrator, at least for layout purposes. And I think that's really a brilliant idea that they had, because there's so many applications that Adobe uses today, and to be able to take some core key programs that we know that mesh and match back together. For example, Adobe Illustrator, if you don't know, creates a lot of vector-based images. Vector-based images are ones that are almost infinitely scalable because they're mathematically computated. So like, for example, a logo that's, a few colors. I'll give you an example. So the CG School logo here, that is a vector image. Now obviously we've rasterized it to put on this web page, but its initial form, it's a vector-based image, so it can literally go on a post-it note or a letterhead all the way up to a billboard size, and it doesn't lose any resolution whatsoever, which is really great. And designers, it's one of their core things that they need to do. So that's what a vector-based image is. When it gets what we call rasterized, or graphics like these you see here are rasterized, that would be your photos, that would be anything that changes from a vector to a raster, and I'll explain that more later on. What that is that if you try to scale it up larger, it'll look all pixelated and blurry, and it does a thing called interpolation, where it tries to figure out what it looks like on a bigger size, but it doesn't look as clean and clear as the original form of this. So if I take this image here and I blow it up much bigger, it'll have some issues, some big issues with it. It won't look as clear and concise, whereas as a vector image would. So kind of moving on, let's talk about the first area that we have here, which are the tab document windows. That's these. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that, with tab windows, if you use Internet Explorer or any of the other major web browsers. See, these are tabs, and these are tabs. So it's pretty easy to go from one document to another to another. Now, there are multiple ways on changing the layout of multiple documents at one time. And that's how you do that. The first thing you can do is I like to work to understand this space here with these icons here that they have in CS5, where you have the zoom level. You can zoom in and out quickly, small all the way to double the size. And if you want to see both documents at one time, you would do that here in Arrange Documents. This is the full screen for what you're seeing here. These are all tiled in a grid. If you've got a bunch of images together and you can see them small like little thumbnails, you'd be able to do that. Tiling them vertically and horizontally, you can do it that way. This evens them out. This aligns them vertically and horizontally. For our example here, we're really not going to show you that. You can do that on your own. It's pretty simple to do that. But I will show you these where we have two here. That's more of the vertical. To see two documents vertical. And then we can do them horizontal. So see, this works much better horizontal because this is a horizontal based, like this could be a banner ad or just a graphic itself. And I'm going to show you quick key tools to scrub and move around and things like that. But for right now, those two things are ways to show multiple documents at one time. Now we have different screen modes. You can have a standard screen mode, a full screen mode with menu bar. See, so it goes full screen completely. You probably want to get out of that, and you can go back to, you can fit the screen, fill the screen, see it in print size, and also the actual pixels that it is. We want to go back from that. We want to go to the standard view. We just did that here. So basically, that's the difference between really like what you do in Internet Explorer, like when you have your window like this, and then you maximize it. It's the same kind of idea. And then we have ones where you can do a full screen mode. You can do this. I suggest not to because sometimes it's hard to get out of. So, but I am going to show you it. Now it says in full screen mode, panels are hidden. So these are panels. All this stuff is hidden. They can be accessed on the sides of the screen or revealed by pressing the tab button. So I'll show you what the tab button does. And then when you're in full screen mode, you can return back to the standard screen mode by pressing F or escape. So I'll show you. So this is full screen mode. If you want to show all the panels and stuff, you hit the tab. And hit tab again to see full screen. Now you can hold your mouse over there to the right and you can pop open each individual tabs themselves too. I believe it's just the left and the right that does that. See? So it shows the toolbar tab and stuff. Now, if you want to get out of this, pressing F or escape, I'll just press F. We'll get you out. So we're back on to our standard screen mode. And we can kind of go back from there. So let me go back to there. Okay. And I'll teach you about these in just a minute here. So those are the tab document windows and how to arrange them and manipulate them. Anybody has any questions, let me know if they're not unclear about that. Okay, I will go ahead and move on. Next, we'll talk about the application bar. That's these. I'm not sure why they show them really here. I guess maybe because if they're thinking a lot of applications are here. But sometimes when you might go off to other programs too, these applications might show up here. But for us, these are the different applications that we have. And I think it's a good idea to kind of start showing some of you this right now. So the first thing is show guides. These are ones that I have to bring up my ruler here. Guides are, you can bring them over. I press Control R for ruler to bring up the ruler. So if you press Control R, you can hide and show the ruler. Now when I show the ruler, I can drag and bring over a guide to line things up, and I can do multiple ones here. Now to go ahead and remove them, I select this tool here, and again I'll explain the move tool in a little bit later, but use the move tool and you can get them out of here. Okay, so those are guides that you can see that way. And you can also show grids. Grids help out with alignment issues. So for example, if you wanted to make sure that this text here kind of moved over a little bit, you'd use the guide or grid, and you can zoom in and out to really get in there. And again, you can do that by here. And I will go over this tool. This is the zoom tool. I'll go over that in a little bit. So for right now, though, let's just shut off the guides. And you can show the rulers here also. I didn't notice that, but Control R or show rulers is right here. I'm going to keep the rulers on just in case for later on. Then there are two other applications that they have here. They have Bridge and Mini Bridge. Now, Bridge has been out for a couple versions, but they just introduced Mini Bridge. Now, the way that Bridge works is it's basically a file finder. So if I click on Bridge, it opens up a whole new application set. Now, you're not going to see what I see here, or you're not going to probably see this, but if you actually went to the folder that you downloaded from that I just sent you off a little while ago, you'll be able to, if you go into the day one folder, in fact, I'll just show you. If you go into day one, there's going to be day one, day two, and I don't know if there'll be other folders there, but in fact, this is what you'll see. You'll see day one and day two. If you go into the day one folder, interface navigation, you're going to see these two things here. Now, so if I kind of go back in fact, I can kind of show you here. They have these things called, what are they called? Breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs are where it's coming from the start of it all the way to where you're going to. So you would be right about here. Actually, right about here. So you double-click day one, interface navigation, and you get on to these files here. Now I'll give you guys a minute to kind of find that. But as you find it, you can double-click it and you can go to that. And if you double-click it, it'll bring it right into Photoshop itself. So, but let's get back to Bridge. And if you click on it, by the way, I believe that there is a way to increase the size of the hold on a second. There's different ways. See, like a film strip, metadata for it in the output. So, hold on. There we go. Right now, let's just do a film strip so that you guys can see this clear. So again, we're in the O1 interface folder, and we're clicking on film strip under these major tabs here. Now here you can zoom in and you can see things specifically, and then zoom back out. That should be the default way of seeing things. Now in this film strip view, you're basically just able to see things back and forth. Now it doesn't pick this one up very well because this is a PDF, and PDFs are shown in a kind of a different way. So it's only going to show the thumbnail of what that looks like. So really, it works great for JPEGs, and I'll tell you more about what the different file formats are. But for standard ones like JPEG and GIF and TIFF and some of the other ones out there, it shows this stuff just fine. The other thing, we're going to go from film strip back to now essentials. In essentials, it shows you a smaller image here, but it shows you something else here, which is as much data as you can possibly want for an image itself. So it gives you the file name, the type it is. This is a JPEG file. A JPEG file is a very, very typical file format out there because it's accepted in so many applications. In fact, I think practically almost every graphical-based application, web-based application, I mean, it's just so common out there to see JPEG these days. So using JPEG is typically a good idea, unless you're dealing with a few situations, like if you want to go to print and you want it as pristine as you can, you want to leave that like as a TIFF, a different layout. So JPEG is what this file type is. What is the application it came out to? I'm going to expand this so we can see more. Here's Adobe Photoshop. Sorry. It was Adobe Photoshop, the application that created it. The creation date, when it was modified, meaning, okay, this wasn't when it was originally made, but this is when it was modified. And I went in this morning and did some, I think I did some quick modifications, nothing too much, but it'll record whenever that modification was made. Show you the file size. JPEGs are typically good with making things smaller file size. Some of the other guys, they keep a lot of the extra data, and they're like TIFF, for example. Theirs are much larger. I mean, you might have a JPEG that could be, 4 or 5 megabytes, and that TIFF file is 50 to 100 megabytes. So, JPEGs are very good with compression. Shows you the dimension. Dimensions are made in pixel sizes. Pixel sizes is, how do I explain this the best way? Pixel sizes are just kind of the teeny tiny dots that are on your monitor itself. It actually goes along with this thing called DPI, or they call it PPI, pixels per inch or dots per inch. There is a difference in what each of those are, but overall, dots per inch or pixels per inch means for every inch, how many pixels are actually in there. So if you put your hand, make an inch, if it says 72, that is your standard screen resolution per inch. What you should probably need to know as a beginner is that if you make web stuff that's only for the screen, 72 DPI or PPI is sufficient. In fact, we suggest you only use 72 because anything else beyond that's a waste. If you are dealing with print or something that needs more higher resolution, you're going to want to do things at 300 DPI or PPI. And again, I will show you some of that stuff a little bit later on. Bit depth talks about how I'll show you bit depth in a little bit, but basically bit depth means is that the more colors that can be used in a scene itself. So they think they're up to 32 is the common bit depth right now. And in fact, at that bit depth, you can be able to do things like work with HDR images, and I'll show you a little bit more about HDR. It's called high dynamic range imaging, which is what they do when they want to capture the sky and put it into like a 3D scene, like a 3D animation. They use HDRs because it not only the data that's in there doesn't just capture the what the image looks like, but some of the data and how it's used, like how the exposure that's used in an HDR and some of the other stuff that it's extra data that can be used to help out a 3D scene. Color mode, I'll explain later what RGB is and the difference between RGB and CMYK. Color profile, there are other people like we have a teacher, Jeff Model, who teaches about color management. If you really want to know how to get your images from how you get your images from the screen to where it goes to print correctly, understanding color profiles are essential. And he teaches a class on that, and he can do private training for that too. So if you want to learn, like you're very frustrated and going, well, I wish I knew how to do this correctly in a way where whatever I see on the screen is what I see in the printer. Color management is your class to take. Other things on here, I'm not going to go really too much into it, but I mean you can put in where it basically comes from, the website it comes from. Keywords, this is good for, actually this is somewhat good for search engine marketing. Using metadata within the graphic can be extracted from Google and some of the other guys out there, and putting this does help out your rankings a little bit. Not too much, but enough. Every little bit helps. Plus, if people really want to know where it comes from, I mean, this is where it works. I mean, like, so if you use, like, even cameras, I mean, some cameras can say, if you bring it into, like, even your, the new smartphones, they're able to see all this data, this metadata in here, and see, who exactly took it, when they took it, where they took it, and all the information about it, and where it came from, specific keywords that you've used, all that stuff, copyright status, everything. And they get really crazy on here. I mean, when they work with audio and video, DICOM is all kinds of medical type stuff and manufacturing stuff. And then for mobile content, they have some of this other stuff. And really, it's a little bit too much even for me. So I would say that, don't worry a lot about this stuff. Just fill out the essentials that you need, which is if you want to show what who that you created, where you came from, the keywords is good. Where it came from here is fine, and that's sufficient enough. So in a nutshell, this is how Bridge works. I mean, there's other things that you can use, but in reality, I personally only use Bridge to really get to the documentation stuff that I want, and just to really get some more information about it. And you can see the keywords also listed here from over here. So this gives you a quick view of everything. Some of the other stuff I guess are important to others, but for me personally, I just like to see the images where they are, and how to open them up. And Bridge does that. It does a fine job giving you the information that you need. So let's go ahead and get out of Bridge. Does anybody have any questions on Bridge and how to utilize it? And if anybody has any questions on downloading stuff, or just the download, or anything I've covered today. Okay. Okay, let's kind of move on. The next one is Mini Bridge. So it's like Bridge, only it's the small version. And that's Mini Bridge here. We click that by going to MB for Mini Bridge. And Mini Bridge is basically the same thing as Bridge, only you get to your stuff, I think, quicker. So I tend to use Mini Bridge a lot more than I do Bridge. When I got introduced to CS5 here, it's one of the newer tools that you can use in CS5. And so I just go on to day one and get to my document, and then double click and open it up. That's really how Mini Bridge works. And I mean, you can go to back to your home page site, and you can search for ones here. I mean, you can search for documents, like search CS-layouts. And it'll do a search to find your document. Now, if this takes too long, I'm going to go ahead and just move on, but basically this is how search works. And to be honest, I just use Windows search if I'm really kind of trying to find stuff. Mini Bridge is fine, but I mean, I don't know. I typically go to the generic folder that I want to go to, and then do a search for it, and I'm typically able to find that stuff. So let me just kind of get out of that. Okay, so that's Mini Bridge. And you can see it by, you can favorite stuff, and these are your favorites here. So if you in Bridge and some of the other applications, you can actually favorite a photo, and by favoriting it, you can be able to you can see those specific documents. So if you're working on a project, you can favorite that in that project, and then just click favorites. And no matter if it came from 15 different folders, you can see just those specific files at any time. So you don't have to jump from one file or folder to another, to another, to another. Okay, and the way that Mini Bridge opened up over here, I mean, all I did was click Mini Bridge here and it opened up here. I'm going to show you, I think that's coming up on how to minimize these things, but all I did was, for right now, just to show you, I hit click these double arrows to close it. Okay, so let's go back on to the workspace switcher. Now let's say that by default is on essentials, but if you're a designer, you work in a design-based layout, the guys over at Adobe are pretty smart over there, and they know what the typical tools for designers are. So we pick the designer layout. Now designers typically like to deal with colors, some styles, and really they like the info bar. I know that because I use that quite a bit. The other thing that they use typically a lot is they put text in their document, and you can choose it between character and paragraph. And then we'll talk about this later, layers, channels, and paths. These are things that, I mean, layers itself is just a fundamental thing that I do all the time. Let me go ahead and take off that grid. Remember I can show the grid, not. There we go. Take off, I'm sorry, the grid's right here. I want to keep the guides on, but I'm turning off the grid. Okay, so that's for designers. For painters, their big thing is if you like to paint, you have automatically brush presets on here that you can use. And when we get into this more, you'll be able to learn how to create your own brushes and how to save them and how to make them and everything else. And they have preset managers on other brushes and stuff out there. You can click all kinds of stuff. And we'll get into that later. So this is a typical layout for a painter because they paint. They don't need really worry about text like a designer does. They're more concerned with paint brushes and stuff like that. Photographers, they're much more concerned with taking an image and manipulating an image. So for them, the histogram, the navigator, which navigates the space around the area. Since this stack, hold on, let me zoom in. So you can use in your navigator right here, you can move things around. Okay. And then finally, the info about the image. When we get into more of this, it can actually tell you, where your located is. As I move the cursor around, it tells you the X and Y value. That means how far over you are and how far down you go. So if I go all the way up to the top, see it's at practically nothing. But if I go down, it gets higher and higher. Same with going from left to right. My X is going from nothing to a lot. It tells you the RGB level, which again I'll explain in a little while, and your CMYK levels too. This is important for people who are dealing with print and for web-based images. And besides them learning about their photography, they're also wanting to make adjustments to their photography. Now, the intermediate class that we have tomorrow, we'll really get into a lot of this stuff. But for right now, you would pick your adjustments here. And I'll just show you one really quick, like brightness or contrast. So to increase the brightness or decrease it, increase the contrast and decrease it. So as you can see, that's how it works. So let's just go back, put that back to 0. And you can also pick more here. We'll kind of go back. Now you can go back and forth between that by clicking this button down here in the lower left-hand corner to make the adjustment. And you can switch to an expanded view here. A lot of these tabs will have this. So expanding it, see how it expanded out the window? And now you can contract it. So what's great about it is that you're popping things in and out all the time. And again, we have these tabs here that you can go between one thing to another. Same way with here, layers, channels, and paths. You notice that a lot of people are using these, or it's in a lot of layouts out there that they're showing you, because they're being used by practically everybody. Now, people, the 3D thing, actually, let me remove that. The 3D thing is definitely a newer thing to CS5. My personal take on 3D, I'm just going to kind of rant a little bit right now about this, is my suggestion is that you don't really use it too much because it's still slow, it's clunky, and and it's good for text. It's good for making 3D text and some of the other stuff, but especially if you're in architectural visualization or any kind of 3D program, Photoshop is very inefficient comparison to those other programs. Photoshop was made as what we call an image manipulation tool. Now, what that means is that it's supposed to take an image that you bring in and manipulate it. That means modify it, add brightness, contrast, colors, add stuff to it, subtract stuff out of it. It's an image manipulation program. It was never meant initially for, adding, some 3D stuff onto it. That's just a newer thing. And again, it's fine with what you can do. And if you're in a pinch, using some of the stuff, and I'll show you Reposé, which goes into that more later on. But I got to be honest with you guys, it's not up to the standard it needs to be. You're going to have to wait a few versions, I think, before 3D really gets streamlined, and you can be able to use it without it just being so dog slow. And the file sizes are ridiculous for what you can do. It doesn't make any sense. So that's my little rant on 3D. Now we go off to the other ones here. The motion panel for people who use like a lot of people who do, like, for example, the matte painters out there, the people in film that need to clean a lot of images together. Anybody uses a sequence or motion, animations, animations, as maybe some of you know, are there's so many frames in an animation. Like, for example, when we do our 3D architectural animations, our stuff is in 30 frames per second. That literally means 30 individual pictures in 1 second of film. So what we have to do with that is we use tools like these cloning tools that you see here, and make those and utilize these in fixing our images. So for that layout, using for people like who use anything that deals with multiple images put together, cloning and some of the other stuff like that, like you see here, is essential. New in CS5, I'll be showing you guys this at the end of today. But as you can see, it highlights all the stuff that's new in CS5, which makes my job really easy because I can easily show you, okay, hey, we need to go to here with lens correction, and I'll show you what that is. So we'll go into some of this stuff into CS5 and fit whatever we can in that last hour to make that happen. So that's pretty self-explanatory, I think. And then you can make a new workspace. So let's say that, for example, I pick the essentials, but I like, I don't know, let's say I wanted to not use the masks. You can pull them out, by the way. I should have shown you that. I apologize. You can pull them out and bring them back in. The way you do that is that you grab and hold the tab, you click and hold it with your left mouse button. By the way, I'm assuming everybody's on a PC when they watch this. If they're on a Mac, kind of bear with me. Just kind of what you do is you click and hold it with your left mouse click, and then you drag it out here, and see it comes outside of it. So now you can be able to, say, okay, all my stuff here is over here for that. And you move it to a place like let's say you do a lot of work in this area here, like you're going to here, and you're doing a lot of work here, but you want to use the masking in it, to mask around this little table here. Well, you can click and boom, boom, boom right here and do what you got to do quicker than if you have to go here, click here, here, click here. It's just a quicker way of doing it. Now, if you want to get out of this, if you want to close it, you can do it like that. And now the masks are gone. To bring a mask back up, we click on Window, Masks, and it's back up. To put it back in its dock, you put it here. But for what I want to do, I want to right-click, and I'm going to close this. And I'm going to go ahead and close the adjustments too. So the whole tab is gone. So now, see how all this stuff pushed up? Now I have really a long space to use for my layers and everything else. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and save that workspace. Click New Workspace, and I'll just call this Brian. And it says under Capture, panel locations will be saved in the workspace. So these are the panels here. Keyboard shortcuts and menus are optional. So you can create your own keyboard shortcuts, and you can save those keyboard shortcuts, and you can save the menus systems here if you want to. So if I save this and I come back to here, see it has one called Brian. Now if I go to Essentials, it should go, actually it goes to Design, so we see the Design one. I see the Essentials are still like that, so, oh, I know what I have to do. I'm sorry. I have to reset Essentials to make it go back to its original configuration. See? So, but if I go to Brian now, see? So everybody gets what they want. If you don't like that layout and you want to have everything the way that you want it, by all means, that's how you do it. Let me zoom out of here. Okay, so that's the essentials. Now we're going to go on to the panels. I think I covered that pretty well here with the panel title bar and just the panels themselves. That's in H. So we'll kind of talk about that here a little bit more. So just to kind of recap the panels themselves, because I guarantee you on the intermediate class, I'm going to just really not go slow like this into it. I'm going to really go back and forth with a lot of stuff. So the panel title bar is located here, and you can collapse the icons or expand them. You can expand the panels here. I mean, you can really go out far or go as minimal as you can. So let's say you want to see the most out of your space possible. Really, this is the way to go. You just kind of collapse this. And if you want to see like your layers, you click on layers, and there you go. And it goes to all the different ones too here. History, paths. All I'm doing is just clicking on it and clicking on it again with my left click. Same with channels. If I want to use mini bridge, just click on that there. My layer comps. And if I had any notes, wouldn't worry too much about these. I don't use those that much. Tool presets. These are for like brushes and things like that. And then finally the 3D stuff, which I'll show you later on. But as you can see, I bounce back and forth just like this. Okay, so that's the title. If you have any questions, again, just let me know. Talk about the control panel next, and that would be E over here. So whatever you're selecting here in the toolbar, see how it all changes? It has all different optional elements for each item that you choose. So for example, if I'm in the marquee tool, I can click on that and I can see a preset tool defined for that if you put in a preset for it. Now if you didn't, a lot of these don't have presets, but some of them do. Like for example, Photoshop puts in a couple presets already for you for the paint brushes that people typically use a lot, or they just want to show you examples. Now you can go ahead and use a new tool preset by clicking this little arrow here to the right. And whatever you've set up, you can go ahead, like in your brush, as you're using a brush and you really like it, you can add as a tool preset that way. It's something that because I have so many variations in the work that I do, I typically don't do these tool presets, but they are optional and they are there if you like them. We'll go back with the marquee tool again. Well, when we get into that, I believe at the 11 o'clock hour, I believe that I have that on my schedule, the 11 o'clock hour. Let's look at the agenda real quick. Yeah, at 11 o'clock, we'll kind of talk more about the selection sets. So you'll see a lot more when we get into it that way. So anyways, here are the options that you can choose for whatever piece that you have. But know that that is where, you know, the control panel is. It's kind of like your, you know, it's your sub items for the major items that you have. So the major item is in your toolbar here, and here's the sub items. Okay. With that, let's talk then about the toolbar itself. I'm going to go over now all the different kind of tools that are out there. So this is going to take a little bit of time, and without going, I'm going to just kind of go through these and then we'll go. So here's how we'll kind of do it, folks. We'll just make it so that I'll show you what each of these things do, and then I'll show you how to use them. So when I go through the toolbar itself, I'll just show you, okay, you know, remember all the tools, the things you can do? Well, here's the things that I typically use when I do the work. So let's just get started. You have the marquee tool. Marquee tool has different selection sets. So if you, again, create a marquee tool, again, I will go over how to use the marquee tool at 11 o'clock, but if you have, I believe, two things, the way that they're selected and they intersect each other is different. Say they look, it intersects that way. Again, I'll have to probably go through that on its own, but the marquee tool itself, if you select certain things, you can add certain things. Like for example, this is adding on to it, but this is subtracting out of it. See? By selecting these specific presets, you can add, subtract from selection, and you can intersect with selection. So, oh, hold on, that's unfeathered, that's why. let's do some add-ons real quick. So the intersecting should, see, it took the left and the right out and only took the stuff in the middle of it. That's the intersection. Now the way a feather works, and this is going to be very, very important, is when you, and I'm going to show you later what layers are, but when you make a feather, you take an image here, like for example, and let's say that you filled it with color. Okay, so that's a circle. Now, let's say you want to take that same image, or that same thing here, and you want to have it kind of have what we call a feathering, which means that it's kind of this blurry edges. So we'll go ahead and do that here, and then when I go ahead and fill that with color, watch what happens. See? It feathers around the edge. Now, if I want to be able to, there are going to be some quick keys I'm going to tell you about right now, which, let's say you want to make a circle perfect. The thing you want to do is you want to hold down, we're going to feather it back down to 0 again, but I want to make a perfect circle. If I hold down the Shift key, hold down the Shift, actually not Shift, I think it's Control, hold on. No, it is the Shift key. Okay. All right, so I'm sorry. As you're drawing your circle, so see I can draw it whatever way I want to. See, as I'm drawing it here, if I hold down the Shift key, see how it snaps back to a perfect circle. So when I go ahead and do it, now this makes it a perfect circle. And you can do all kinds of stuff. I mean, you can reverse it out and do whatever you want. The Alt key does some stuff too. It constrains certain proportions if you hold down the Alt key. I typically don't use the Alt key when doing selection sets, except for one thing, and that is whenever I hold down the Shift key. If I want to add to that, or if I want to just move this and take the pieces with it in that layer, I hold down the Control key, and see how it turns into a cutting? It's going to cut and move whatever in that space. Now, if I want to get rid of whatever I chose in my selection set, if I hold the Alt key, or if I as I'm selecting something, if I hold the Alt key down, sorry, give me a second, let me make the marquee. Okay, so if I make that and I hold the Alt key down and I use the Alt key, it minuses it right there. It reduces the selection, and you are going to be doing that a lot. Remember, Control can move things, but the Alt key itself can minus stuff out. If you want to add stuff, you can hold the Shift key to add on to it. And the Alt key reduces it. Shift adds, Alt minuses. So you'll be doing that a lot. And remember, Control moves stuff. Remember we talked about feather. Feather makes this, and just the no feathering does it like that. The more you add the feather, the more it increases. Remember, you have to move the feather first and then make your selection. And watch how much you can feather it out. So you keep on doing it, and you can keep making it grow bigger and bigger. So now if you want to try this out yourself, here's what I suggest you do. You go onto the layers palette. In fact, let me go back to Essentials. If you go back to the layers palette and you click down here, it's under New Layer. I'll explain that more later on, but click on New Layer and you feather something. If you hit feather, by the way, and it's too small of an image, it says this: no pixels were selected, because it's trying to feather it out, and it's too big of a, or it's too small of an image to feather something out. There's no central point in that feather. So you have to make the image large enough, like that. Then you take the paint bucket, click there, and there's your feather. And you can keep doing that if you want to increase it, because what it does is it keeps adding multiple in exponential ways, actually, to make that feather. Okay, so that is that marquee tool, and I probably have already talked too much about it, actually, because we're supposed to be using it in the next hour or two. But anyways, so the marquee tools, now that you know the basic of it, you can be able to do things like you now have the lasso tool, which the lasso tool creates around it. You click and hold, and you just create whatever shape you want, and it figures it out. So if I want to go around this table quickly, right there, that's how I do it. With any of these options that you have sub-options too. But before I do that, I'll just show you the first thing. Also, by the way, the other thing that you should know is that if you want to click off something or you want to get rid of it, you just click here outside of the marquee tool, and it unclicks that. The other thing to do is another quick key that I use called deselect. To use deselect, let's say you have something that you've selected. Hold on, let me get rid of the feathering first. Okay. Create something. Make a new layer first, sorry. Selected edges. Oh, okay. Also make sure that you're on this one here. Because remember, these are adding to it, subtracting to it, and everything else. So make sure you're on kind of a new selection. And as you're making the new selection here, if you wanted to unselect that or deselect it, I should say, you press Control D for deselect. And I'll show you that again. I believe deselect is here also, but I press Control D so much. Select, deselect. It's under the select command, deselect. And we'll go into the sub-objects when we go into that when we talk about selection sets. Same way with the lasso tool. We'll talk about the selection sets for that too. Lasso tool uses this pretty much the same thing as the marquee tool. The ellipse marquee tool here does. And it's also defaulted to the rectangular marquee tool. So you can create you can create squares as much as you want. Again, holding down the Shift key makes it, a perfect square. So after you make it, if you hold down the Control button, it just moves it. If you make the Alt button, it reduces it. And after you create a selection, if you hold down the Shift key again, it adds the selection. But it only adds the selection after you've created the initial image. Because how can you add to a selection if the selection's never been made? So it has two functions with the Shift key. As you create your first object, it makes it perfect by holding down the Shift key and then adding to a selection after that by holding down the Shift key. Okay, you can have different styles also too. This is important, I find, for my daily life is by a fixed ratio size. Now, imagine, for example, that you have an animation, and in that animation, everything needs to be 640 by 480 pixels, which is defined right here. But we find out that this image here is not that size. So, well, how do we do that? Well, we go on to fixed width and height, and we select it, and see how it automatically goes to that ratio. So as you can see, now this is the ratio of 640 by 480. This does not automatically make it 640 by 480, but this is the same ratio as 640 by 480. So you can make it that ratio so that you can be able to make it whatever that ratio size you want it to be, and then crop whatever you don't need outside of it. So you go under Image and Crop, and see, it crops it. Now, another command that is vitally essential is the undo command. To use the undo command is Control plus Z. So hold down the Control button and press Z, and it will undo your last command. To redo that command, press Control Z again. So undo, redo, undo, redo, undo, redo. Control Z is probably, unfortunately, the function I use the most. It's just, you make mistakes, little things here and there, and Control Z is a quick way to get around it. Later, we're going to learn about the history brush. Not the history brush, but about the history panel, and we're going to know how to kind of do undos in multiple ways. So, like, let's say you did you were painting something, you painted it 5 times, in different spots, and it turns out that you really didn't like it. You can go back 5 steps previous instead of just the 1 step previous to have that fixed. And the history kind of does that. Other tools, the quick selection tool and the magic wand tool. Let's look at this application here real quick. And yes, I'm just going to show you real quick about the zoom tool. If you click on the zoom tool, you can zoom in this way. If you hold the Alt key down, you can zoom out. Regular goes in, other zooms out. Now when you zoom in so much, it actually does it pixel by pixel grid. So you can literally, it can define edges for you at like a pixel level, which is very helpful. So when we go to select something, let's zoom in and select, oops, hold on. See this lamp here? Using the quick selection tool, you can be able to select just quickly the lamp here, and it doesn't do that great of a job, and I will show you how to refine that, but that's in general how you use the quick selection tool. You have to click and hold it down with your left mouse click to make that happen. And again, to get out of it, this is where Control D works great. Like, let's say, remember how you could click outside of it and it will deselect it? Well, with the quick select tool, that's not true. See, I tried to click out and it doesn't work. See, finally it does. It took it a while. Actually, no, it didn't. What it did, so you know, because I selected so many places, it actually did everything. Okay. So what you want to do is when you want to use the quick select tool, you want to press Control D. So let's go back to it. I want to select that, and then I want to deselect it. I press Control D or deselect. Now, that's the quick select tool, and you have the magic wand tool. The magic wand tool, what that does is that it just says, okay, if I'm going to select a specific area defined by this tolerance level, and at the 11 o'clock hour, we'll go through that. But just quickly, this is what the Magic Wand tool does. Hold on. You have to make sure you're on the right layer, because the way the Magic Wand tool works is it works per layer, or you can sample all layers here. So let's say I was just on this layer 1 here that has nothing on it. If I just go to select this, it's going to select everything. You can see the dots? It selected everything because there's nothing to select. So if I press Control D, I'll want to sample. I can do two things. I can sample all layers so that no matter if I have 50 layers, it's gonna know to select that area that it sees here. So you can select that, and it sees that. So you see, it selected things very quickly. Of course, it has very rough edges here, but we can refine those later on. Now, if I click that off, again, it's going to select everything around it. So I need to go back to my background layer to do that again. I just clicked inside to deselect it. You can do that with the Magic Wand. Or what I would suggest, as always, is Control D, because Control D is a universal way of deselecting something. And don't get into any weird habits of trying to remember how to deselect stuff. Just Control D and you're good to go. So going back to this, if I clicked on the background layer, see I have sample all layers off, it still knows to go to this because I selected it. Now, with other tools, if you hold down the Shift key, look, it adds to the selection. If you hold down the Control, it actually will move that selection. So we'll move next on to the crop tool. Now the first thing you have to understand is when you use like the Magic Wand tool, for example, and if you try to crop it, it really won't work. Like if you go under image crop, it actually, well, previous versions it didn't know how to do that, but now I guess it does. It knows it by the surrounding area. But notice how it didn't crop that exact area? Because it doesn't know. It only goes by the boundary of what you've made. It knows on the right side, the left side, the top, and the bottom when you crop. Again, I Control Z to undo that. But keep that in mind when you guys are cropping stuff, that it's not going to crop it to your selection. It's going to crop it to the extreme left, extreme right, extreme top, and extreme bottom. And the way, again, I got there was, if I make a selection, I go under Image, Crop, and it will crop that image. Okay? So let's just talk about the real cropping tool. Let's say I wanted to go over here. And again, to make this work, I'm holding down the space bar, and it shows you the little hand, and you can scrub through that. So you hold down the space bar, turns into the hand, you left click and hold, and you can move your thing around. And this is extremely helpful. And some of you know what the iPhones do, kind of this whole, if you click and hold and kind of do it real quick, it kind of slowly pushes it like how you do like a gesture. Well, you can do that in Photoshop now, and it's just automatic. Anyways, so I go to my specific part of the scene. I'll go to this TV here, and I just want to crop to the TV. So all I would do is click, hold, drag, and so I can move it up, down, left, right, and it shows me, okay, let me go to the TV here. Let's get in there. Move that down a little. So we have the TV. And then we press Enter when we're done. Enter is usually a command that says, okay to proceed. I just press Enter, or you can press No, or the little checkbox. See, it says commit or cancel it. Let's just press Enter because it's a nice quick key. And see, there you go. You've just successfully cropped an image. Okay, getting back to the next parts. Talk about the eyedropper tool. First of all, let me zoom out of here. Okay, again, we're still in the toolbars here. And with this, we have the eyedropper tool. Now, there's a couple things we can use with the eyedropper tool. These are kind of like measurements and samples that you take. So if I want to know the exact color of the table here, I would click on that and see how it would give me this outline of that color. If I move around, see, it shows me a different color. It shows me what color I selected before and what I'm selecting now. And notice off to the left your little color swatch. If you look at the toolbar and go all the way down to the left, see how it's changing colors? It's keeping that color. So if I select that, I can be able to click, this is the color swatch here, and that's your foreground color and this is your background color. Remember that. Foreground is in the front, background is in the back. So I click on the foreground color, and I drag that window over here. And it tells me all kinds of good handy-dandy information. So there are different colors that are out there for what people use every day. Some people prefer the HSB color layout or the lab color layout or CMYK or RGB or the hexadecimal. Okay, so you typically don't use, in my experience, now this might change as you know, whatever you're working for, but I typically don't use HSB or lab color. That's more for, I don't know, specific, I don't know, I just don't use those. I remember years ago what that was for, but I've just been so long since I have not used that. It just, to me, it doesn't really mean much to me, but some specific applications need to use those specific colors. But the ones that are the most popular out there is RGB and CMYK. Now, when you are working in RGB space, RGB means red, green, and blue. So if I go up here and go more towards red, well, here's the color that if somebody says, well, what's the RGB value? Well, it's 38, 14, 12. That's RGB value. Now, let's say I wanted to increase the RGB level or keep it that way and change everything else. You can just make sure that the R is locked into there. Now, what I typically do is I just keep it on because this is the hue, saturation, and I forget what B was. Anyways, so I just keep it on the H, and this shows you your whole color swatch. You're pretty much going to be in this all together. And you can move the swatch up and down to whatever color scheme that you want. And you see your values changing. Now let's say you've messed around with colors and you pick something and you're like, oh man, what was the original color I used? Well, you click here on current and you're back to your current color. So when people talk about RGB and CMYK, RGB stands for red, green, blue. CMYK stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. The K is for black. It really is. Don't know why, but that's what they did. So very important things to keep in mind is RGB is made for screen monitors, for things that can display a lot of colors. When you get into print, you're going to find out that your colors are very limited. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. So they use a CMYK color system. And because of that, their color range is limited. So, but in RGB spaces, what we're going to look at right now is that we can take whatever color we have and we can go to a new color. And here your RGB changes. Look, see how the red increases a lot? Now the highest point of anything for RGB is 255 and the low point is 0. Everything at 0, 0, and 0 is pure black. As you can see, I'm dragging this here. If I go up any higher, the black increases. It's pure black. Vice versa, Everything that is at 255, 255, 255, the maximum is going to white. So if you want a pure black, it's all at 0. A pure white, it's at 255. Whereas CMYK, it's all kinds of different stuff and percentages. But usually people ask you, what is the RGB color for that? And you can kind of tell them what it is. So we want to pick a different color, but we're running into some problems here. As you can see certain colors. Like here, if you go to really bright red, what happens is because RGB is actually at a much larger color range spectrum. I want you to think about this for a minute. Think of like a ruler. RGB is like a 12-inch ruler, whereas CMYK might be a 8 or 9-inch ruler. And that ruler represents the number of colors that's out there. So while RGB can hit the full spectrum or the largest range of color, CMYK cannot. It's made for print, and print has always less color than what you can see on your screen. That's why when you see images much more rich in color and dynamic, you see them on screen and not in print. Now there are ways to manipulate that, but in a technical sense, colors are much deeper and richer on a screen than it is on print. And also with that, if you're more into the design, there are color libraries out there. These are those Pantone colors. So let's say that if you've ever painted a house, you know this real well, to choose a specific Pantone color. So let's say that, I'll give you a good example. Let's say that we wanted to make this room had to have a purple wall. I'm just going to go ahead and show you that if we use Pantone, let's see, 252C, okay? I can use that, and I can go into like this wall over here. Now remember, it's going to look different than it is here. So, and I'm going to show you all this later on, but I'm going to briefly use a quick selection tool here. There, I'll just paint that, and then I will remove the door off of it. And you guys will learn how to do this completely. As we progress through the class. Okay, so if I wanted to paint that, the way that I would do it is I would first of all copy paste, make it a layer, and then I would go ahead and many ways to do this, but let's just say we put that color in there, and we use this in the layer. Again, I will show you all this stuff later on, but we click on color. See, that would be kind of the new color of your wall in that kind of space. This nasty purple, almost pinkish at a point. But if there's more light to it, like as we can see here, we just take that color swatch here, then we can be able to, again, put that into there. And see how it's a little bit lighter? Actually, I forgot. I got to put that to color. There we go. See how it changes? Light changes everything, guys. So while you're saying, well, that didn't look like that purple, it was. It was that purple color. So very quickly, you can be able to learn what the color of your walls are going to be like in your house if you just take a photograph and then, do what I just did here, which took me no time, and you can see stuff like that. But this is how you would effectively use some of the selection tool sets there, and how you would learn about the color swatches that we have. Remember, we just clicked on the color swatch, we picked on Pantone, and that's how we got to it. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. We're going to go back to the picker. The picker is the original layout that we showed you. Swatches layout. I'm sorry, it's a color library. And they have different Pantones, all different kinds. Have fun with that. But some are solid coated, some are solid matte, some are metallic coated, pastel coated, so there's all kinds of different ones you can pick out there. But we're going to go back to the picker. So, well, before I move on, I got a question, I think. It said B equals balance. It for the HSB, it could. I don't. Let's just take a look. It could be balance. Yeah. That could be what that is. But for the most part, I would just kind of keep on to the hue. That's just a very, for me, it's the default thing Photoshop has used since, man, I think I started Photoshop when it was before. I remember Photoshop before we even had layers. So I mean, I've known Photoshop for a very, very long time. And so what I can tell you is this has never changed in the way that it shows the HSB and all that stuff. I just always keep it there. It's a standardized layout thing and it works well. So you can also just choose only web colors. So for websites. And web colors means ones that are the standardized colors for text and things like that for people who have, you know, very limited monitor sets. This doesn't apply as much anymore as it used to, but it's good to know with the web colors. The other thing to keep in mind is this. This right here is our spectrums of color and warnings. This is called a gamut color. You are, when this little thing comes up, it says you're out of gamut. Remember we talked about the ruler where RGB is a 12-inch ruler and the CMYK is an 8-inch ruler? Well, right now you're outside of the CMYK 8-inch ruler size. You're somewhere between 8.01 inches to 12. You know, you're basically in the RGB range, and this is telling you that you're in there. So you click that off, and it brings you back to the nearest color that the CMYK can accept. And vice versa, I believe that that is also safe color. That might be for, I think that was for web colors. I forget. But all this is safe in the RGB spectrum. That's for monitor usage. So what's interesting is when you pick a Pantone color, Pantones are strange like that. The printer might not be able to print it out right, but the paint can still be made. Now remember, the reason why that is because the way that CMYK works, like let me just show you back to the Pantone color again. You can pick Pantone colors, like let's go to that purple one. There, see? It can be out of gamut. Now how is that possible? Well, because it uses its lab color scheme, and lab color schemes work with Pantone colors. See, what they can do is they can combine color sets together and make the paint out of that. But for CMYK, it uses 4 inks, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. But the combination of all those 4 colors that's used for print cannot match what the lab colors can here to create that purple. So while you can get that in the paint that you use, you can't get that in the printable version of what you want to use. Does that make any sense to you guys if everything's all good for there? Because if I've lost you, let me know. Because this could really save you a lot of money on painting your house. And do many other great things. Okay. We've moved on to the color picker here. I think we have a pretty good idea of how that's being used. Now, if we want to, I'm going to go into this now that we're talking a little bit more about it, is there's a quick mask mode. I typically don't use this too much. In fact, for this demonstration purpose, I mean, you really don't need to go into it. That's the other thing I want to teach you about is just the stuff that I typically work on because it's been sufficient for me for a very, very long time. And to know every single tool is mind-numbing. So we'll kind of keep to the stuff that I know most about. So the foreground and background color. You'll soon find out why there's a foreground and background color, but for right now, you can, if you want your foreground color to change, we'll go back to the picker, to paint whatever you want to paint. There we go. There's paint. Okay. You select the foreground color, but let's say I selected the background color. Now watch, when I go to paint, wait, why is it still purple? Because you paint with the foreground one. Now you're saying, but I want to paint with the red one, or the dark red one. Okay, then see this little switch here? You can switch them back and forth. Now we can paint with the red, but of course we have this color one on, so hold on. Show you what I mean. Remember that it's the layer is set to color, so it's going to do what the actual color does in that scene based upon the light that's being displayed. This one is set to normal, so if we switch it over to here, there's your red. Okay? Alrighty, so let's kind of move on. Know a little bit more about the color picker. Color sample tool. You can get the sample colors on what that exactly is. And you can move it around by holding the control button. Again, you'll learn as you go through Photoshop, the control, the alt, and the shift button do an amazing amount of things. So always experiment with it. If you don't know how to use the tool, use it like that. And you can get info for that stuff. Believe the alt. Now, I gotta figure out how to take these. There we go. You just can deselect it off there when you move on to a new tool. The ruler tool tells you the distance from one part to the other. I believe you have to be in the navigation, the navigator, or the info. I'm sorry, the info box. There it is, the info box. There we go. Tells you how big your ruler is. You can move your ruler around, but it tells you the size, the width of it. You can adjust. So you can make, if you want to know how to perfectly go from one to the other, your height wouldn't change. And your width tells you how far you are from the left side to the right side. So that's 283 pixels. So you can use the ruler tool for that. The note tool, if you, let's say that you wanted to send notes off to somebody else who's using a Photoshop document, you click on the notes, say add in your notes, and we can, and it's still kept there, and you can move them around. So it's gone. And you can also go back onto here and trash it. And delete the note. See? Note's gone. So that's how you make notes for somebody else. And the count tool, the good old count tool, this makes just, numbers for stuff. I mean, it uses this default really weird, like, light blue, but let's say in this scene I want to use black so people can actually see this. So I would do my marker that way, and there we go, we have a 1. Now let's say we want to increase the size of that. Marker size, there we go. We can increase it. That's the marker, that's the little dot there. Now the label size, we can increase that to 72, see? And then we can clear them. Or we can keep them. So if I move on to another, I believe it should still stay around. Yeah, see, it stays around. So I'm going to go back to the marker tool and clear them out. So instead of when you're labeling something in a document, you can just use the count tool now, and you can be able to, just say, hey, here's the first step, second step. So you can put, like, let's say, like a note, for example. You have the first idea. Here's the second one, and we're going to add in a note. here, and here. So on the first note that we clicked on, we say documentation. On the second note, we say ceiling. So when we go to click on these, if we're looking at these in a Photoshop document, you can see the notes that are on that. Let's go and trash them. And let's go ahead and clear out those counts. When you're doing web design, I should kind of go back into these a little bit more. Well, again, because we're hitting on 11 o'clock, then I'll just show you what the slice tool does, because I'd rather get this out of the door. If you're a web designer, you should know what the slice tool is already. Basically, when you have a website, you can say that I want this piece to go on the website, this piece to go on the website, and so on and so forth. And you can push the information over. So like when you're making buttons and stuff, this is how you would select it. And in fact, this would probably be a good time to show you a file saved to. So I don't mean to bounce around too much, but unfortunately I kind of have to a little bit with this, because all these tools do different things that you have to kind of go with different stuff about. About the notes and stuff, does the person need to have CS5 to see that? They shouldn't. Notes have been around for a while. The count tool, I think they need to have at least CS3, maybe CS4 to see that, but it should be okay. So going back to the slices, if you go File, Save for Web and Devices. As you can see here, when you have those slices selected, you can actually export out those slices. And you can actually give them a compression rate. And you can preview what they are. See, like, take a look. It's going to be hard to see, but you get an idea here. If I have a high the quality's good. See how you can see things nice and crisp and clear. But if you have a low compression rate, see how it gets all nasty. The file size goes down dramatically, but the quality goes way down too, so you got to be very careful with that. So that's how slices work, and as we go through this stuff, I'll show you more about saving for web and devices. Now, you can optimize the graphic or not by their optimization. You can embed the color profile. This is a Photoshop ICC profile. Again, taking the color management course is probably going to answer all those questions. I would prefer not to go into it too much. Typically, by converting to sRGB is good to do because it's a good standardization out there for screen, red, green, blue imagery. So it works well out there. But it stands for, I believe it stands for Super RGB. The preview is you can preview it in different formats with no color management, with MAC color management, see how it goes lighter, and monitor, and also our standard monitor color. You can add in the metadata here, or include the metadata, I should say. And then you can go ahead and, the options are limitless here, but basically, by selecting your slices, if you hold the shift button down, you can hold multiple ones down, and they put this in a different place than CS5, so let's see, you've got the preview, you can save. There we go. When you click save, you can save the images only. You can actually save it into HTML, because what it does is when you make slices, it actually makes an HTML page on it. Now keep in mind that when I do my slicing and stuff, there is no way in the world I use Photoshop's HTML. It's so inefficient and unoptimized that it's just not worth it. So as a web designer, I just go ahead and just save the images only. And I don't want to keep all of them. I only want to keep the selected ones, so I would keep selected slices. And then I'd save it, and it would just save those two slices. And that's how it kind of works for slices. But we're really not going to get into this too much today, but I thought you should be aware of what web designers at least do when they make a web page, and they take certain parts of the web page out for their to make a custom web page. This is what they do. They make slices, and then they export those slices out. You can also use different presets too. Like, let's say if you want to change that to a GIF, you can do that, because if it doesn't have very many colors to it, like this actually doesn't, you could actually change it to a GIF. Typically, the rule of thumb is this: if it's logos, if it's simple line things, if it only uses a few colors, making it a GIF is probably going to be fine for you. If it's something that's an image that has many colors, use a JPEG. If it is something that needs to have a transparent background, like, for example, if we have some text that we want to keep like this but keep it transparent on the background, you would use a PNG. Now, it doesn't show it here, but I'll show you what I mean in a second. Hold on. Let me make a new document here. If I want to save this out so it has no background color, say hello. And I wanted to make sure that this had no background to it, I would see here where you have in the layers, and again, we're going to get into that more, these hide the layers. As you can see, it just dropped out the background. Now, this is just only a visuals thing for you to see, but I thought you should see it. So if I go and I unhighlight the background layer and I go File, Save for Web and Devices, it's going to still put it on a white background. Well, the way to get around it is to select it as a PNG. I choose, if it's something simple, PNG 8 should be just fine, because it's got a lot less colors to it. Not colors, but the file size. Look, PNG 8 is 1.714K. It's very small. But if you go to PNG 24, I can guarantee you it will look crisp, clear, and great. The problem is that the file size increases about 3 or 4 times the size in some instances. But this will guarantee you that you have a transparent background. PNGs are perfect for transparent backgrounds. GIFs can make transparent backgrounds too, and they can be of a smaller file size. It was the old way of making transparent backgrounds, was using GIFs. So, and remember, JPEGs themselves, JPEGs cannot have a matte. Even though I put none for the matte, see how it has a white matte? There's nothing you can do about it. That JPEGs. So if you're using graphics and you want to make it a, an image, and make part of that image, I don't know, have a transparent background, you can't do that because it's a JPEG. And if you put stuff as a GIF, you might be able to get away with it for things that have simple color schemes, but for anything that has something more complex to them, that's just not going to happen. So remember, JPEG are for images, GIFs are for like logos and simple colors, and PNGs are for transparent backgrounds. The only problem that you have with PNGs is that they are not as well known out there, so some programs still can't open them up, but many actually can today. If you have a problem with that, change it to a GIF and make it a transparent background. It might not look as good, but it's more universal for people to see. All right. Does anybody have a question about save stuff for web? A lot of stuff in there, but I hope that gives you a really good idea of how to do stuff. Okay. Let's cancel out of that and go back to our document here. Talked about slices. These here are basically your brush types, your healing brushes, the clone stamper. All this we're going to go into heavy duty, all of that. And I'd really rather not go into it right now because this can go very deep. We have I believe that's a history brush, so it remembers the brush before that you used. I don't really use this that much. It's just, let's say if I made I think it's made in a way, it's been so long since I've used it. So if I make that and then I change it to a green, I believe the history brush will remember that now. See, it remembers something else. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to just kind of move on from that. You can look that back up in the Photoshop documentation, but it's art history brush kind of changes stuff to like an artistic kind of way. Personally, I don't really mess up with this stuff too much. However, I do erase stuff. I use the eraser tool, and I can erase stuff. I can erase things at different opacity levels. So let's say that I painted something green. You can be able to totally remove it. You can be able to remove it a little bit. See? Leaving some of the green in there, and even do it to the level where it's just barely noticeable. So you can layer stuff out there. So it's kind of like a fake way of doing, remember we talked about feathering, where we have an object, fill it in with there it is. Fill it in with green. There we go. Okay, fill it in with green, but we forgot to feather it or whatever. So what you can do is you can take your eraser brush and you can increase and decrease the size of it going through here, so you have the size. The other way, which I think is extremely important, is to use the brackets on your keypad. So you have an open and close bracket, and that increases and decreases the size. Very helpful. Very, very helpful. So let's say that you wanted to kind of show a kind of a feathering technique. You'd go with a low opacity. So see, I've got low opacity. Then click off and do it again. And do it again. Do it again. Click off. You got to click on and off to make that happen. And then at the end here, you can bump up the opacity a little bit. And voila, you've got your feathering effect. That's pretty much using the eraser tool, and I've done that quite a bit. They have a magic eraser tool, which will kind of find your stuff and just erase it in one click. But see, it can leave some artifacts behind. So I typically don't use it too much. Background eraser tool. These are just optional. I always use the eraser tool. I don't know, it's just something that I've been so used to that I'm sure that other tools are efficient to use for their purposes, but for me, the eraser tool does a fine job. The other quick thing to tell you about is if you go to Paint, if you go to Erase, if you go to whatever, if you hold down the Shift key, if you click once, hold down the Shift, or if you click once on something, then hold down and move over to the Shift key, it's going to erase in a straight line. So let me show you that again, and I'm going to get a brush that is, I'm going to bump up the opacity. I'm going to make sure that the brush that I pick, which my brush picker, has a good size. And see the hardness level here? If it's less hard, it goes into kind of feathering like this. And if it's, meaning if it's softer, if it's like that, if it's hard, it defines the edge better. So if I click here and I hold down the Shift key, see? And it doesn't do it, I shouldn't say in a straight line, it does it in the line that you have it at. So let's say that I wanted to erase from here to here. I click it once and I hold down the Shift key and it goes to it. That's going to really help you out when you want to define edges when you go into masking and you wanted to go into specific areas like here. So if I had, for example, and I'll explain masking later on, but if I'm at this table and I want to just select, get the garbage out from here to here, I would want to go ahead and use, I'll just show you with the brush tool. It's the same thing you can use. I would imagine me erasing a certain area, but I'm just going to add to it here. Hold that down, and I'd hold it down to here. And see, it makes that straight line there. So when I go to zoom out, see, I have a straight line. I didn't have to kind of fudge it in there by kind of hold my mouse, going real slow and trying to make a straight line. Now it goes straight up, straight line, and that is awesome. It works great. So that's another tool that we've got. Kind of moving on here. That's the eraser. The paint bucket, I think I've shown that enough. The gradient tool. The gradient tool, you define your gradient, and it makes it over here. When you click on the gradient tool, I'll show you again. When you click on the gradient tool, it'll show you different presets that you can pick from. Now we're just going to say for this example, we'll pick here from black to white. Now if I want to define this better, I can. But before I do that, I want to show you can do it in a radial way. You can do it in all different kind of ways, like making a star or whatever. For this demonstration purpose right now, I'm just going to show you to go from black to white. So it's very simple. So what you do is you have black here and you have white here. At the top, you have the opacity levels from black to white. So if I just make a gradient tool to go from black to white, hold down the shift key so it makes it even. See? Oh, there we go. See? Black to white. Now that's from a different layer. So let me just get rid of these layers to show you what I mean. See? And by the way, those slices that I had made, you notice how that's kind of annoying now? Just to get rid of them, you go under View, Clear Slices, and they're gone. So you can make slices and you can clear them. Same way with the count tool. Let's see. I don't believe it's there. It's actually, you've got to go into the count tool. So let me go ahead and get rid of that too. That is count tool. That's strange. It just went away. That's funny. Okay. Huh. That's really strange. It just kind of went away that way. Anyways, kind of moving on. I'm not really sure how that even happened. Huh. Okay. That's a typical gradient that you have there. Now, let's say that we're going to create a new layer, and I'll show you different types of gradients that's out there. So we have a gradient, and we want to just actually make it transparent. So all we do is we click on the transparency options here. And then we reduce the opacity. So now it'll go from pure black to transparent. So I'm going to remove this layer here. And we're back in our standard one. And so when I go from top to bottom, see? It goes from pure black to a faded. It'll still go from black to white, but it's fading in the white to a zero transparency. Now you can make all kinds of different shapes and all that good stuff, and you can add on to it. So you see how I kind of added a gradient on top of a gradient? That's the way to do it. But for demonstration, I'm going to just go ahead and just show you these really quick. So you see it does this. Basically, I went back, by the way, to black to white. They're the different ones that are out there. I just went back to black to white. So that's what the radial one does. And let me go back to my history. There we go. We have other versions. I never use these for obvious reasons. I don't really see a point to use that. I'm sure that there was a reason for it, but in all the years, I just never used it. This one, there. So what you do is, the way the gradient works, it goes from the top to whatever you define. So if I want to have more white at the end, I would make sure to only go that far, and then the white would fill out the rest of the way. So you can adjust it multiple ways. You can adjust it in the slider here. Say I have more white than I do black. Or vice versa, I have more black than white. So if I did an even amount of color, and I spread that evenly, you see, more black. And just so you know, to get in and out of all that stuff quickly, I'm doing the Control-Z. That's to undo. And I suggest you learn that very quick because you're going to be doing it a lot too. So that's the presets for the gradients. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. You can make the opacity of them even less overall. I mean, the options you have are incredible, guys. See? That's the overall opacity for the whole thing. So you can even adjust it there. I leave these things on dither and transparency. If you want to reverse it out, there. Now you can reverse it quickly. See? Now it's reversed. But you could also reverse it up to here too. The way to do that is, now let's say you want to add more colors onto here, okay? So I would click one of the colors here, and if I want to punch up more white, I could just add one right there. If I want to remove it, I click and hold and drag down, and it removes it. I'm going to do that again. Click it, I click another one, I move, and I put it there. I click it again and move it down, and that's it. Now, if you want to make a new color, no problem. So you just click to add a stop in there, hit the color in the color swatch, make it a red, and there you go. Let's say that I wanted to reduce the transparency. So I click here, or I adjust the transparency. A lot of adjustments today in the newer versions, you can use this dragging thing over here on the text that's next to the left of the of it, or you can hit here and you can use the slider here too. So that's adjusting the opacity, and you can adjust it to whatever you want. And you can make a lot of interesting colorations and shapes by using the gradient tool. So I'll just go ahead and show you what it looks like. It's ugly, but hey, you'll see what I mean. See? Different transparencies, different colors, all that stuff. And you can change really the mood of anything you wanted to. See, I put on color. You'll learn about blending options later on, but in one step, you can change an entire mood of an image. Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's move on from the gradient tool. Move on to the smudge tool. Smudge tool works like this. Anything that you currently have as content and you want to be able to move it, all you do is use the smudge tool. And what it does is it smudges, just like it says, things here. So it blends things. And you can smudge all day long. Go to my history. I'll show you more about the history in a minute. Okay. Right, so that's how the smudge tool works. It just kind of smudges and blends things in there. The blur tool does exactly what you think it does. It blurs things. So let's say I wanted to blur some of this here. See how it's not a sharp edge anymore? It blurs it. So you're blurring the edges of stuff. And vice versa, the sharpen tool takes anything blurry and sharpens it up. Now, this is hard to show you guys, but if you use it, you see how the highlight got sharper? And I can sharpen it to a level where it's beyond the color spectrum, kind of what's even right. I mean, that's not a natural hotspot, but you can do whatever you want. This is Photoshop, an image manipulation tool. It didn't say that it's an image, limiter tool. It's a manipulation tool. It can manipulate practically anything. That's why when they say you got photoshopped, that means they can do whatever they want to you on an image. So going back, we have color dodge, color burn, and the sponge tool. The color dodge tool basically makes whatever spot you want and highlights that. So let's say that this area is a little too dark for our taste. We just go ahead and highlight that in. and now we can see more of it. So I'll just show you what it did. If I go back to my history, see, that was before, and this is now. So you can pick up areas in lightness that way, and vice versa. You can go ahead and make it darker. So that's our original image, and I can make it darker by using the burn tool. The burn tool, see, it makes it a lot darker. Now look, see? And you can adjust the size. Again, use the bracket tool to adjust it back and forth. You can adjust the exposure. You can affect the midtones, the shadows, or the highlights. So like, let's say if I only want to affect the highlight here and make that darker. See? It only affected the highlight. It did not affect the vase right here. It only affected the highlight. So you can really be able to really fine-tune specific areas without having to use selection tools. I mean, imagine if I'd have to go in and I'd have to kind of select a little bit here, you know, and try to find that. And then on top of that, I got to be careful not to hit this stuff too much. Now, if I did the burn tool and I only did the, the midtones, I'd have problems because I'm still affecting other stuff here. But if I'm just choosing highlights, I'm only affecting, this here. So I don't have to select anything. I literally can just go to it and do it, which is awesome because in many instances, people are, it really is a much quicker way of taking care of a problem. Okay, so that's the dodge, burn, and sponge tool. This is saturating and desaturating something. So to desaturate means to kind of make it turn a little bit bleaker and grayer. So it reduces or removes or strips color away from your image. Vice versa, the saturate one increases it. So it makes it a more vibrant, more colorful, more it adds to it. So while one detracts, one adds to it. Both of them are very essential in image manipulation. So one's not better than the other. They just have different purposes. Okay, folks, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a break, and I'm going to go back on to teaching the other tools that we have here and the different kind of other layouts. We're going to head into the let's see, so we're on the tools panel. So we've got, that's F here, so we're going to be going through G and H. And then we're going to go on to some shortcuts and things like that, talk about shortcuts briefly in the next hour. And then we're going to go right into the selection sets. So, we'll be back in about 10 minutes from now. Okay, moving on with the toolbar here, we have next is the paths tool, something that we'll definitely be covering a lot more later on. But basically, just so how it works is that you create a shape with the path tool into where, and then they connect together this way, and then you can be able to manipulate the tool by selecting it and then manipulating it which way you want. And this is very powerful stuff. And you'll be very utilized later. You can also, while you are creating the shape, you can manipulate the tool too. So they come in very handy. You'll have like a little layers tab here for that, or I'm sorry, paths tab for that too. Again, we're going to get into that much more later on. Okay, let's go with the text tool. Text tool is pretty standard. I mean, it's if you've used other programs, you've seen other text tools being used. You just basically type in what you want to after you hit the text tool. Hold on. Hello. Okay. And if you get outside, see how it goes from text here to moving, so you can move it wherever you want that way outside of it. You can highlight it. You can change the color, whatever you've highlighted it to. Hello. You can, do return spaces, and it makes whatever that you want. You just highlight to remove. You just highlight it. And it's just like a word processor. And you can increase the size by selecting it and increasing it to whatever. Here, make it 72. You can make it regular, italic, bold. And what it does is, so you know, it takes the fonts that you have installed in your system. So all the stuff that I have here, you won't have. You'll have, like, you might not have that font. But you'll have the fonts that are installed on your machine. The other thing is that the way it's supposed to look like right now, what I do is, in order to show you this correctly, I'm going to deselect it off there and hit the text tool again. So it brings this up. So it'll know that it'll affect everything in here, in all the text that's on this layer that I've made. If I click on from sharp to none, actually, there we go. You can't really see it too well, but here, show you. See how it's rougher on the edges? Now, the only reason why I would do this is in very rare circumstances for using specialized effects with text, or if I'm going to go ahead and show a mock-up of what a web design layout looks like, I use this kind of text, because although that most browsers can rasterize and anti-aliasing, some of the really old browsers, especially using smaller text, sees text more like this. Hold on, I'll just show you. So I'm going to make that black. Actually, sorry, I have to highlight it first. There you go. I'll change it to a smaller size. Use a standard font like Arial. Okay, and that's how a lot of text that's being used in HTML text kind of looks. A lot of times it doesn't look like that. People associate with a graphical text. For me, it's I just like to show them that the other way around, just as that's HTML text and it's crisper. So that being said, let me throw that away. I'll show you the other types that you can do here. Sharp goes back to its standard. Crisp is, as you can see, it's changing it just slightly. It makes it a little bit more, less fuzzy, I should say. So while sharp is good, actually no, sharp is the sharpest, and crisp is a little bit less sharp. Strong makes it just a slightly bolder, and smooth makes it all the edges around there smoother. So all this does is affects the edge work of all your text. In most circumstances, sharp should be sufficient. You can also align that text by centering it to where it was made at. So if I put this here and I center it, although it doesn't look right here, if you do it in a different way with text, it'll make a lot more sense, and I'm going to show you that actually right now. So let's say that we can make a text block. So if we click and hold and drag the text thing, we make a text block. So now text will only go as far over and as far down as it can. If I drag that, see, I can see it again. Now, let me show you just smaller. Okay? So you see it only goes as far as you give it the dimensions. Now, let's say I wanted to take that text, and instead of aligning it left, I wanted to align it to the center. Now, that's how you do it. Line to the right is the same way. It's defined by the box that you make it in. And that, in a nutshell, is the text tool. There's ways that you can warp text, I believe, too. Hold on. You can arc the text, and we'll get into that later. Make a nice bulge so you can give it certain text effects. And you can have a lot of fun with text and typography in general. Make it a flag. That's kind of cool. I don't use these too much, but when I do, I do. It really just depends upon what the client asks for, or the way you want to do your marketing materials, or whatever you're doing. Selection tools. This goes with paths. You'll learn this a lot more when you go to select a certain path. This will select all of the path, and the white one selects part of the path. So if I make a path here, and I only want to select one part of that path, I'd use the one that's kind of like a clear or white arrow. And see, I can select a certain part of the path. I selected it once, and then I moved it that way. Now, if I want to select the entire path and move it around, I'd use the black one. And the select tool works for some other stuff, but for paths it works the most. Now let's say if it's already all selected, it's hard to select it with the white one, so you have to hold the shift button. Actually, I think it's it's the control. No. It's one of them. Let me try it again. Actually, Alt duplicates it, but okay. Yeah, I guess I was right. So if I held the shift down, it goes from select to deselect, and I can just select that again. So what's in a deselected state, you can move it. So let me show you it again. I have the whole thing highlighted. If I want to only select one portion of it at that point, hold down the shift key, I make it so it's a deselected item. So everything is deselected. Now I select again by unholding the shift key, and I can drag and move it. So that's how you're using the selection tool. The next one is actually making vector-based shapes. Remember we talked about what vectors are? It's actually making an actual shape itself. So it's like a path, but it's already a predefined path that's made. And again, I have to use my selection tool. So I can select it, and I can increase the size to whatever I want. And remember, you can make it as big or as small as you want. It doesn't matter. And see, if you have two paths together, you can actually combine them. So now these two guys are together. And you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it, which I'll show you in the paths. But that's the whole idea behind making an actual shape. Now, there were some other shapes that you can create without just it being, I believe, without it being, it'll fill it in. There it is. You can actually do it that way too. What had happened was that I was on a path layer, and I was selecting stuff, and it wasn't filling it in. But in general, if you just create something, it'll create a fill already with it. And remember, you can make it as big or small as you want, and it doesn't change itself. It still looks the same way. And again, manipulating it. See? You can hold down the shift key and shift multiple ones. Like I want to take these two guys out. There you go. That's it. Moving on, these are some of the 3D things. I'm not going to really get into this stuff. Again, I prefer not to get into this. The whole reason why I don't is because, again, I find that the whole 3D thing is a little too sluggish. I will get into it a little bit when we talk about what's new in CS5 with Repose, but these are going to be your selection things for that 3D stuff. But until they get a little bit more advanced with what they're doing, I prefer not to. It's slow, it's clunky, and when stuff gets slow and clunky, that means it crashes stuff, and I steer clear away from that. I really do. I only use that kind of stuff if I have to, because to be honest with you, I don't want to keep saving major versions and then keep working with one version, then it corrupts the file and you're done for. So I'm just not going to take that chance. That's the same way with this here too. These are the 3D buttons that they introduced. The hand tool is what I had shown before. It moves the document around. You can do the same thing with the space button, and it moves things. And then finally, the zoom tool. You can zoom in on stuff by left-clicking. To right-click, you do a right-click, you can fit stuff on screen, so go all back to the screen. And all these are here too. Actual pixels, fit screen, fill screen, print size, all that's there. If you want to select a certain portion of the document, you click with your left click and hold and drag to it. It's actually changed a little. Hold on. That actually changed. I'm sorry. I was so used to doing that before. Actually, what this does is that it just zooms in and out. If you left click and hold, it zooms in and out of it now. So if you want to just zoom in and out, that's all you do. Just go to the part and zoom in. I want to see this increase in size of the eyedropper tool. There you go. There it is. That part, there it is. And then pan again with your space bar with the little hand tool. We know about the swatch tool already, and then the mask tool, I really don't use it that much. So that's your tool sets. That's a brief overview of all that. Honestly, I could spend a whole class on just the tools right there. But we need to kind of move on and go to some other stuff. We're going to go next to the collapse to icons button. Now that one you pretty much already know. I just showed you that before. You collapse them so they're minimal and maximum. Remember, you can use mini bridge that way. Just select them on, select them off. It's one click, back and forth. And that's all it is. So before we move on to, I believe, the final part of the whole layout, without going in too specific into tools, is we're going to go into panel groups and vertical dock. Anybody not follow any part of this so far? I'll be happy to go back with you. Now is the time to ask. So here are the panel groups in the vertical dock, all right here. And that's them all right here. There's all kinds of different panels you can choose from. In fact, all your panels are under the window command. Every one of them here. So we're going to go through each of them. I'm just showing you what to do. Again, depending upon what you do in your daily life, these can do nothing for you, and these can do everything for you. So you have to make that decision, and I suggest you make a layout for yourself based upon what you want. For example, for me, adjustments are great and masks, but I don't need to have those readily available. So I just choose not to have that, and that's why I have that in my layout. So let's just go on to all the parts. So window, arrange. We talked about this, arranging the workspace here, but you can arrange your workspace all right here too. You can float it in the window, which means that you can move the window. So now that you have this window floating and you can manipulate it around. That's only the real big difference. So you can have that maximized to the entire document doing it that way. So that's floating the window. And I believe what I did was to dock it back in, all I did was I click and I drag and I held and I put that right here. See, it docks it in with the rest of the stuff. So all the rest are Again, you can do it on your own. It's really something we can kind of skip. Workspace, we went through all the workspaces already. Extensions, okay, these are things that are programs outside or things you can do outside of Photoshop CS5. CS Live and resources and review. I think even cooler, all these things are kind of places that'll help you out with tutorials and all that other stuff, which reminds me, now that I think about it, I believe there is some documentation about this, but I'm going to send you to some sites that you should definitely know about as we go along with this. So let's take a few minutes and I want to show you this. I kind of have to write these out. So the first one, first of all, keep in mind your class files are here. cgschool.com/class files / Photoshop _CS5 class files.zip. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is your thing from Adobe, tv.adobe.com /show /Photoshop -CS5 -feature -tour / I guess it has a minus in there, I don't know why, CS5 feature videos. Okay, so if you want to know the latest things in Photoshop CS5, if I have time at the end of the day, I'll show you this again too. This will tell you about the latest things in CS5 by their ratings. And I even use some of this for this teaching here. I mean, it's good material. I think it explains things quite well. Some of these do a really good job. So you can look at that video library if you want. The other one, let's see, there's another one that you should know about. I'm going to be showing you some shortcut keys. And when I go to show you those shortcut keys, they're going to be from a company called photoshopcreative.co.uk. And this is just the site that I was able to get these Photoshop shortcuts from. If you don't have them, I might not have included them. If I did not include them in your stuff, just let me know, and I'll be happy to send this off to you. And it's from this company. It's great. It's a great list. So we'll get into that in a little bit. Okay, getting back to our stuff, talking about the panels. You can learn the extensions on your own. But basically, whatever I can't teach you here, there are help files over there for that. So moving on, we have the 3D stuff, which again, I'm not going to get too much into until we get into the new stuff in CS5. Actions. You guys are going to learn about actions toward the end of the day tomorrow, and I'm going to teach you how to do stuff that is automatically done. It's really helpful. So let's say that you have like 20 images and they all want to do the same thing. You know, you all want to make them a sepia tone. Well, you record what you did, and then you repeat that process and you batch it out to those 20 photos. So instead of you having to do it yourself, you can do it, one time, set it up, and it does the rest. Adjustments, which are here. We're learning about that more tomorrow. There are advanced areas in the adjustments that I believe that are the most important for you, but they can change anything. I mean, for example, you can change the complete coloration of this. Look. And what's crazy about Photoshop, guys, is I don't know about you, but as you go through Photoshop, you're going to learn that there are so many ways to do the exact same thing. So when you get done with this course, you're going to know not just one way of fixing it, you're going to know how to do it in many different ways. And it's really up to you to decide what's the most efficient way for you. So all I can do is offer you the tools and what I've done and what works for me. But for you, at least you'll have the knowledge to know what you can and cannot do, and maybe a simpler way to get there. depending upon your situation. So these are the adjustments that you'll fix out. Animation. Animation is made for like animated GIFs, and they are made for some other stuff. I tend not to get to this stuff too much. So like, let's for example say that we had an animation and we had moved, we had changed the color. The other animation actually should be at 0. Hold on. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't work for that, but I guess maybe let's see if we can just move the document. That should be pretty easy. There. So in an animation, it would go from here to here. And you can specify how long that's going to last. And you can preview it. So it can hold on. See? I know it looks pretty crude, but here, let me just show you another one. And I'll just delay those every 1 second. Actually, not 0.11. Actually, you can select multiple ones here and just do it like that. See, now they're all 1 second. So after I preview, dent, 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 dent. Okay, so that is, in a nutshell, how to animate something. That's about all you need to know. There we go. Let's go back to our stuff. And you can do it for a lot more than just, you can do it a lot more for just this stuff. I mean, just for moving stuff, you can adjust colors and do all that other stuff and animate that and make it into an animated GIF. An animated GIF was kind of the first way that websites were able to show animation. This is before Flash came in and some of the other animation tools that you can be able to use. So moving on to the next one. Brushes. So if you want to have different brushes here, again, you can add them to the entire panel this way. So you can really go crazy with your panels. Or move them all over here too and undock everything if you wanted to, which I prefer not to be honest with you. All I want to do is undock this. Here. Let me go back and reset it. Okay, so just getting back into this. So your brushes themselves, you can be able to specify, when you're using a brush, the size and the shape and everything else, adding shape dynamics to it, all that stuff. So if I make a new layer, I can make it a small thin line. I can make it actually that's spacing. There it is, the size. I can increase the size, see? And I can use all kinds of different brushes. Like, this is a feathering brush. So a lot of people who paint can have a lot of feathering going on. Or if I increase it, see? And you can define certain dynamics involved with it. You can jitter the hue, so you can change it around a little bit. Saturation of your color. Brightness, so it'll be brighter. So you get some really crazy effects. And the purity of that color, meaning, well, as you can see, you can just do an amazing amount of stuff with your brushes. That's just in the color dynamics. There's one part of the tutorial where I go into brushes and saving brushes and stuff like that. I'll get into that some more. But again, I won't be going crazy on that. This is not a Photoshop retouching session. I'm sure when they get onto that, they'll go into all this. But for what we're using this for, we're just getting an idea of what you can do. So get back onto my stuff and go to our standard brush. That's the brushes. Brush presets, again, are just the brushes that you can use themselves. Move on to channels. Channels are, actually, let me get out of that brush preset before I forget. Channels are, as I will explain definitely later. I believe that, I don't even think that's part of our agenda, so today. Text vector, duplicate, no, that's tomorrow. We're going to be talking about channels tomorrow. Basically, you can be able to strip just only choose specific parts of whatever you want to manipulate, and a combination of both of them. They're separate channels for making your image. And if you change this to CMYK, like if I go under image mode CMYK, I don't want to flatten. See, I changed the whole color scheme, and now I have channels that are cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And you also notice that the coloration difference. Remember how we're talking about in gamut and out of gamut? Well, right there. So, again, we'll get more into channels tomorrow. Character, that's all your text stuff. If you want to adjust your text by changing your font, if you want to change the size, spacing, how far each letter goes out, or how it stretches, I should say, and how the spacing, I believe, is, you can stretch it vertically and horizontally, and choose different forms, all these are here. Paragraph is how you space these out. I believe that's for indentation for designers, but for layouts. But for the most part, you can kind of figure out from here where to change your text. And I believe we get into more text stuff later on anyways. So. Clone source. We'll get into cloning later. It's going to be really hard for me to kind of tell you how all about cloning. But the basic gist is that you take a source. Hold on. Actually, this talks about the source itself. Right. Okay. So this is a whole separate issue. In fact, this kind of cloning stuff I don't get into because I'm not into film and the way that they manipulate things that way. But we will get into a lot of cloning as we progress on, where you select something and then you paint something somewhere else, so it duplicates it wherever you were painting from. The histogram is made for really fine-tuning and understanding the kind of like the coloration in your document itself. This is made for photography people. If you're really into photography, the histogram is probably your best bet. You can be able to, again, this is more diagnostic than anything else. So, and this is probably beyond the scope of this class. History. History is very important. So what the history brush does, or the history does, is that, let's say, remember how I drew all this junk here? What the history did is that I can just literally go back and remove it all. So it's like the undo command, but in many different ways. And it's really effective for like trying new stuff out and maybe saving that stuff out but using it for something later. So using the history allows you to be able to do many mistakes without having to go back in. The only thing that you got to be very careful of is that when you're doing blending of stuff, like for example, I'll go back to the history. We'll bring this stuff back in. Like let's say that like I got all this junk and then and I just want to see what I can do to play around with it. Well, you have these blending tools here that you can try that out with. And as you're doing it, look at the blending things change. Okay? So now your history is it's all gone. So you got to be very careful when you're doing blending from one thing to another, so that now you're stuck with this thing. Now there's, unless you put on a new layer, you're in bad shape. So be careful when you're doing the blending change stuff. The only other thing about history I can think of is you can change, I believe, the levels deep on it in your preferences. And it talks about performance. History states, here we go. You can change that to a lot. But as you increase the history states, you need to keep in mind that the more that you have in there, the more that RAM it takes up on your machine. And so if you have too many things in history and you try to go back and forth and doing a lot of complicated stuff, you could probably bomb out Photoshop. So be very careful with how many history states that you use. So, and that's something more you can experiment with on your own time based upon what you do with Photoshop. That's history. Info bar, this is how it tells you where you're at, the color RGB that you're using. This is more for, again, another diagnostic tool setup. So I'd write it down exactly what my RGB value is, my CMYK value, where it's located at, for width and height. That's if you use a marquee tool, say, you have your width and your height. Or if you're creating paths or whatever. The point is that it's all there in the info box. Layer comps, you know what? Don't use it. So it's more of an advanced feature for a certain type of person out there. I just don't use it. Layers, I definitely use them, as you can see already. If I didn't have a layer and I had all this junk on top of this, I couldn't get rid of this. My document would be, I'm done with this document because I have this on a layer. Look, gone. My stuff's back to its normal original state. If I wasn't using layers, I'd be in real big trouble. So you got to use layers. Masks, we'll get into masks later, but masks are very, very important whenever you want to select one image over and over and over again. You apply a mask to it so that you can be able to manipulate only that object and do it very, very precisely. So we'll get into that later. The measurement log. You can record your measurements here. These are things I really don't mess around with. So this is more for recording data. Again, I don't do any of this stuff. The navigator is good when you've zoomed in on something and you don't want to use the pan tool. You use the navigator to move it around to the specific part of the document. This is great for print whenever you have stuff that's really high resolution and you just, instead of trying to scrub from one little part to another because you're zoomed in so much, you use the navigator to go right to the area you want to go to. So it's great stuff. Notes, we talked about notes already. Paragraph, we talked about that. Paths, we've already talked about. Here's just whenever you make a path, it creates the path, and look, it's right there. It's in your paths dialog. So when we get into paths, we'll show you how to make a path and save it. Not just make a path, but make it, save it, and utilize it for later. And that's a way to delete the path, is just to drag it and drag it into this little trash icon. You can create a new path here, and it draws the path, and we can get rid of it. Styles, you know, for the life of me, I don't know why styles are really made, but I guess people use them. I typically don't use them that much, but it's instant styles that you can apply. So it's for the casual user, I guess. So if you want to have this little like nice little blue to white kind of text, like a sky kind of text, you can be able to do it that way. It does beveling and all kinds of other stuff. But when we get into blending options, you're going to be loving that stuff much better than this. But those are styles. You got style swatches and tool presets, so go to the swatches. Swatches are just different colors. See how on your little swatch thing it changes? These are just quick ways to access quick colors. Like I'm just looking for a red. It looks good enough. So if I highlight my text, I'll pick that red. See? Done. Quick. You don't have to go into Picker and try to keep finding it, the one you want. It's a quick way to find the colors you're looking for, and you can add swatches onto here too. And you create a new swatch from the foreground, and you can also remove it. So let's say there are specific colors that I like to use in my scene. Like I really like this light blue. I just add it to the swatch, and it's right there. I pick it, and I can use it. So let's say I change this color later on, and I want to go back to that swatch again. I click on it, and there you go. And same with the text. Just click on the swatch, and there it is. So swatches are very quick to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Tool presets, again, tool presets are usually defined per the object you have. Like, for example, if we had the brushes, see, specific brushes you can use. So if I use a brush, remember you can't use brushes on a text layer, because remember that a brush is a rasterized piece of material, where a logo or or text especially is a vector-based image. So it's not possible to do that. So, but you can create your own layer, and you can add in your own stuff with your brushes here. And I just add my brush onto there, and they have certain defaults that you can use. And again, you can add more onto here by changing it. Let's say I wanted to change that to this one, and I wanted to save that. Like I like the way that works, right? So I just save this, and I call this, I don't know, red circle transparent. Include the color. You include the color red, or if you don't want to include the color, then it just default to black. So that way it remembers. So if I go back to my other one, and then I go back to red transparent, see, it comes back. That's a tool preset, and you can do that with pretty much most tools out there. You just have to be able to, define the one that you like, and then come back and save that, and there you have it for later on. So if you're doing things a lot the same way, it's always good to have a tool preset so that you can be able to go right to it, and it's already set up there available for you. Options. That's these up here. Always leave this on. You always need to have your options with whatever you select. So when we have this, make sure that the option in your toolbar, this is your options here, and this is your toolbar here. Make sure these two are always checked. And then finally at the bottom of the window, you can check and see if it is, you can switch between one document to another. And that's always handy. So that, in a nutshell, is the different panels that you have to choose from. You go back up to 100%. Get rid of my Mr. Hello. And I believe that covers the whole kind of different panels and things you can access. Now, as we go throughout the whole course, one of the things I definitely did not cover at all was the actual main navigation layout. Why? Because this alone would have taken forever to teach you everything here. Really, it would have. As we go through the course, I will go into each of these tools and each of these sub-items themselves. The reason for that is to save you time, because this is not a Photoshop course on learning every possible single function in Photoshop that you can imagine. If I did that, I'd have to teach you for maybe at least a week or two straight like these days. The reason is because Photoshop has so many functions, and everybody's different and unique to what they want to do with those functions. And as you'll soon find out, everybody can access the same thing just in different ways. So, while I'm kind of able to do a lot of blending options, another person likes to do color adjustments to it. It's just the way that they do it. It's the same way to get to it. It's just that it's how they prefer to do it. So we'll go into all of that stuff as we progress throughout these today and tomorrow. Okay, the next thing I want to hit upon, first of all, does anybody have any questions so far? While I go through my other notes here, is anybody unclear about any of the tool sets, the layout that I'm showing you here, anything with the toolbar, the panels, the tab document windows? Great time to ask is right now. Okay, I'm going to open up, remember that image publishing site that we went to here? On this website, they sell a lot of great tutorials on Photoshop. In fact, some of these magazines can be the Photoshop creative stuff. These magazines that they have, you can sometimes buy them at at your local like Barnes & Noble or a bookseller. They might even have these available for you. They work out great. And we're going to get into shortcuts in a second here. Am I going to talk about the blending tool again later? Oh, you better believe it. The blending tool is thing that that's one of my favorite tools, and I can't live without. So, yep, you guys are going to love all that. A lot of that stuff. Today I'm kind of just teaching you the essentials, but tomorrow we're going to really focus on how to fix those things. That's why that's an intermediate course. It's like today you learn what the tools are. Tomorrow is how you really learn how to use the tools in a practical solution. For example, we'll talk about cloning and pasting and doing all that stuff, but tomorrow we'll talk about retouching, like retouching a photo. And you'll be able then to go like, okay, this is really how you use it. I see how it works, and you're able to work along as I do it. No problem. You're welcome. Okay, let's go into the Photoshop keyboard shortcuts. They actually have one for Mac and one for PC, Mac and Windows. So some of this stuff might be not completely CS5 related. Some of it might be CS4 related, but these don't typically change too much, especially the ones that I use. I'm going to review over the ones that I use. The first one is deselect. Remember, deselect was Control D. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go with sorry Mac people, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to show people in the other world of, hold on. Give me a second here. There we go. The world of Windows. Okay, so to deselect something is Control D. And a lot of the stuff you use Control for the Mac people, it's Command. So it's not too different, I should say. To undo something is Control Z. And that is, there's deselect, and then to undo, let's see if they've got that here. I'm sure it's there. Undo is probably one of the most important things you can learn. Anyways, Control Z is to undo something. In fact, it's very important. These are keyboard shortcuts typically for the toolbar itself. So, yeah, Control Z is to undo something. The space bar is to move things around. A few other things are the Shift key. Remember, the Shift key adds to stuff, and the Alt key that you use minuses stuff. Control T can transform an object. So when you want to enlarge or reduce an image or skew it or distort it, you press Control plus T. And I'll be reiterating these shortcut commands throughout the whole course today and tomorrow. To increase and decrease your brushes, you use the bracket commands. And keep in mind that Photoshop has its own help system, which I'll show you too. To zoom in and zoom out is Control minus and Control plus. So if I go into a document and I press Control plus and Control minus, I don't have to use the zoom key. Those are the ones in there. So going with theirs, opening files is Control N, or a new file is Control N, open file Control O. To open up Bridge is Control Shift and O. To get the file info is Control Alt Shift and I. When you want to save files, Control S. And when you want to save as, Control Shift S. Keep in mind when you save stuff, when you're making documents and you want to have multiple versions, be mindful of instead of doing the shortcut key, just be careful when you do this. You want to do File, Save As. Like right now, I don't want to save this, what I've done all this stuff, because I've put a bunch of stuff, and I'm sure it's still fine, the document, because I removed a lot of the things. But if I wanted to make a new version, I would do Save As and not Save. Save as a copy. That's another good way to do it too. So if I wanted to save something, a duplicate of what I've saved, then that's the way to do it. It's kind of like Save As, only it does it quicker. Revert. Revert means all the stuff that I did, it reverts back to the original file that was created. So if I did a bunch of bad stuff, which I just did right there, this is very bad, because now I can't go back. I can Control Z to get out of it. But let's say that I did this and there's no way to get back to it. I was doing too many blending objects and I've just messed it all up. So if I go to File, Revert, it reverts back to the original document. And what's really cool about that is that it isn't a one-time thing. You can actually go back in the history and go back from that. So it's like reverting back to what you reverted. So very cool. So it's the overall mistake helper that doesn't screw up your document. It also helps out when you saved your document overwritten it from the original and you didn't like it. If you revert it back, you revert it back to its original document. You should be okay. Should be. Sometimes it doesn't work though, now that I think about it. So be careful about how you do File, Save, and Save As. Palettes, to show and hide palettes, Shift and Tab. Same with brushes. I stay away from F keys if I can, just for the simple fact that a lot of keyboards and laptops and stuff, you have to hold the function key and then it messes up with other keys out there, so I stay away from the F keys. But you can show and hide stuff by doing this. So like, for example, Shift Tab. See, it hides and reveals. And again, going through all this other stuff, the choosing, you can do this, tonight if you wanted to or whatever, or just try them out yourself. Using the marquee tool, you hit M. To move is V. Lasso is L. All these stuff are here for you. I just did a few ones that I know that work well for me, and it's fine. but these are how to exactly select specific parts. For selections, to select all, that's actually one that I use a lot. It's Control A. To deselect is Control D. You're going to be using that all the time. To reselect something, Control Shift D. So if you deselected it and you want to reselect it back, so like if I have select it, I click Control D, I do Control Shift D, and it brings it back. Now that's fine. You always can do like Control Z and undo stuff. That's what I do. Control Z is the thing that I use just all the time. You've got inverse. Yeah, you'll use that. So you want to select the inverse of something. In fact, it's something that I should be doing more often. So it's Control Shift I. So if this is only selecting the stuff inside of here. So if I use my brush, in fact, let me make a new layer. And I put it in here. See, it only affects there. Sorry. Another one to remember is Control H to hide. See? Hides and unhides. Control H is to hide and unhide. So I'm going to unhide that. So no matter how much I go into here, it's going to stay inside. Okay? Now press Control H again. It's still there. Remember, just because you deleted the layer doesn't mean that the selection's gone. That's a mistake that a lot of Photoshop people use. So be mindful when you hide something, it's still, still there, but it's just hidden. Now, if you want to select the inverse, you could do Select, Inverse, or you can go and do Control Shift and I. And now instead of going inside the box, see, like I try to paint, nothing's there. Watch. Ta-da! So you see, it selects the inverted selection of that. So when you go to select something and you can invert it, you can select what's outside of it. So what's really cool is that, like, let's say that you have a complicated, something's very complicated to select on the outside. So you select what's on the inside, and then you invert the selection, and you're done. So you didn't have to worry about selecting stuff that was really tough to do. You just do the easy one. And we move on to the nudging a pixel. Using the arrow keys, you can nudge, move stuff over, up, down, left, right. So if I have my selection here and I go the arrow keys, up, down, left, right, I do this. I'm just using my arrow keys, and if I hold it down, they start running. Our little marching ants start running. Let's see. Duplicating a layer, drag it to new layer button. Okay, so we take this, and this is a layer. Oh, drag it onto new layer button. Okay, so if I take that, I just duplicated that layer. See, it's the same thing. That's what they're talking about. So it's an easy way to duplicate your layers. To feather, Control Alt D. Again, I usually use that in the image properties. I don't really. I try not to mess with feather too much, but Control Alt D does do that. Group with another layer, Control G. Grouping is putting things together. In fact, I think we're going to move on, get on to that. Well, no, we'll talk about that when we get to layers. I don't think it's a good time to tell you about that now. And merge visible layers is Control Shift and E. So if I have multiple layers, Control Shift and E merges them all together. Say Control Shift E, Control Shift E. Transform something, Control Shift T. And transform again with duplication. That's a lot of hotkeys. Control Alt Shift T. Control, wow, hold on. Control Alt Shift T. So you can see that's kind of cool because it makes it what we call a floating selection. It's not on a new layer. It's actually a floating selection. It's moving around in the same layer. Now, if you quit off of it, you're done for. But you can still move around and duplicate it into a different area. It's kind of like a cloning thing, but only you can do it in large chunks. Actually. So that's duplicating that. And this is interesting. Hold on. Yeah, because it's a floating selection. See, this can be a problem. Only do this when you need to, and you know that's safe within your own layer, because it'll start really messing up stuff. Like, let me just show you. See? Now your image all looks messed up. So that's why we use the history. See? Fixed. I love the history. I love history. Moving on. Some other last ones. Free transform, I was going to tell you, Control T. You'll have to be doing this a lot. So if we want to take this and enlarge this, Control T does that, and you can enlarge it and do all that stuff. Sorry. Kind of wigging out on me. I apologize. There we go. See? And to get out of the Control T, press Escape. So if I go into Control T, hold on, select it, press Control T, I can get out of it by pressing the Escape button. The shortcuts. File and, yeah, holding the Shift button. Remember, Shift typically does things in proportions if you hold down the Shift key. So you can make perfect squares, you know, instead of making long rectangular shapes. Transform from center. I think it was Control Alt T. Come on. So that's what that does. I don't do that stuff too much. Oh, if you want to move things in 15-degree increments, you shift and drag. That one, oh, I think if you have to make a text layer, actually, let's do that. Shift and drag. Yeah, I don't. So I guess it kind of moves it, but what that really does, if you hold the Shift button down, it will actually lock onto certain guides and rulers that it specifically has in your document. So that's helpful when you want to have things centered to the document and stuff like that. You hold down the Shift key for whatever you're doing, and it kind of, you'll see it'll feel like it's kind of clicking onto something. And it does that more when you go into View, Snap to, and you snap to turn on snaps. Snaps will really do that for you. See how it kind of wigged out down there? But it's keeping most stuff in the line. Distort and skew. I mean, it's all that's right there. But I typically just do it the old-fashioned way. That's just because I know what I'm getting into. When you get into transforming of stuff, you'll understand what I mean. So those are some shortcuts that might be useful, some that might not, but they are there for you if you like to have them. If you don't have them with you, just let me know and I'll be happy to email them out to you also. Okay, kind of moving on in our agenda here. We're going to talk about selection sets, the magic wand, lasso, and marquee tools. Now, we've talked about this in a little bit, but we're going to get down a little bit more nitty-gritty of how this stuff works. So these are basically, the marquee tools are basically this stuff right here. So let's start with a document. If you want to move stuff around, like let's say we make a new layer and we create a shape, fill it, and we want to move it, we use the move tool, and it moves it. The stuff it cannot move is the background layer, because the background layer stays locked. Now you can move a background layer if you double click on it. It says, oh, you want to turn this to a layer? Sure. And then you can move it. See? But once you've done that, you've moved your background. So keep that in mind. Okay, moving on. So that's really how the move tool works. You can have the thing where it auto selects it, where it has this. Let me kind of duplicate this so you know. So auto select basically means it will select from what you see here. So if I wanted, instead of trying to go to that exact layer and moving it, it actually selects it by what you pick. So look at this layer here. Okay, so I'm on this layer. Normally, if I try to select this one, remember I'm on this layer. Normally, if I have that off and I tried to move this, I can only move that one because I'm on that layer. But if I clicked auto select, I can now move it to whatever layer I'm at. I don't have to remember the layers that I'm at. Now both of these are helpful, most of these are detrimental. Let's say you've got an image that's got 30 layers on it. Well, it's sometimes good if you know that there's nothing around what you want to pick. You want to click on auto select. But if it's crowded and you can't find your object and you click on it, then that's a problem. You usually have to go the per layer way of doing it. Another thing I really kind of would like to tell you about this, I know it's hard to tell you now, but if you have important layers on here, you want to right-click on that and change it to a different color. So now you know that this layer is important, and you can double-click on that layer name and change it to, I don't know, red square. So now you have a much better idea of what you're looking at and how important it is. The other thing you can do is take these and bring these into a new group. You click on group, you can name the group, call them squares, and we click these and we drag these into here. We drag these into here. Once we drag it into the folder, the group folder, which was down here in the layers palette, we can then hide it. Now it's in the group. So now you can hide and unhide multiple things. So that's how a group is made. Now delete the group, you delete everything in it. So you need to manually take them out of the layer. And you need to go up and beyond where the group is. And you can delete the group itself. The other thing is important to do is that if you shift and hold your shift key down between the two layers here, if you click on this little link button, this links the layers. And I'm going to reiterate this later. Now we got these two linked layers working, and now you can move them both at the same time also because they're linked. And you can link and unlink them at any time by selecting on that layer and clicking the link button again, and now they're unlinked. Okay? So that's how kind of selection works along with groups. We will talk more about that later. But let's go on the next selection set. Let me go ahead and delete these. So we're going to go ahead and make another marquee square. So we have this. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, what we're going to do with the rest of these here is, let me see if I've got it in my notes here. Yeah, under selection sets, I'm going to actually go into a new file and get rid of this one here. And I'm going to go into selection sets. I'm going to use an image, a new image here. This is from one of our architectural visualization projects. This is an interior, and we're going to learn how to select certain parts of it. So let's say that we wanted to use the marquee tool and excuse me, select this area of the sky. We can use our marquee tool and select here. That's one way of doing it. Now if I copy and paste that, I'll show you, it copied it, the whole thing. See? Now we can do the same thing, and we can lock that by giving it exact dimensions, by making it proportional to each other, width and height. Do that again. So now when I copy paste, that's a perfect square. Okay? All I did was hold the Shift key and use the marquee tool to make it proportional. Now let's say that I want to select this, but I didn't get everything I wanted to. If I hold the Shift button down, and remember this is after you have an initial selection, you can add to the selection. And notice how, look, when I hold the Shift button down, how it moves on to there if I'm in the space. If I'm in the document and I hold the Shift button, these change. So if I hold it down, now those are added on. And vice versa, if I said, oh, well, I didn't want that area, I can hold down the Alt key and remove it. Now remember, look, I can make it just, you know, I don't have to be precise on this because I'm removing stuff I'm not adding to. So look, I can just do that and see how much it removed. So Shift is plus, Alt is minus. And so if we wanted to intersect with the selection, like if we wanted to only show, if I really didn't want these edges here, I would just make sure to do that and see. Got rid of the leftmost part and the rightmost part. That's intersection. Now let's say I wanted to feather this. Now remember, feathering is that kind of blending of the outer edge. I first need to feather it here. I make my same selection, and now watch what happens. See how it changes like that? That's because it's showing you the starting of the feathered edge. So if I copy and I paste that, we can see, look, it feathered it all the way out to here and even caught some of the window that's on the outside here. So remember, it spreads it out, and you can change the amount of feathering by going to here. So let's say we want to do it, if that was too much for us, we can do the same thing here, and we'll still get the edge, but you'll see what I mean. See? We feathered less so that we're not seeing all the rest of the stuff. If we feather out more, it touches stuff outside of the boundaries. Because it's increasing the level of feathering allows you to basically spread out for a longer distance, and it fades in a farther way. And then finally, for the style of it, let's go ahead and remove these. We want to go ahead and do a fixed ratio. Fixed ratio, all that means again was I have a ratio of 640 by 480. So I know at the end of this, and also you can do that with feathering too. So you can combine the fixed ratio with the feathering. We're going to just remove that, and we're going to just say that, look, if I want to keep things in the same proportion as like my master kind of document, people said that this works well for, like, let's say you have a very large image, and at the very final end you need to keep that 640 by 480. So if I've got an image, which if I look here, I go under image size. Image size tells me it's 2000 by 1500, right? So, but if I wanted to end this up at 640 by 480, this is what I would do. I'd start from here in that fixed ratio and go as far as I can. The great news is that image is already at 640 by 480, but let's say I wanted to change that to, I don't know, go to 600 by 400. That's my final dimensions I need to use. So if I select that, look, it doesn't go all the way. It still leaves some space here. I can move this around, and then I can image crop. So now I know that it's going, no matter what, when I go to change to the final size dimensions, I can change it back to the 600 by 400. So watch, right now it's under the image size of 2000 by 1333. But I know that I finally want to make this 600 by 400, so I change it to 600, and look, it changes it to 400. Why is that? Because I have a fixed ratio. The fixed ratio says at the very end of it, I want it to be those exact dimensions. So you can have a high-res version and a low-res version that all in one step, you just change the image size dimensions and you're done. So it works out very well if you know ahead of time what your final dimensions are going to be. All right, let me go back to my history. Actually, I'll go ahead and revert. I'll show you how the revert works. File, revert. There, I'm back to my normal size. See, 2000 by 1500. See, that's already two ways to get back to the original document. One's through the history, one's through the revert. All right, so the next thing we want to talk about is the lasso tool. Now, like the marquee tool, the lasso tool will allow you to fine-tune and like, let's say we only wanted to select just some of this part. So we would go and use the lasso tool, click and hold down, and you can kind of select this. And yeah, we could keep going and going. It's going to take a while, so I'm just going to go roughly around here. And you can see it's not very accurate because, I mean, as good as artists as we all are, we're not going to match it up perfectly. We're just not. Again, you can have the same add it, subtract it. So, if I wanted to add to the selection, I could add it here. So I click and hold, and I add to the selection. If I wanted, because I'm don't want this brown part, I want to minus that selection. So you can kind of start selecting that way. However, there is a new tool called the Refine Edge tool. Now, they have Refine Edge before in previous versions, but Refine Edge is probably its best form now. And it's new in its newer part in CS5. If I click on Refined Edge, it shows me my shape that I'm dealing with here. Now, in a lot of ways, it's pretty smart about what it picks. So we're going to click the Smart Radius. It has this algorithm that changes it. And this works well for like things like hair on a horse or like a palm tree. It works fantastic, and I'll show you that. So if we increase the radius a little bit on it, it's going to start to try to figure it out. Now, this looks very chunky right now, so it's trying to start figuring it out. So we can smooth it, or we can feather it to bring it out more, but we don't want to do that. We want to maybe increase some of the contrast, so we want to get rid of that kind of, see, now we're defining the edge better. And we can shift the edge out more or shift it back in. So shifting it back in, see, it gets me my shape here. Looks very nice. And then when you're finally done with refining the edge, and by the way, you can select it in multiple ways. As a selection, as an overlay like a mask. This is eventually how you do your masks, so you know. On black, on white. So you can see some stuff. Look, you can see some problem areas that could happen here. On black and white, like a mat, like a this is a like a an alpha channel by its own layer and by the whole thing itself just originally. If we look at it like in black and white, let's see if we can help this out a little bit. Maybe bump up the contrast. That looks like that helped it out. We don't want to feather too much, but we don't want to make it too jaggy like that. So we definitely have to feather a little bit. A little bit more. Maybe instead of feathering it, why don't we leave it like that and then just smooth it? That actually smooths it out too much, so why don't we remove some of the contrast? No. There we go. We shift the edge a little bit more, which is fine. Now keep in mind, this can be a false thing. That's why I do stuff on black and white. So see, we still have some yellow in here. So what I like to do is use that smart radius, and it's starting to figure out stuff a little bit better. Now remember, this is not a complete fix, but it sure does help. There. See, so you can play around with it a little bit more, and you get an okay shape from that. Okay? So the last thing we got to do to really get that shape in there is, remember when we can zoom in and we can see, look, see how that helps out with that little grid there? So we'll go ahead and go back off to the lasso tool, and we'll go on to the next one, which is the polygon lasso tool. This little handy dandy tool, what this does is that, you know how you were trying to select something, you know, in a like kind of free form kind of way? Well, this one now does it so that it does it in a line. So if I hold the shift button down and I click on it, and I can click, and it does it in a line. I know it's hard for you guys to see, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. So now it's selected that. I go back in. Actually, let me get rid of that. I only have to do it once. I hold the shift key down one time so it adds to the selection, and then I let it go. Now, if I keep clicking and dragging, all I'm doing is clicking and dragging. See, click, 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 like this. And then if I can't see the end point of this, all I do is like enter key. And see, now that added the selection onto there, so that brought it in. So what you have to understand is it added to the selection, which brought this more down here. Well, we wanted to minus the selection. So when you're looking at an overall object, you have to make sure that you know what you want to add and select to. See, this was on the inside where it should have been on the outside. So now what we want to do is use the Alt key and go to that lasso tool and do the same thing. Hit the Enter key. There. So what we did was we originally selected something, then we kept modifying it over and over and over again. So I'll show you what it looks like. If I copy it, Control-C, then paste it, Control-V, it makes up a new layer. If I hide that layer here, see, it has the defined edge. Looks all pretty good. And now we can do whatever we want to the thing. You know, if I want to change the color of it, yeah, no problem. Image adjustments, will add some exposure maybe. And again, we'll go over that later. There are ways to actually just make it shinier, actually. Image. I think maybe just the highlight. Huh. Well, regardless, I can always make my own too. I mean, you know, I can take my brush, make it a white color, decrease the opacity. I have to select it first, so that was my problem, which I'll tell you about in a minute, the Magic Wand tool. So I select the outer edge, and I'm going to select the inverse of it. Select inverse. And now I can make that highlight. I like to Control H to hide it. Oh, it's on linear burn, that's why. There. Remove the sides. Again, this is something that you guys don't have to do. I just wanted to show you. So we just added highlights onto here. And then I can remove the reduce opacity some more. And reduce my brush size to increase the feathering. So there you go. That's how you can adjust something with your selection sets. So to recap, remember we have our marquee tool. You can fix the width and the height on it, or fix the size in general to a specific size. Like, see, that's a fixed size. If you want to do that 640 by 480 like I showed you before, so that you know that that's the final size, there you go. That's the fixed size. We'll go put back to normal. If you want to make sure it's a perfect square, you hold the Shift key down when you make it. For the lasso tools, we picked the lasso tool and we selected that around the edge here. Polygon lasso tool allows you to make it however you want, so it's kind of more exact. So that works really well for, like, let's say this stuff. If you want to just select this outer stuff, this I mean edge work stuff, see? Very easy to select edge work with the polygon lasso tool. Hold Control D to deselect it. And now we're going to get onto the magnetic lasso tool. The magnetic lasso tool works like this. It kind of figures out the difference sort of. Like I said, it's something I don't use too much, but it's a great way to select. It knows where to start and stop in a lot of ways based on its kind of tolerance level. So it's a quick and dirty way to start your selection set off. See? So you don't have to be exact, and it attaches itself to a high contrast area. But if your stuff is in high contrast, magnetic lasso typically doesn't work. Like if I wanted to select this gradient between here and here, it really, see, it doesn't know. It doesn't know where the edge work is. See, it can't figure it out, so it doesn't make something good. So you got to make sure it's got a high contrast amount to it. And you can do the contrast amount this way. You can all these are adjustments on frequency, on the width. Of it. I mean, you know, it just all depends what you want to do. You have to basically play a little bit with these things. So if it has a really, you know, if it just doesn't do what you want it to do, you need to increase or decrease the width, the contrast, bump it up, and then frequency. You really don't have to do too much with that, but really with the width and the contrast, it helps. On top of that, you can always feather stuff. So I made that selection with the magnetic lasso tool. Again, this is a horrible selection, I know. See, I just feathered it. So if I if I go back to my background layer, copy, paste, I will see that it selects all that stuff. So that's what feathering can do. All right, moving on. We have the quick selection tool. This is one of the newer tools that are out there, and it does something similar to what kind of the lasso tool does, or not the lasso tool, but the magnetic lasso tool does. So what we can do is we can increase the brush size, the hardness, all that stuff, but the idea is still the same. It selects stuff quickly. So to adjust, I mean, you can do this, which accepts big chunks of stuff, smaller, typically is around an area, unless you click and drag and hold. See, you can do click, 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 click. Increase the brush size, click, see? It kind of knows after all the clicks you do, see how it's actually bounding by these areas? It's because you're telling it to kind of go ahead and do that based on its brush size. You can add from the selection and subtract from it. So here's subtracting from it, see? It automatically says, okay, oh, sorry, you don't want that? That's fine. See? And it readjusts itself. So you want to keep playing with that, and then after you're done doing that, you refine your edge, and you get rid of the junk that you don't need. Smooth it out. Not feather. Shift the edge in. Okay, so we'll select the stuff. There. And you can always remember the setting, and you can always output it to either the selection or a layer mask. I mean, literally, the selection you can make a layer mask for you. Make it a new layer or a new layer with layer mask. So in most cases, making that new layer works wonders. So we make that a new layer, and look. See, it made a new layer. So when we go and open it up, I can just go back to it and hold on. That's really strange. Oh, it's on auto select. That's really strange. I don't know what's going on here with the tool. That's the move tool. That's fine. There. Okay. It wasn't moving it for some odd reason. I think it was because it was on auto select. So anyways, I can move that around and do whatever I want, which means I can take one of my handy-dandy adjustments and saturate that part or desaturate that part, whatever. Remember, these are selection sets. It's just to select that area to manipulate it later. So that's a quick selection tool. Then we're on to the magic wand tool. Magic wand does similar what the quick select does, but it selects an area as it selects an area too. And I'm going to get rid of that one because we're on the wrong layer. So as you can see, it knows how to select stuff based upon its tolerance level. If you increase the tolerance level, it's going to increase more. See? Select a bunch more. If you decrease it, you have to play around with it. And you can always shift to add to the selection, or click Alt to deselect from the selection. So magnetic, or the magic wand works great for that. Other things that you can do, again, you can add minus selection. You can intersect it too, if you wanted to. Make it anti-alias. So like with the magic wand, you want to make sure that anti-aliasing is typically on, because otherwise you'll create jagged edges for anything you select, and that never looks good. You want to make it typically contiguous, and then if you have many layers, you can sample all the layers, and it'll select all the layers and resample it that way. And again, we can go ahead and refine the edge. And let's just say we copied that and refined the edge there. Let's see what happens. So we've got this kind of nasty stuff. We turn on the smart radius. Bump it up. And see, it's fixing the holes in here. But you can't do it too much, otherwise it's throwing away too much stuff. So we'll have that, smooth it out a little bit, increase the contrast. And if you want to, you could shift the edges, but it's at a pretty good state right now. Now remember, a lot of people think that the refine edge is your last bit of stuff. It's really not, because you still have to select these things. And the way to do that, I mean, I would personally just go in and, you know, you can select it that way, but you can always go in, maybe use the, I'll try the quick select tool, hold the shift key down. It doesn't work good enough. Maybe reduce the size, that might work. That also might be enough, not enough too, but you can also use the polygon lasso tool if you really wanted to. I mean, these are pretty straight lines, so really a marquee tool is going to have your best result. See, because it's very clean, whereas see how that isn't as clean? Now yes, you can refine the edge, but still, spending a little extra time with the marquee tool might be your best bet, because you know that at the end of the day, it's going to do exactly to the specs that you want. And now I messed up, so I press Control Z, move into it, and add it on there. Okay, and I can even do that with these edges here too. See, now we know it's selecting all that stuff. And we can also, we know we're too far in, so we'll select in there, and there you go. So you can see, guys, using a combination of these really helps you out when selecting certain objects and kind of, you know, picking the right stuff so that you can manipulate that however you want. I can finally go into Refine Edge again if I wanted to. See if the Smart Radius works. Not so hot in some of those areas. We'll try shifting the edge over a little bit more, bumping up the contrast, slight little feathering. If I feather that, but I shift the edge back, let's see if that will help. No, it just doesn't like some of this stuff here. Smoothing definitely doesn't work. So every time it's different. And sometimes your Smart Radius doesn't work well. So if it doesn't work, guess what? You know, polygon lasso time. Okay, so now you've made your selection. Copy paste the selection into the new layer, and you know, go to town and manipulate it however you want. Make it a lighter piece of wood. See? And that's the other thing you have to keep in mind. Just because you know, you're zoomed in really far, and it might look like it might match right, but I'm going to tell you guys something. Nobody's going to see it, because they're going to, unless it's a very high resolution image that's going out to print, and you know, I mean, you have to be very careful, especially if it's a web-based image or whatever. You can literally just get in, get out, and get done. You don't have to be perfect and precise, because spending all that time making that is a waste of time. So as you can see here, we have a good final result on making a selection, and it was pretty simple to do. We talked earlier about the crop tool. I don't know if I really need to tell you, but I'll tell you again. There's two ways to crop. First way to crop is your standard crop. I cropped it, pressed the enter bar or enter key, and it cropped it. And if you notice, it also crops all the existing layers that go along with it. The other way to do it is to do the marquee selection around what you want, then go under Image, Crop. And there you go. Slice tool, we talked about that. That's web-based stuff. I don't think we need to go any farther into that anymore. Eyedropper tool. Again, you get the color that you're looking for, and it redoes it in the swatch here. Color sample tool. It gives you a sample of the color, I guess. Again, this is something that's more for, I think, interest level than anything else. Maximum number of samples is 4. Okay. So I guess the sample tool worked with some other things, so you can compare samples of one color to another. So what I would say is, so this is how you can check out different color samples here, and it tells you information on it. So when you're doing, when you're comparing colors, it's a way to do that. Ruler tool, as I've stated before, if I hold the Shift key down, I can make a straight rule, and it tells me how the width and the height. Here, the width and the height, where it's at, started in the X, Y, and everything else. And also, you've got your rulers here, and they tell you the exact dimensions of what you're going for. So if they say that, listen, I need you to, make something in 3-column layout, you know that if you take the total number of pixels wide and divide that by the 3 panels that you have with your guides, you can be able to work on certain parts, and these guides help you out. So the rulers help along with that, and the guides do, and it works. And if you calculate, even if it says that, like, look, that first column needs to be 400 pixels wide. So that's fine. That's easy to make your guide and put it all to 400. But let's say if they say it needs to be 452 pixels wide, okay? Well, that's that. Well, then they say it needs to be another 452 pixels wide, so that's, what, 904 is the next one? Well, instead of trying to calculate that in your head, you can use a ruler and say, okay, you take it over from here, and you make it another 452. 453, whatever, for this purpose, and then you bring your guide over to here, and you're done. So you see, rulers can really help you out when you're laying out stuff. The note tool we covered, count tool we covered, and so we've pretty much covered the tool sets for the selection sets right there. I can also show you some others if you wanted to. Again, we're going to get into layers later. Color range, actually you should know about color range. So let's say you wanted to select, you didn't want to take the time to select, hold on, the wand. You didn't want to select the white here, the white here, and here, take your time to keep selecting all the white parts of the scene. Well, color select color range, does that for you. It says, I want to select only the white in the scene. And so it selects all the white areas in the scene, and it can do it by what we call the fuzziness. Now, a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but what I do is I select the fuzziness small, and then I select by holding the Shift key with the eyedropper tool, and I'm able to select more white within the scene, and I reduce the fuzziness. And now I'm selecting, the part of the area that I want. I might be able to increase a little bit the fuzziness. I believe I can hold down the Alt to remove certain parts that I didn't want. And then press OK. And now it's selected those white areas. You can also refine the edge. I, oh, smooth her out a little bit, hit up the contrast. You can shift the edge. So now you're selecting kind of the white wall. So what I do is then I'll copy paste, and now if I want to adjust the walls, image, adjustments, let's just add some red to it. Or, it's supposed to be red, okay. Definitely got knocked down the blue, there we go. It's a different hue of red. That's really strange. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's increasing the red. Okay, so you can really adjust different parts of a scene easily that way. And again, that was a quick and dirty way of doing it. It wasn't a fast, way, but it works. I've done color selections a lot, and it's been able to save my butt many times. So that is the color range. The only other thing about color range I can tell you is, like, let's say we only wanted to really work on the ceiling, the ceiling up top here. So what I would do is I would, with my marquee tool, select, maybe deselect some of this. This less contrast kind of stuff. And then I go under select, color range. And now see, it's only selecting the stuff that's up there. So now it's selecting all that. And see if we can get rid of that. See if we can get up to this too. There you go. Look at that. So now when I go to copy paste that, image adjustments, we'll do hue saturation. No, actually let's just do a color change. I'll show you this blending option later. But color overlay. And it's set on color. It's going to, of course, do that. Oh, I know why, because it's got other layers associated with it. There we go. See? I just changed it, pretty much the top of the wall, or the ceiling there, to a red base color, and I can change it back to whatever I want to. If I don't like that. Change it to, I don't know, pick whatever you'd like. There we go. So now it has a blue tint to it. See? And it took me, how long did it take me? Not long at all. All I have to do is just really remove some of this stuff, and I'm a happy camper. And when I show you about masking and stuff like that, it takes you no time at all. So load selection I'll teach you guys later. Quick mask mode is not needed. I think this would be a good stopping point for us right now. Let me close out of this. I don't think anybody needs this. So does anybody have any questions? So what we will do, if nobody has any questions, we're going to go ahead and look at the agenda. We're going to go out to lunch. Oh, actually, I got one now. Actually, everybody's all good. Okay, great. In the afternoon, we're going to talk about layers and smart objects. Then we're going to talk about text vector objects and understanding your path tools. Then we're going to duplicate objects and learn what's new in CSS. So we're going to spend the rest of the day doing all that stuff and kind of grasping everything that way. At this point, let me go ahead and take a look here. But everybody will be back soon, and that is the agenda for the morning. Okay, everybody, we're now on talking about in our critical tools section. We're going to be doing that for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to be talking first about layers and smart objects and how important that they are. These are definitely critical things that you guys should know about. What we're going to be covering before the break, again, is layers and smart objects. Then we're going to move on to text, vector objects, and understanding path tools. Again, I suggest you go into the start to get into your folders from the material that you downloaded. We're in section 3, the smart object example. Okay, so let's talk about how layers and smart objects actually work. Now, the way that layers work, in fact, let me just go ahead and start up a new document and then just show you the very basics of what a whole layer system is versus just the standard stuff. By the way, when you go to make a new document, there are many different presets that they have. You can choose it from there. That's completely defined upon you, what you want to do, but typically, for example, a web preset would be used for building a web page. The 1024 by 768 is a very popular one that people go ahead and choose from. So let's just go ahead and start with that one just for the heck of it. It doesn't really matter. And these aren't even in your scene files, but I'm just going to show you an example of what all this stuff is. Okay, so when we have certain files mishmashed together, we create layers. Now, we'll first start off with, I'll bring in some stuff here so that you guys can see. Actually, let me just go ahead and open up some other scene files that I have so that you guys know. Ladies know, I should say. We'll pick out you, and you. And we'll bring these in. Whenever you bring in certain files, there are two ways to bring them in. One is that you can bring them within the document here, or you can bring them outside the document. We want to bring these outside the document, so we always put it over to where the palettes are at, and the basically over to the right-hand side. And by doing that, if you noticed, we have multiple images listed here. Multiple files listed here. So we'll take this one here first. We'll select all, copy it, and we'll paste it into here. And this is a big file. Second one we have, I'll copy in here and paste. Fits around the dimensions of the image, and then finally the third one will fit in here. Is another big one. So the first thing we have to figure out is what exactly are layers? Well, I want you to imagine a layer. I want you to imagine a if you have a stack of sheet of paper, you have to think of your bottom piece of paper is your background. That is the thing that's locked and stayed in there, and when you first make a document, that's the first thing you have. When you have a layer, you basically have things on top of that initial layer. Like, I'll give you an example. In the animation industry, they do, like the old cartoons and even some of the newer stuff, they use cell animation. And what that means is they take a background, like we'll take this one here, I'll make that a background. I press Control E, by the way, to make a background, to merge the two layers together. But we have a background here. And what they've typically had is they build a scene, which is their background layer, and then they build a character, whether it be, I don't know, Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is just running through the scene here. And what Mickey Mouse is, he is a character that goes through the scene on a separate layer. And typically he's on a transparent layer where only you see the mouse, and everything behind him or his own layer background is nothing. It's transparent. So if we can imagine this car here, which is not a great example, but an example nonetheless, and we bring that car, hold on, we bring the car into the scene. As you can see, it's transparent. So this is one layer on top of another. Okay? So this is the basic makeup of how layers are. Now, the way that layers work is that you can add as many as you want. Like I just added a few here. And you can manipulate things per the layer. So like, for example, this one here, this is a close-up view of something. You've got to select the right layer also. This is what's good about naming. I'm going to name this one. The project was called SGP, and this one was called Hampton. Again, you don't have to remember any of this stuff. This is just only for my personal use. The SGP one, you can move it around. Remember the scene was big, so we can take a portion of that scene, or I can press Edit, Transform, Scale, and we can scale, hold down the Shift key, and we can scale this stuff. And again, when I show you the car example, I'll explain this all again. So we can scale it to whatever size we want. Notice that I can do whatever I want on this layer. I can change things. I can make it like a picture in a picture kind of thing. So we've got this, and I'll take this. And remember the selection set, so I'll just have it remember this, and I'll drop out the background. So you see how it just affected just the layer. It didn't affect anything behind it. So if we have that background, we can see one image on top of another. And we can keep on doing this over and over and over again. And what it gives you this amazing way of being able to blend stuff together. Like, for example, if I take, remember the elliptical tool or ellipse tool? Well, one of the things I do a lot is I use feathering. And so I'll feather this about like 30 pixels. And I'll feather it. I'll make it selection. Remember, you use the marquee tool here, the ellipse marquee tool. And then we can fade that image here, just like that, by pressing the delete button in there. So it's deleting what's ever in there, but remember, it's fading it. So look at that. We have something that's fading into another thing. So you literally can have a perfect transparent fade from one layer to another within Photoshop. So blending looks seamless. And we can still take that and move that around. It doesn't mean that we're combining two things. Look, I can move it anywhere I want. It's totally up to me. And if I don't like what I see, I can always just remove it. And it's done. It doesn't affect any other part of the scene itself. So layers are very important to understand as you go through the process. Before I talk to you guys about groups with layers, and I hope you understood that. If you didn't, let me know. But keep in mind, just to refresh that, I can take two layers, like I can take the car and this one, and I can link both of them by holding the Shift key and linking them. And if I link them, I can still move one on top of the other. They're still linked, see? You don't have to keep them in the same position. So I can move them both, and they both move in the scene itself. And things can start to look pretty realistic whenever you take one scene. Remember, I can, if they're linked, if I transform or change them, it's going to shrink them both. So you got to be careful about what you want to do here. So watch, as I shrink one scene, it's going to shrink the other. See? So you got to be careful, because the car shrunk and the image behind it did too. So by adding transparent objects on scenes, you can be able to make something look pretty realistic. So let's just go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry, I forgot to unlink them. Remember, to unlink them is to click on a layer and then click the link button below. And now you've unlinked the both layers. So now when you adjust the Hampton layer, and there are many ways to resize stuff. So I'm just doing it this way. That's the way I've always remembered to learn how to do it. So and I press return, I press Control T, which was the transform, scale, okay, and now I'm going to do the same thing for the car. I'm going to press Control T, and I'm going to scale it down. And I'm going to do this very quick, so it's not like I'm doing proportions, adding shadows, all that stuff just yet. This is just for just to show you demonstration. And then I'll put the car over here. Now remember, it doesn't look completely real or completely natural, but it can do the justice. Over here. Now if I had a shadow and made stuff look better, it could definitely look more realistic, but the point is that with the layers, you can add one element on top of another on top of another. So at the end, you have something that looks seamless with each other. And later on when I tell you about masking and blending and all that stuff, you will be able to make transparent layers. So this is the basic gist behind layers itself. There are also other ways to blend it, which I'll explain later. But this is what layers does. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know right now. Otherwise, I'm going to move on with the rest. Okay, let me talk to you the difference between layers and smart objects. So the first thing we can do is, again, with layers, we can lay stuff realistically. I just turned on a simple like road scene and put them on the road. Now, the object to the right is a smart object. The object to the left is not a smart object. So let's talk a little bit about what makes a smart object and what doesn't. So to make something a smart object, the first thing you have to do is take anything that you're doing and you right-click on it and you say Convert to Smart Object. This now makes it into a smart object. Now when you make something a smart object, like we have here with that car on the right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the shadow here first of all for you. If you resize it, hold on a second, that would be the regular one. Let me just show you what a typical layer does. If I resize this down to here, and then I resize this back up, it's about the same size. Do you guys see the difference? This one's fuzzy. It's blurry. It's not as crisp and clean as this one. Why is that? Because it's not a smart object. What you did was you shrunk it down and then you resized it back up. Taking the object from small and bringing it back up interpolates the object, which means that it adds information it thinks it should look like, but it never looks clean enough. Now you could go ahead and sharpen this up, like maybe with the Smart Sharpen tool. Let's look over here. And you could try to try to sharpen it back up again. But really, you're never going to get to the same level that you have here. Now, let me go ahead and undo some of the stuff. Actually, I'll keep it that way for a little bit. Now, let's talk about the smart object. The way a smart object works is that it's actually referencing off to a file. So you're only existing its alias, your shortcut to that file. So what that basically means is that if I go to resize this stuff, and I go to resize it back up, look, doesn't this look better than this? Why is that? It's because it's a smart object. Not to say this one's a dumb one, but this one's definitely a smart one. So let's take a look at why it was like that. We're going to go into the file here. Let me go to history first. Open this back up. Okay, so let's take a look at where that reference file is. If I double-click on the thumbnail for the car-smart, you'll see this is the original file. It includes the shadow layer on here, but you'll find out in a little bit that sometimes having two items existing together like that doesn't really work out to its best potential with smart objects, and I'll tell you that in a minute. So we have this car, and we have it in this masking area here. So basically, it is a full image, but it has been masked to the car itself. So if I change this car color to, let's say, I don't know, give it a different, hold on, actually I got to select the car to a different color. Now you can clean this up in a different way, but you'll get the idea. Let's make it like this different blue color. And I save this original file changes the aliased object you use because you adjusted the source file to make that happen. Now this can be handy and this can be not so handy at times, but for the most part, smart objects are pretty good to use. So let me go ahead and undo that. Go into my history, save that back out, and it changes back. So what smart objects do well is having this idea of being referenced, so that if you have a bunch of objects, like I'll give you this, we have a bunch of these small cars here that are different colors. Actually, before I show you that, I'm going to show you, oh no, this is fine. It's one file affects all these small cars. So if I adjusted the color, like in this color overlay, to blue, actually not to blue, to green, that's fine, and I saved it out, it should close this out first of all. Don't need this one anymore. It changes all the rest of the cars. Now, imagine how that works. You've got a client who says, you know, I really like that car, but could you make it all those little cars in the scene green? Well, that's what you do with smart objects. That's not a problem. If the client didn't say that, you'd have to go into each individual object and do that. Now imagine you making a web banner with a bunch of stars, and the client says, you know, let's make this star shiny. Well, there's a problem with that, and that is you'd have to go into each individual little star that you made. You might have made 100 of them, and you'd have to go and manipulate each and every one of those, and it would take you hours to do that. Well, not with a smart object, because if you can do this to 100 items or 1,000 items, it doesn't matter. The point is it always references back to the same file, like this one here. Look, if I click on a different one, it references back to the same file. So they are limited, though, to those aliases on what you can do. For example, if I look at my adjustments, there's really not much more I can do with this. I can do maybe some HDR toning on this specific car, or maybe increase the shadow or highlight here. So see, I can change this one so that this is the shiniest one out of all of them. And that itself will not affect this car here. So you can add some limited things to it, but if it is a smart object that's linked to something else, you have to change your original thing that you're linking to. So smart objects kind of work well in a scene that's populated by a lot of objects, or my biggest thing is that changing and resizing an image. I mean, it really saves your butt in the long term if you want to scale things a lot in a scene. It adjusts for that. Now there are some limitations of there are some limitations of this. For example, this shadow here, I tried to make it part of the smart object. Now I'm going to turn the shadow off here real quick and go back to the original object. If I turn that shadow back on, save it, it might look fine here, but when I bring that up here, it doesn't look so good here. Take a look. So you've got this kind of like white area around here. So what you have to do is that it doesn't know the transparency that goes around it when you're feathering something, because it's thinking that it needs to go off to this kind of like maybe white or some other color that was made before. So what you have to do is you have to separate that out. You have to save it. I close that. I go back to that, and I make this on a separate layer with a shadow. So now you see this shadow how nice and blends. That's because it's not a smart object. So there are some instances where smart objects don't work as well. And again, there might be other ways to move around this, but for me, when it's dealing with shadows and things that are feathered typically, you don't need to worry about it being a smart object, because if you grow and reduce the size, it's already fuzzy as it is. So if I increase the size of the shadow here, like if I bump that, if I make that real small, oops, sorry, wrong one. So if I make that small and I bring it back up, try to match it the best I can. See? It doesn't really affect the scene at all. There was definitely interpolation that happened there, but when you see these cars side by side again, it really didn't modify the shadow too much. So in most circumstances, you'll be okay with shadows and stuff, with not needing them to be smart objects. So does anybody have any questions so far on layers and smart objects? Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about other layer information. There's actually a layer tab here. Oh, we do have a question. Can I bring in a smart object? In fact, I can make any object a smart object. So I'll make a whole new scene for you. How about that? So let's say in this scene here, let's say this image, for some reason I want to be able to make that. Oh, I know what to do. So we'll take the same image here. So let's see how big this image is. If I blow this up to its regular size, it's a very big size. So if I wanted to do what we call a kind of like a picture-in-picture thing, where I wanted to show a blow-up of it, so let's say we wanted to blow up to this area. If I copy this and then I'm going to make it into a new file and paste that in there, just temporarily. I'm going to get rid of these. Kind of getting in the way right now. So I take this image here that I've copied, and I'm going to reduce the size of this to, let's say, 1500 pixels wide. Okay, so now we've reduced the size of the complete document. This is still not a smart object yet, okay? I just wanted to do that to show you kind of this picture-in-picture kind of thing. So if I copy that and I paste it onto here, so it's kind of a blow-up image of this. Okay, So that enlarges the detail there. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to make that. That's when I wanted to make a smart object. I apologize. So we took this and we want to call this, I'll call this my smart object. So if I right-click on that and I convert to smart object, boom, it's a smart object. So if I double-click on here, it'll bring me back to the source file that you see here. Now let's say I like the way, I reduce the size of it, and I think it looks good like this blown up for whatever reason. But the client says, you know, that's fine, but, and well, the other thing I can do is I can do like a blending object and do a stroke around it. The client says, well, that's fine, but I really need to see more detail in there. Can you blow that up just a little bit more? Sure. With a smart object, that's no problem. See? So I created the smart object, and now, you know, you can be able to see it. No problem. And it doesn't interpolate it at all. Whereas if I try to do that with a non-smart object, this would look all fuzzy. Does that answer your question? Okay, awesome. So this is generically what we do inside the palette, the layers palette, to kind of make fixes and add layers and things like that. So now we can add more layers onto here too. Let's go back to the example. If I want to make, you know, more cars, more smart cars, but let's say I wanted to make another smart car, but I wanted to make that completely different. So I wanted to go ahead and get rid of the dumb car, or the non-smart car, sorry. And what we do is to create a duplicate, but a new smart object via copy, so it keeps the same properties, but it's not linked to this image anymore. We did that. Let me show you again. Right-click, new smart object via copy. Okay, so we have a copy of what we made here. I'm going to call this car smart left, just so you know it's on the left-hand side. Changes here. And so you know it's different. I'm going to just scale it down a little bit. Okay, so we know that we see something different here. Okay, so if I go to change the properties of this, and let's say I just change this to a different color again. And I save that. Close it. See how this changed here? But this one did not change because it is a copy of it. It is not linked to the other smart car, or the smart layer. So you see, you can make copies and branch out into all new smart layers. Or smart objects, I mean. I meant smart objects. So you can be able to do it in many varieties out there. Now, let's just talk about a little bit more about other layer information. If we take a look at here, we can always delete a layer. There's two ways to delete a layer, delete layer. There's also one called delete hidden layers. Okay, what that means is, see these ones that aren't highlighted? We can delete those all in one shot. If we go under layer, delete hidden layers, and see, only the visible ones stay there. Now that can be helpful when you want to clean up or optimize your scene. Another one is layer style. These are like blending options, which I'm going to have to show you later on. But you can apply all kinds of great stuff. And unfortunately, I can't get onto that right now. but trust me, when you see it, you're going to love it. Other layer things that we can learn about now is we can actually add just a fill layer. So let's say that I wanted to have just a new blank layer above this road one. I selected the road one, and then I go layer, new fill layer, and choose a solid color. We can choose whatever we want and the opacity of it, the color, make it orange, as in how important it is. That's how you label it. And then we give it whatever fill color we want. You can do the same thing for the gradient and for pattern. Patterns are one that are defined by Photoshop, and I really don't use those. I'm sure you can find other patterns to bring in to do it, but to be honest, I just bring in pictures and it's usually just fine. Now you can adjust the layers themselves, and this kind of stuff that we can get into this a little bit here. I think we can get more into it later on, but you can adjust the brightness and contrast of an individual layer. Hold on. Layer. Oh, a new adjustment layer. Okay, so we call it levels 1. And it's actually an adjustment layer that only affects that layer itself. So this one only affects the road. It doesn't affect anything else in the scene. That's going to come in handy later on. Tomorrow, we're going to be showing you a lot of different ways to adjust scenes. But know that it's possible to do it through the Layers panel. So again, we can adjust that, and we can even add ones onto there. We can add in hue saturation. Just make it normal, and then adjust. Now that car's going on to some strange Martian land. So you can combine things, turn them on, turn them off, because they're layers, remember. So that should give you a good idea. And you can, again, when we go to image enhancements tomorrow, which is really what we're going to go on to for the next, I think in day 2, we talk about blending layers and options, masking, blending, and alpha. We'll talk about filters, and finally go on to image enhancement and basically optimize and distort images and do all that good stuff. So really, image manipulation, a lot of the colorations and enhancing images and things like that are just, I really want to concentrate on that tomorrow, but you would be able to find a lot of that stuff here. There are layer masks that I'm going to have to teach you that when we deal with masks. You can apply one or delete one. I mean, if you have a current one, you can add or delete it. So let's say we have this one. If I didn't want to have that mask anymore, I go layer, layer mask, delete, and see, it brings back what it masked out, which was this kind of like grayish background area stuff. So that's how you would delete a mask. The other way to do it is drag it into the trash. Now you can apply the mask before removing or delete it. If you delete it, it brings that back up. But if you give the option to apply it, see, it keeps that. So you can add and delete as you please. Other things. Create a clipping mask. Okay, this is one that you definitely have to know. Okay, so let's make a new file here. And let's say we have an object that was, I like to use vector objects just for the heck of it. So we made this vectored object, the shape layer as they call them. Now, I put that in the middle here, and I'm going to take a piece from one of my other files like this one here. I copy that. I press Control-C to copy, or Edit, Copy. And then I paste it into here. So it's just, again, two layers. You've got this layer and you've got this object here. Well, I want to get this information, or like, how about that little car right there? By the way, you can adjust the opacity to line this up. See? Actually, I did a pretty good job lining up. So it lines up with the car right there. So all I want to see was the car and some little stuff around it. So what you do is you go under Layer, Create Clipping Mask, or Alt-Control-G. And look at that. So what's happening is that whatever image is above it, like again, I could do this all day long. And just all I had to do is move this. I'll change this image adjustments, hue saturation. We'll change that. So we can have actually multiple layers do the same thing. All we do is we move this down once, and now both of these layers are inside of the shape of this layer here. And I'll show you. Where's that little car? Okay. See that little car, how it changed? And I can adjust it even more so that you can see the extreme there. So now you can see both of these layers are in this shape here, which becomes really powerful stuff when you want to start saying that, okay, only in this particular area I want to paste my information into there. So I believe we can go ahead and do that with non-vectored items too. So let's make a shape. Actually, let's duplicate this. No, well, hold on, let me think here. Yeah, let's just duplicate this. It's fine. Let's duplicate the layer. And when you do that, by the way, if you duplicate over it, these lose their properties inside of that object, which is fine for right now. That's what we needed. I'm going to hide this one, the original source one. I'm going to call this source. And in order to make a vector image change into a raster image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click on here and go rasterize layer. So I have to create a rasterized layer because here's the problem, is that I want to go ahead and blend this a little bit more. I want to go ahead and kind of feather this out manually. And the way I feather it out manually is using like the feather brush. And I'll just do it like this and feather it. Okay, and then I'll do it again. And what all I'm doing is that I have a feather of 22 pixels, and I'm just pressing the delete button and deleting the mask. Making new ones, and I'm just doing this just having fun. You know, make it a little kind of a star object. Okay? And so what I'll do is I'll do the Control-Alt-G again, but I'm going to do it with this layer. I'm going to move this down and layer, create clipping mask. Now it should have done that. Why wouldn't it do that? Does this with vectors just, oh, there we go. That's why. Okay, so you see? You have that scene right in there. So feathered it out. And you can also keep, messing around with that, and like I'll delete it. So see? You can keep it nice and feathered out. And there you go. You can even increase the size. So now it's got a bigger hole. Now remember, that wasn't a smart object, so it's going to be a little bit fuzzy, but when it deals with masks, that's probably not that big of a deal. So as you can see how powerful that is when you start adding things on top of others, it's pretty incredible stuff. And when we get into image enhancements, we'll go over some more of that. All right, let's go back onto the smart object because this is the file that you guys do have. So let's go ahead and do that with the car. So right now, all I need you to do is go over to this car one, and for the non-smart car or smart object, click on the marquee tool, click and drag, and click feather. And see here, got rid of the car, and it blends perfectly in the road. So again, it's pretty powerful stuff. Now, this is how we got the whole shadow thing going on here. All I did was, if you click on the shadow here, which I'll turn this car off, the smart car off, you'll see that I made that shadow and I gave it a property of hard light so it would show what the shadow would look like. You can use other ones, but the hard light works the best in the blending layer. And I'm blending this into here now, and it's working with ease. Now, if I didn't want to have this entire thing in there, yes, I could use a create clipping mask into there by, again, I'll just make a simple vector object, like this rounded one, and then I can take that, and then I say that under layer, create clipping mask, and it takes the shape of that clipping mask. Now, one of the problems that you have here is that it's got this nasty shape because remember, it's transparent behind there. So you'll have some issues with transparency to deal with. I believe if I make this, some certain ways to get around that is to make it white and then change this to, not the screen, it's the other one, multiply. Change that to multiply. So it drops out the white and only leaves, this in here. And we can adjust, we can move this around. See? So now you have more control over your shadow. So if you only want to show that part of the shadow along with the car, you could. So see? Pretty slick, huh? So that's a real kind of way of adjusting things much easier as you're going along. Does anybody have any questions so far on layers? We do. How did I create the shadow? Okay. The shadow was made just like how I showed you with some of the other objects. The initial shadow was created by the car itself, but because the original image I had the shadow underneath it. Now, what I can do to make it what we call a fake shadow, and I will show that more tomorrow, is if I take that off, you could as easily just done something like take in a elliptical marquee tool here, maybe kind of change it a little bit here. Let me try it again. And remember, I feathered the marquee tool. And I'll move that up a little bit. And then I will go ahead and make a new layer out of that. And remember, I'm still within the bounding box of that the create clipping mask that I did. So it's going to only take those portions of it, and I will add some black in here. Sorry. Increase the size. Hold on. Oh, opacity. Gotta make sure my opacity is okay. It's strange. It's still. The car should be over top of that. That's. Hold on a second. So I've got the shadow there. Oh, that's because the car. Smart car's there. Smart car needs to be up here. There we go. So if I move the car smart above the shadow layer here, and remember the shadow layer is constrained by the proportions of the clipping mask, I can take that shadow and move it around. Now, obviously that shadow is not looking exactly like the other one is, but it's pretty darn close. And I mean, I can add more into it. You know, I can kind of just draw it in a little bit here and kind of have some dimensions, some things like that. See? So you play around with it a little bit, and there you go. There's your shadow, and it kind of looks similar to that. So at the end of the day, you have that actual one that was made versus the shadow I just made. Pretty much the same thing. And it can be still adjusted within this layer. So I can like keep and delete some of the stuff. So I constrain that shadow to make it, you know, kind of look more realistic, and I have more control over it. So creating a clipping mask is very important in understanding, because I guarantee you tomorrow we will be doing that. And we probably will be doing a lot of it. Other things is grouping layers. So if you select multiple layers, like if I want to combine the two shadow layers here together for whatever reason, I can go Layer, Group Layers, or Control G, and it groups those layers together in a group, in a folder of group. In fact, I shouldn't have done it that way. What I should have done was I should have grouped that along with the mask, and then Layer, Group Layers. So now they're all in one group, so I can hide and unhide the shadow completely. And the only reason why this little piece looks funky here is because I've got to move my mask over. And I can even move it over more. See, look at that. See how much control I have? I can do whatever I want. So, does that help answer your question on how did I create the shadow? And by the way, tomorrow we are going to go over an actual example of shadowing a couple people. Okay, great. By the way, if you like that, you're going to really like tomorrow. I think if you can keep up with it, you're going to really get a kick out of tomorrow with all the stuff we're going to do. I mean, I know today there's a lot of material to cover, but I guarantee you, if you really grasp the knowledge of this, you can really be able to take this and do practically anything you want, and you're gonna wow some people at the things that you can accomplish. Okay, so that's the grouping, and that's layers and smart layers. And you can also hide layers too. I mean, I just like to turn them on and off this way. It's much easier. And you can lock all layers in a group, which means that basically you can just lock them all with their you can lock them all in transparency, so you can't make them, you know, some transparent, some not. Yeah, you can lock the image, the position of the image, or just lock everything. If you lock everything, you can't move it. See, I can't move it. See, cannot complete your request because these these layers or these linked layers are locked. Say that 3 times fast. So I'm sure there's a way to, I never really do it. I'm sure there's a way to unlock, yeah. Just this creates a little lock here. So you can there we go. Not ungroup. Maybe it's just a right click on here. Release clipping mask? No. They usually have the little lock here, actually. I never lock layers, so this is something I typically don't do. Oh, there it is. There's the lock. See? Unlock, unlock, and unlock. And you can also lock the group of them by, well, I thought you could. You can lock that here. So like, let's say the shadow copy I didn't want to mess around with, but I wanted to mess around only with the shadow. This is a good example of that. So if I don't mess around with that, I can, and I know that I won't be interfering with this layer at all because I've locked it completely. So locking your layers can be beneficial. Merge down, that means merging two things. The top layer down below, you'd merge those two down. And merge visible means merging everything that's visible. Remember how we were able to remove all the things that were hidden before? Well, now we can merge the visible all together. See, the invisible did not merge, but everything visible did merge. Flatten image. Okay, so one of the problems with layers is this, is that when you go to finally save something, File Save As, you really can only pick a PSD. If you pick a JPEG, it's going to ask you to make a copy of it. This is not the best way to do it. The best way to do it is 2 different ways. The first way is that if it's a higher res image, you want to do Layer Flatten Image and discard the hidden layers, and then you can finally save as your JPEG. And notice how it says no copy. It doesn't say the copy thing, so you're good. Now, if you didn't want to do that, and you want to keep all the layers intact and kind of still work with it, but make a JPEG now, but do it the correct way you wanted, and if it's low res enough, you can't do this with too high res stuff. You want to save for web and devices. Save it as a JPEG, whichever, way you want to. And there you go. You can just save it like that. Okay? So that should give you a good understanding of layers and smart objects. Does anybody have any questions? Okie dokie. Let's move on. We're now going to go on to text vector objects and understanding path tools. Okay, so we're going to start off with this example from this kids room here. We originally don't have certain elements in here that we're going to add in some text elements. So let's go into the file, and we're going to bring in, we're going to show you the PSD. So as you can see here, we've realistically added a few things onto here, like this lifestyle logo here and this kids club thing over here. And we were able to do that because we could define, we could be able to manipulate text. So, got the logo here, kids club thing here. So we'll start with the Kids Club thing first. Just unhide the layer here. I just wanted you guys to type in Kids Club. And make it Arial black. Many of you already have that font. Make it maybe 14. No, not 14. 24 seems to be okay. So you've got this Lifestyle Kids Club thing here. Okay, that's fine, but it doesn't look so hot. So we've got to figure out a way to round this text. So what we do is we actually start with the shape layer. We'll start with the ellipse tool, and we'll do it around about the size of this one here. So let's zoom in on that area and kind of take that below here. Now remember, we have this other Kids Club text here, but that didn't work. We're just going to bring that over here. Now what we do with this is we actually click on the T for Text tool, but when you do it and you click, hold on, I think you might have to actually select the object. There it is. Okay. So there's a couple ways to do this. Now, what you had to do is that you have to actually select the path that this vector image had made. So the way we do that is, remember, go to this black path selection tool. We make sure to click on that. So see how it's highlighted? Then we put in the T for Text tool, and see how it changed from this kind of like circle? What that's doing is that will only allow you to be able to put text within that area. But what we want to do is we want to follow along the path of the circle. So we click on that, and now we type in Kids Club. So look at that. It goes around it. And we're going to go ahead and change the color of this so that we can see everything just fine. We're going to change that to like a blue color. Okay? Now, there is this little handle that we have here. What you've got to do is hold down the Control button and hover over that, and then you can move the Kids Club thing. You can at least try. Here we go. You kind of just have to move it up and down and around. This takes a little bit of getting used to, and you have to play around with it some. So there's a start and an end point with these. And you have to play with these start and end points. And to be honest, it's sometimes a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it saves a heck of a lot of time. There you go. There's your start and your end point. Okay, so where we go, we have our Kids Club rounded text. Move this down a little bit. Now see, it follows the path. It does not follow the graphic anymore. It actually applied its own path. So all we do is we take that shape layer that we made. We can hide it for now just in case if we don't need it. Now the Kids Club thing, we can't see it because it's a blue on blue. So what do? We change it. We change that by going and we click the Text tool. We highlight the text once again. We try to. There we go. I just double-clicked on it, and it selected the text and change it to a lighter color. So now when we look beyond it, we have this Kids Club thing. And I'm going to go into Paths, and I'm going to go ahead and click off the path. So now you can see it without the path. So there you go. You've added rounded text around that. Now, you can do amazing things, with this text. Just imagine the stuff you can do with this. Like if we have, like let's make a custom shape tool. You click on and hold the custom shape tool here, and we'll make it around a heart. So we have the heart. Again, we do the same thing. See how it's not the circle around the text thing, but it's actually goes around the outline of it. And we type in the word love. And let's just have fun with it. Let's make the word love go around the heart completely. So all I did was copy with the space and paste, 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 paste. And it follows along the whole way. So now we got a lot of love going on. And if we make that heart red, or use that color, you can use the eyedropper tool. When you're in here, you can use the eyedropper to take that color of that. And we'll change that love thing into white text. So, a whole lot of love. So you can really wrap around any shape. That's really what I'm getting at. And you can select certain parts of the shape to be bigger. See? So some of the love is bigger than others. And you can take, now this is a little bit more difficult to do, but if you hold the control button down, you might be able to put it on the outside. Let's say put a piece on here. There we go. See, I'm pushing it outside to the edge here. So I push that out there. And I believe, see, we can erase the rest of it. So you see, you can define how much you really want to have here. And we can get rid of some of the text. I use my arrow keys because some of it Photoshop just can't figure it out. So we have, again, I'm using my left and right arrow keys to make this happen. See? So we can wrap it around specific parts of any kind of shape that we want to. And we don't even need to have the heart. See? It's totally optional. So as you can see, you can wrap text around practically anything, making things very realistic. Let me delete these. So at the end of the day, which would you prefer? Would you prefer to have the kids club like this here? Or would you prefer to have the rounded text? And you have the final kind of result like that. So it blends in even better. All I did was change the color. I added a stroke onto it through the blending options, which I'll show you later. And that's about it. But it was rounded text like that, and it was very quick to do. It didn't require me to shift a letter here or there, here or there. You could be able to kind of do it on your own. So that's how you manage text. Now let's see how we work on vector-based images. So we have this lifestyle logo, that's our final product. But let's go ahead and bring in, through Mini Bridge, let's go ahead and bring in that logo. So we go into our, I just go into my recent folders, click day one, and go to my text vector paths. You want to open up the file LFF logo, double click, and here's the logo. So what's great about this logo already, the designer did what he was supposed to do and have it on a transparent layer. He could have made that a PNG, or he could make that an Adobe Illustrator file, but he knew that he could drop out the background like that. Fantastic, that's what we want. So what we'll do is we'll literally just drag this here, drag it to there. I'm sorry, drag it to here, and come back down, and here you go. Now, did everybody see how I did that? Because it's one of the newer functions that I really like, and I do this with all my stuff now. So it makes things a lot easier. Okay, I'll assume that you guys are all good with that. So the first thing we want to do is we'll make all the text here like red. There's a couple ways we can do this. We can do it through an adjustment. So you go in Image, Adjustments, Color Balance. You can put in color balance this way. Again, it's totally up to you, but it's black. That's the problem. You really can't add color to black because black is pretty much like negative space. So you have to add color on top of it. So the way we do that is, I typically don't do it through this stuff, but you can do it through here. Actually, one of the little tools that you have at your disposal, if I'm not mistaken, is the color replacement tool. So if I select some red text, make sure this works. Shoot. Mode, color, hue, saturation. Let me try hue. Unless I'm clicking off something here. Okay, well, maybe not that. Let me just do it how I normally do it. Right-click on the layer, click Blending Options, and click Color Overlay. It's just much easier for me doing it this way. I've done. It's funny. Whenever blending layers came out, which was, I believe, around a little bit before the CS series came out, it's just the thing I just constantly use because it's so adjustable, and you can do practically anything you want. So anyways, I use that color there, and we'll just keep it the red color right now just so that we can see it clearly. So we're going to show you some advanced, not advanced technique, but intermediate techniques here about scaling and skewing. So the first thing we want to do is convert this to a smart, well, name it LFF logo. Then we want to go ahead and convert this to a smart object. Because remember, if we want to, there we go. Because remember, if we want to go ahead and use this to increase or decrease the size, making a smart object doesn't make it all fuzzy and interpolate stuff. So you go under Edit, Transform, Scale, hold the Shift key down, scale it down. Put it down here. All I did was click here and put it down here. So now we have a decent sized scale to it. And then we'll go back into it and go Edit, Transform, Skew, S-K-E-W, Skew. Now when we clicked on Skew, what we want to do is, Skew can do many things, make it like blue, like that, like perspective and crazy stuff like that. You can have fun with that, press Control Z, but what we want to do is we want to skew this in the middle here so it moves up. And we want to line that here so that it kind of lines up with that edge, as you can see right there. So that's close enough. And we have that in here. Now, it still looks like it's floating on top of it, so we still have to go into the blending layers. Now, one of the things that I'm going to tell you about now and tell you about later with stuff that blends is that you've got to make the fill, you've got to turn your original fill off. So you put it to 0%. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Maybe the fill is fine. Oh, it's because it was a smart object, that's why. I might be able to get away with this without it, so. Yeah, I can. Great. And there you go. I changed my thing to color, and what happens is that when you change it to color, it can adjust for the shadows here. Like I'll show you a bunch of other ones if you try to use like vivid light, for example. It doesn't work right. But color takes the actual color around it and puts it into the scene like that. I use color for a lot of stuff, and it blends just super well. So as you can see, it's very similar to the final product that you see here. Now, does anybody have any issues or had any problems doing any of this? Does anybody have any questions? Because we actually breezed through that quite quickly, which was great. Okay. So I wanted to spend a little bit more time. Actually, now that we've got more time, I can tell you some more text-based stuff. So the text tool, we have other ones down here that you can do text real quick and say you can make text go from top to bottom like that and make it a little bit bigger. So all I did was I selected the text and made it vertical. And then I just start typing and it types it all the way down there. And you can do them with masks too, like a mask tool. That's the horizontal one. And see, it made a selection. And you can like copy and then edit. And I'll show you that later about pasting into. But anyways, it makes a selection for that so that you can be able to do whatever you want. Like I'll color it. Actually, I can't color that on that layer. I have to. Let me just make a new layer. And there you go. There's the color. See? So you can really do it by making a selection of it or by doing the actual real thing of making actual real vector-based text. And you can space it and do it whatever way you want to. So that's simple text things that you can do. I'll briefly go over some other text things here real quick with you. Remember about the whole text thing that if you click and drag and hold, you can make a bunch of text together. So I'll take some, let me go online and go to some text that I find, like here. I'll select all this text, I'll copy it. So I'll put this in, I need a new color. I'll make it white text. And see how it takes the boundaries? And it knows to go back and forth with it. I can center the text, right justify it. I can make it none, so that's like jagged and anti-alias text. And anti-alias the text through different ways up here. Change the size, change the font, you name it, I can be able to do it, no problem. And I'll also go under let's go to the character. You can do a lot more functions here too. Like we'll increase, should increase the depth of the text. Give me a second. There we go. Oh no, that's the one that, so you can make a bunch of crazy text that way. So it stretches it out. So that creates a whole new kind of where you're piece of typography where you're making something kind of now instead of what it's saying, you're making it a little bit more dramatic. We can put that back down 100. So you may have to make sure to select the text. So what I do is when I'm inside the text, I press Control A, and it selects all the text that I have in there. So when you're inside of a text box, make sure to press Control A. The reason is because it selects all the text you're using. If you only selected just a portion of the text, the other text is not affected. So if you stretched out all the text and then you selected it kind of again, and you modified that and that looks perfect, but the other text looks all weird and stuff. So you got to make sure to press Control A, select all the text, and then bring that back down to what it needs to be. There's other stuff here too. It's just moving text back and forth, up and down, left, right. And again, right here, if you want to space out your text more, you can do that here. Even change the color of your text. And then, of course, bold it, italicize, make it all caps. Have that kind of the first major letter have, or the important ones have, which I don't even know how it does that, but the important words to have, emphasis on the first letter of each of them, like cliff notes, all that stuff. Strike through, underline. So it's all there. Not even sure. You can do different languages, which I didn't really know about until now. But we'll keep English. That seems to be a good one. So that's how the text tool is. And going on to the paragraph stuff, we showed you pretty much everything here. But I mean, you can do more than that. You can space everything out perfectly to the left and right margins. And adjust them. You can keep hyphens on or turn them off. So these are all the different kind of text tools that you can use. Does anybody have any questions on modifying text? Okay. Let me go ahead and move on. I believe next on our agenda is path tools. Okay, so let's open up a new file. I'm going to go on to the one that's special copy paste. And again, it was actually in a different file for a reason, because we're going to do some more stuff with that. With this file, we're going to do more stuff with that file in this example. Now, let me tell you a little bit more about paths themselves. Now, the way a path works is we're going to take a look at these windows. In particular, this one. So paths are very, very good way of specifically stating that you want to work on an object and make it look, kind of as good as possible without it looking any jagged or weird or anything like that. There are different methods to doing it. I'll show you, for example, like if we use the refine edge tool, we'll have some problems sometimes. Straight edges don't look so good. Feathering kind of blurs it too much. The refine kind of misses some stuff. and a clean path can look a lot better at the end of the day. So we're going to go ahead and make paths. So here's how we do it. We start everything with the pen tool. And by the end here, we're going to just basically make these windows. And we're going to be, hopefully, I would like to drop something in there if we can have time before we take our break. So let's just start with the pen tool. And really, when you go into this stuff, I really suggest you kind of zooming in. So we're going to get nice and tight in there. So when we go to make paths, just start making them. So what you do is you click one time, then you click to the nearest area here to make, see how it has straight? Now you click and hold, and see it made these little like handles. You can adjust those handles by holding down the control button. So see, I adjusted the handle. After we're done with that and we're happy with that, we go ahead and make another one. Now sometimes when you have that problem, you have this where it creates an additional loop. And so you've got to be able to, again, hold the control button down and modify that a bit. And sometimes you have to go back to the other path and you have to say, hey, look, I only want to mess with this and not that path. So what happens is when you start adjusting right off the bat, you'll notice that you'll have these odd curved lines and all this other stuff. What I typically have done in the past is that I don't do it that way. I rough it out first. Because as you can see, if you keep trying to manipulate it, it keeps moving other stuff around and everything else. And you literally have to go to the tool, this one, the convert anchor point, and do it this way. And move it, and move these things individually. And it takes too much time to then go back into the pen tool and do your thing, and keep doing your thing, and keep doing your thing. So we're going to start over, and I'm show you how I do it. So we'll start here, and what we want to do, our goal, so you know, is to make this whole window pane here all in paths. Okay? So let's get started. Again, we're using special copy paste paths.psd file, and that is not in that is in the duplicate, clone, heal, content aware folder that we have for day one. And that's all in there. Okay? Because we're going to be doing more with this same scene. So let's start. Start here. I'm going to rough this out. Now, see how it doesn't line up? That's fine. Don't worry about that yet. Your goal is you want to be able to make a small amount of paths as you can by hitting major parts of it. And you'll know eventually how to do this better and better and better as you do more and more paths. But I know this out of personal experience. All I need to have is one here, one there. This has a little bit of a curvation to it, but I'm going to just kind of let that go. I'm going to just pick that here because I think I can work with that. And then I'm going to pick one here. And again, if you don't get it correct the first time, we'll show you how to add points onto it so you'll be okay. So we add the path here, and we'll end right here. Okay, congratulations, we made our first rough path. Now, just for the sake of it, let's make the other one. Now, the way we do it is, you can either do it one of two ways with a big curved surface. You can either have it here, in the middle, and down here. I prefer to have it go all the way to the bottom. One here, and one here. Okay, so now we have two different major paths going on. Let's first start off with the one on the right. So what we do is we go to this Convert Point tool. Click on the path, and now we click and drag from to the right a little bit here. The left anchor point does not need to move, so we're going to bring that back to its original spot, right about there. We're then going to take this handle and move it here. Now we can move it whatever way we want. If we hold the Shift key, we can move it perfectly to its shape. Now, as you can see, we still have a little bit of issue down at the bottom, but I think we have a new way of attacking that. So we're good at the curve about from here to here. We're not too bad. So let's select the other one. You select the other one by holding the Control button down and selecting that point on the path. Now we're going to do that Convert Anchor by letting Control off, and we will go ahead and do the same thing we did before. Hold the Shift key down so we make it stretch out a little bit more. The one on the left, the anchor that's on the left, does not need to move because it's a straight one. So we're only going to move this one. I'm sorry. Well, that's how it's supposed to be. But actually, how about moving this one over and then moving this one over here? There we go. So you move only the one portion of that. And look, you have a good path. Everything works out. Now let's say that we just didn't like this here a little bit. We can add a piece onto there by going onto here and clicking Add Anchor Point Tool. We click on it here, and then what we do is we just drag it down just a little bit. Now if you want to, you can feel free to zoom in even more to make sure you're doing it the right way. But we're right on the money there. Okay, so now that was the easy one. Let's work on the tough one here. So we want to close this finally by just pressing the black arrow, as I call it, or the path selection tool, and it just automatically turned everything over there. We next want to work on this one. So what we first work on, again, you can work on it through this way. But it will, if you work it on through the selection tool, the direct selection tool, if you hold down the Control button, come on, there we go, the Control button onto it, just do a couple clicks and you'll see this turn from all black points to clear points. You'll be able to work with that. Now you can still move things around, which is fine. If it turned out that if you didn't have it at the right location, that's how you move it around. But what we want to do is we want to take care of the little handles, the Convert Point tool. So we do the same thing again. We click and drag, and we move that little handle here, move it up. That way it ensures it's going straight up to where it needs to go to. Then we take care of our little handle here. Okay, now let's move on to this one. Click and drag. Again, bring that other point back over here so it ends in a nice point, and we'll bring that curve over here like that. Do it for this one. Sometimes when these handles are too close, it's a little bit hard to do, so we have to zoom in sometimes. See, we're not at the right edge here. We need to fix that. So there we go. Now the path follows the line, and this one follows it pretty good too. And we actually should use the other tool here, this point, the direct path tool. or point tool and bring just a little bit. Adjust the handle. You can do that with that tool too. And there you go. Continue on. Drag it over. Drag this a little bit over. And it's kind of matching over here a little bit. We've got the top portion, but the bottom portion would need some help here. So there we go. As you can see, it kind of matches up. Let's move outside of it and see how we're doing. Now, we'll see, does this really line up here? This is what makes this difficult, because we have this white, but we have this kind of, it's almost blending on here, so it's really hard to tell at this point, which is fine, because as you'll soon find out, you can modify your paths. But we're going to bring that down maybe a little bit more. I'm just using the arrow key to go up and down to fine-tune it. And it's good to line up one with the other. Okay. Okay. We have these two working out. So now, before we move on with the rest of them, we're going to ask ourselves, okay, this is great, we're making these paths, but what are we doing with these? Well, once you've created them, they are in these paths here. Okay? And you have a thing called a work path. This is what you've been working on. The one that I have here is the one that was already done on the first window. Or at least a couple of them was. And then we have your one that you've been working on. So what do? We right-click, and actually, no, not right-click, but double-click on it. And we want to name that path middle window or middle windowsill or whatever you want to call it, just so you know you'd understand it. So we've now created it. We've now saved it. Now we got to do something with it. So I'm going to get into this more, but you can remember how I showed you how you can be able to get something and paste it into there, like for the other object with the smart objects and the layers, where you were able to put one layer inside of another and even do it for feathered objects and everything else. Well, you can do that with selections too. If you right-click on this and say Make Selection, they'll ask you if you want to feather it. We don't really want to feather it at all. We do want to leave it anti-aliased and make it a new selection. And so what we'll do is we will go back to our layers. Actually, not go back to our layers. We'll actually go back into our file here. Down here, there should have been... I thought there was a... There it is. Special copy base background. There we go. So we're going to add this into the file, but we're going to, again, make it into a new file here. We're going to select all, or Control A. We're going to copy. And we're not going to just paste it. We're going to paste special. So right here, it's called Paste Special. You can paste it in place. paste it into, or paste it outside. I'm not really a big fan of paste in place. I like to do it either on the inside or the outside. So the path that you make, do you want to put that image inside the path, the selection, or do you want to put it on the outside of the selection? So let me ask you guys that. All right, what do you think? Do you think that you should paste it inside or outside? Okay. Inside, correct. Exactamundo. So you go edit, paste special, paste into. And there you have it. You've got a part of the scene in there, and I'll just move the scene around. So you know, see? So now you're putting a brand new scene into here. And what it does is it creates a mask. A mask is something that it basically says, okay, can you only contain whatever image you're pasting into in this specific area? So this is exactly what you've done. Now, if I'm not mistaken, here's the layer 1 mask. See? Now I did that. You're going to learn more about that in channels tomorrow. But I did that by going to here. Okay, remember that's how it turned on. So under this layer 1 here, we had created a new mask. See, it says layer 1 mask. But we'll just change the name. We'll just change the name to new background with a D. So go back into the channels and see how it says new background alpha, or probably new background mask or whatever. All the red here represents the part that is not masked. This is the clear area, is the area that you've masked. Okay? Now the good thing is that you could actually continue on the mask here if you really wanted to. And I will show you this later. But you could mask stuff in, which is pretty cool. But we're not going to do that now, because the whole idea behind this path is that the path can be used over and over and over and over again. And that's a very good thing that you want to have in Photoshop, something that you can go back a year later and figure out how to fix. So let's go back, and how about everybody go ahead and let's finish off this windowsill, because let's go ahead and see if we can make something fun. First thing we want to do, let's remove the channel. Oh, I'm sorry, remove this here, which is one of the channels, the alpha channel. Delete the layer mask. Yes. Okay. Now, as you can see, that image took up everything, took up the whole thing. So we're going to delete that new background. Now, do we have to start over with everything? No. We go to Paths, middle window. See how it's highlighted? Now let's keep working. So during this thing, you'll probably hear some, you probably won't hear my voice too much because I'll be working on it. But I want you to do the same, because, you know, if you have any questions on how to exactly do this, let me know. But we're going to go ahead and get this done. So, where is that? There it is. I'm going to make sure that these line up. Actually, they might not need to, but hold on. So let me just go ahead and move these up a little bit. And for this, all I'll need to do is use the direct selection tool because I really am not curving anything. So that's fine. Move down to these window seals. There's view. And I'm betting these guides can be put away. Maybe not. There is a way to take care of these guides, but for right now, it might be good to keep on. I personally am still getting used to them. Oh, that's the other thing. If you're in real close and you need to move over, hold the space bar and move the hand over. That's going to save you a lot of time because it's a lot better than just zooming in and out. So I'll line this up here. And we'll finally go on to the last couple ones. Now here, I can curve this because I know that this is going to complete a curve. So I can get away with that here. Sometimes. See, I shouldn't have touched it. I'm going to have to deal with that later. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and fix these up here over here. Go off to the convert point tool. Move this over so it's nice and straight. Okay, that finishes the windowsill there. And let's move on to the last path. Might need to move that one over. So if I hold down the control key and move the arrow over, might be better. Move this handle over. Hold the control key. this handle over. And remember, we're getting really tight here, so in some ways, none of this is really gonna, you don't have to be perfect and precise, but it's good to have. So we have that middle window done. And now, the last thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and select these things by holding the Shift key. When I click Combine, we're combining all the paths together. It just makes it easier, so if we want to move one thing, it moves it all. That's all the reason why we're doing that. And paths would still work if I didn't combine them like that. So let's combine that with the left one. I believe you can. Hold on a second. So we'll just do the middle windows right now. And we're going to go ahead and copy and paste that thing in here. Let's first of all make the image size of that a little bit smaller. I'll make it 70. Remember, 72 dpi. That's screen resolution. The other image here is that 72 dpi. So let's make a 72 dpi by like 1400 over. I select all. I copy. So it's now in the copy. With my middle window, I click Make Selection. I would suggest not feathering it. It's not needed really. And then go under Edit, Paste Special, Paste Into. And voila. You have a new scene. See? So once you bring all these together, your new scene, will look similar to this one when you bring them all together. It might even look better than that because I was a little bit in a rush with that stuff, but you get the idea. So you can now create a new background. And personally, I like this one a little bit better. I like looking at a river view versus a blown out, view of some bushes. So if I lived in that house, that's the view I'd like to see. So that, in its essence, is how to use paths. There's a few other things you can do with these. If I right-click, I can click make the selection out of it again, and then I can make a go under here and go Edit. Hold on, I've got to be in the right layer to do this too. In fact, I'm going to put that on a new layer to do that. I'm going to change this to, this is kind of like a little bit gray. I'm going to go Edit, Stroke. It's going to apply a fine, thin stroke around all these areas that I have. I want to do that on the inside. The reason why is because, well, actually doing it on the center wouldn't be bad either. We'll try both ways and see which one looks better. So we'll add that in there. Control H to hide. And let's see if it did anything. Yes, it did. See how we had kind of like these kind of darker areas where the mask didn't hit from the clean stuff, the path cleaned? Well, that fixed that problem. In fact, I'm supposed to put the stroke above everything else. There we go. Now here's a problem I have. by putting it too much on the inside, it really didn't work out. So we probably want to apply that on the outside. So let's go back into our history. And go under Edit, Stroke. We'll try outside. Control H to hide. And there you go. So now you get more definition out of your windowsills. Because remember, the selection, if you notice how the paths were on the inside of the windowsill. So if you put it on the inside, it's going to go over here. But if you put it on the outside, it's going to put it here. And if we notice, there was a lot of white around the windowsill here. So that fixed that problem by adding a little stroke onto there. And now the lines are a little bit cleaner. So there are some things you can do more than just kind of using it as a special way of copying pasting. And again, tomorrow I'll show you even more stuff, but I thought that you guys might find that interesting. The other things that you might be able to do, you can fill the path after you've made it. Fill the path with foreground color, background color. See? So you can actually make, shapes out of that. And you can do more stuff with that too. And I can even change the blending layer to something to change it back to black and white. Because it takes the color, and the color was gray, so it made it black and white. So I hope this gets your mind thinking around different ways you can use path tools to make selections. And when you make the selection, you can be able to do a lot of really intricate detail work and make things look really nice and completely change an image. So when they say that you've been photoshopped, this is the kind of stuff they're doing. It completely changes stuff. So does anybody have any questions about paths before we go on to break? Okay. Alrighty. So are you guys getting this? Let me hear some comments back. I'm curious. I mean, does it make all sense? Is it gelling in, or is it something that you think you have to look at a few times? Cool. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Why don't we take a little break and come back, and we're going to get into the duplicating objects, the cloning and healing and stuff. And by the way, I agree with you guys, or ladies, guys, that this stuff is a lot of fun. I mean, I can't believe sometimes this is actually my job, really. But this is really good stuff, and you can practically, once you learn these concepts and tools, you can use it on so many ways to manipulate practically any image out there once you're done with it. So we're going to go on a break. Okay, so we're back with, after finishing off the paths here, we can continue on with this file to kind of show, again, the special copy-paste feature. I think we covered it a lot, but you can do anything that you want once you've made the selection set, and then you can kind of go back with it. Couple things to keep in mind with path tools is that you're never really limited with the path tool, but you can never save the path after you're done if you're saving it like as a JPEG or a GIF or things like that. It's always part of the source file, the PSD file, because only really PSDs understand those paths. When it comes to other programs like Illustrator, they can actually import and bring in paths. But that's a whole other thing, and that deals mostly with Adobe Illustrator, but there is potential for bringing in vectors with its own paths and stuff like that. But even with that, you know, overall, you should be really confident with how you should be able to select stuff and take care of stuff. There are many ways to select stuff, to find stuff, and to adjust stuff. So, and we're going to actually move on to some of the adjustment of stuff. So let's we'll maybe come back to this later, but let's get out of here for now. I'm going to go ahead and I want to save this. So I want to make sure I've got the right info that I need and that I'm not messing up the scene at all. Yep, that should seem to be fine. Okay. And to kind of recap of how paths work really efficiently, I've gone ahead and done ways where I've gone ahead and done like quick selection tools and kind of modified it. Hold on. Actually, I got to do it with this layer here. Control D to deselect. And I'm going to increase the brush size. It's on the minus. Hold on. Why is it on the minus? There we go. See how the quick select tool kind of goofs it around? I can quickly select this stuff. And then I can go ahead and refine the edge. Right up here. So after doing this kind of stuff, and again, it's able to figure out a lot, and it's a quicker way to do it. Add in more of the contrast, and I gotta shift the edge in. But I mean, you get the idea of what happens here as you select stuff after refining the edge, and it's finding the edge like that. Or even better, using like the magic wand tool. Like even the tolerance is at 8 and it's still having a problem. You know why the problem is? It's because you've got this sliver here. See how it's white and we just got barely a line here? But separating between one piece of white versus the other. That's a problem. And that's what's causing all the confusion. On top of that, look at your windowsills here. You'd have to be able to find ways to clean that up. So using path tools, while it may not be the fastest way at first, it is very efficient. But I'll keep trying to clean it up more. We'll see what I can do. And just show you the difference. Hopefully I can just refine the edge and get it to somewhere halfway decent, just to give you an idea. And always using a combination of these is a good idea. See? Look how much better it did than the magic wand did. It's really good at gobbling like oh, hold on. Like Pac-Man, it kind of gobbles up the little goblets real well. Let me go to my history and change something. There we go. So let's see if we can do the refine after. Actually, I got to do these first. Making the brush size smaller also doesn't interfere with all the other stuff. And so here, I just got a lot of weird stuff that happens. But as you can see, if you have stuff that's too close in color, then you're going to have problems. So let me refine that edge again. And you can also do that under Select, Refine Edge. Smart Radius works sometimes here. Okay. Increase the contrast to that. Albeit kind of a sloppy job, it does do the job. Okay, so it does the job. We had a little bit of a chunk here, but you get the idea. Whereas with the path, what we've had in the past happen, or see here, this is what we did with the path. Let me zoom out a little bit. And remember that this piece here is where the fan was at. So this is what we have with the quick selection, and this is the actually, let me go ahead and fill these so that you can see the difference. So that's the background. That's what we did, and this one here. There we go. So you can see the difference. This is good enough. As you can see here, and that's what I'll do. I will put in a black background. Okay? So this should tell you a lot. Besides the big missing chunk, you've also got these problems here. Look at the windowsills here. It only picked up some of the stuff. All this white here is stuff that still has to get fixed. Whereas this, it's got some problems, don't get me wrong, but it's much cleaner, much nicer, much more usable. And keep in mind that we can always refine the, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. That's why it's actually way better. There we go. That looks like our path. Wow. Yeah. Remember, I can't have both selected. It makes it look bad. So you have the one that is the one that's a quick select, and then you have the one that is what we all did. Now, which do you think would look better overall? Obviously the path one. So remember that as you're doing it. I've also got these listed here. I went over a few of them with a couple other refined edges. So we did the one where we did the refined selection. As you can see, it chunked out a little bit. Here, feathering it, giving a path feather. It does some stuff good here, but it just doesn't do a good enough job there. Path using no feather, did a little bit better job. And then finally, the path that was kind of cleaned up looked like this. So I can go from my quick selection and refining it to adding on more and cleaning it all up, but at the end of the day, this looks the best because it's clearly defined by your paths, and you can always go back to it later. Yes, you can go back to it later from this stuff, but again, it doesn't start with a clean path like this one does. So choose your battles wisely. If you got something you got to get quick out, you can do it the quick and dirty way. If you got something that you need to make look good, I would suggest using paths. So let's move on and just start playing with the healing brush, cloning, and all that good stuff. And let me delete some of the stuff here first. Delete these. We don't need these. And I will save that along with the, yeah, there's the middle window, and I'm going to save this. Now this is a file I haven't really worked on, so the reason is because I really want you guys to be involved with this. Okay, so what we have here is we have a scene, a building, where it's got a lot of trees, a lot of shrubs, and it's for Hampton Inn. And what we want to do is we want to be able to add stuff into the scene itself. So what we could do is we could do a couple things. And again, this is I'm doing this all on the fly because when we do all this copying and cloning and all that stuff tomorrow, it's going to make a lot more sense into real practical stuff as we do. But to get just the concept an idea down, really it just takes you to kind of just go ahead and get right into it. So we have different areas here. We have the spot healing brush, the patch tool, and the red eye tool. Now, the red eye tool, we won't get into too much, but it does exactly what it says. It fixes red eyes in photos. So if you have photos that have red eyes, all you would do is wherever the pupil's at, you would select around it, and it would adjust or desaturate the red out of it or get rid of it. But it's something that you only have to do a few times. It's very simple to do. Again, all you do is you just do a selection around it a few times, and it gets the red out. So let's move on with the rest here. We're going to be dealing again with the spot healing, patch tool. Not too much with the brushes here. Cloning, pattern stamp maybe a little, but really the cloner is going to be our big guy. Not too much with the art history brush. We might erase some things, maybe desaturate some things, but the end goal is to really just kind of know how to copy things and move them on over. So let's start actually with the clone, because everything started with the cloning brush. So let's go ahead and figure out what exactly a cloning brush does. Well, what it does is that it says, okay, from a finished source that you have, you want to take this information and put it over to a different location. So if your bush over here, you want to create another bush over here, you would have to make this as the original source and paint it back over here. So how do we do that? Well, we do that by doing this. We first hold down the Alt button. Click on that. Go down here, and I know it's hard to see on this screen, but it's actually showing you the pieces and parts of that bush right here. So we can just go ahead and have our starting point be like right around here, and we can start putting in. And look, see the crosshairs are above there? You can start kind of painting around the edge here and start making the bush. Now this is fine and all, but as you can see, we've got some extra stuff around here. So how do we fix that? Well, remember we talked about layers? Undo whatever you did. Let's make a new layer. Because with everything with cloning and everything you do, selection or whatever, don't expect to be perfect right off the bat. Just let it go, because it's going to take you more time trying to perfect going around lines and all that stuff than anything else. Okay, so let's go and do that again. Now I've made a new layer. You just, again, new layer. We'll name this bushes. And again, hold the Alt key. Just go somewhere in the middle of the bush and just start painting the bushes here. Oh, I forgot to tell you about that. You actually have to go down one level, because what happened is we just tried to clone nothing, because in that layer there's currently nothing. So you have to hold the Alt key down here on the bush on the background layer, then go to your bushes layer, then go to the area you want, and now when you do it, ta-da! And again, look at your crosshairs above if you can. They're kind of gray and hard to see. But just kind of get a good idea what you're doing around here. You just kind of go around the edge first of all, and then kind of fill it in. And if you want to, fill in some stuff here. And we'll add some bushes onto here. And add some bushes onto here. Okay. And why not? Let's just go with the other bush too. Let's just kind of combine all this stuff. But you want to make sure you actually get all the way around the bush itself. That's going to be important. You don't want to miss anything. So we'll get into there. Maybe add some over here. Okay. So now we've made some bushes and copied them from here to here. Now, because it's on its own layer, you can move the bushes everywhere you want. So if it looks better to you here, that's fine. The first thing we want to do is we want to clean these up. So the way we clean these up is a couple ways. First thing you can do is you can try to refine the edge. Actually refine, hold on a second. Hold on. Why does it want me to mask? That's strange. Hold on a second here. It won't let me refine the edge. Oh, I know why. Yeah, you kind of have to select. Okay, in order to refine an edge, you have to actually make an edge. So, easy way to do that is to go with the magic wand tool, select around the bush, and then do select inverse, and now refine the edge. So now you refine the bushes here. See what it can do. I'm not sure how much it can figure out, but we'll see. It can't do a good job there, so I was curious to see if it would do anything. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't do a good enough job. You know what, just don't even worry about refining the edge. I thought maybe it could do something a little bit more to help us out, but you know what, sometimes it just doesn't do the job. Usually refining edge works well in the actual around the scene when it has other data around it, but because there's no data to support it around it, it just can't figure it out, which is understandable. So let's zoom in, and the thing that I do a lot is I will feather out some circles and some stuff, and I will just like literally go over it and do it that way. Now right now that feathering's a little bit much, so I'll feather it a little bit. So we're going to start up the transparency here. And I'm going to go ahead and feather it out a little bit more. You just kind of have to follow my lead here. You kind of push it out to the edge a little bit and keep hitting delete. And then you'll start using the eraser tool. You kind of delete around the edges a little bit, pop them in and out just to give them a little bit of extra sense of realism here. Trace around the edge. So you don't want to make it completely all feathered and stuff. You want to give it a little bit extra rigidness to it. So it has a certain level of, you know, realism. And it's great because, we don't have really steady hands, so, so we can't get things perfect, so that actually works well to our advantage. And kind of go in here and erase some stuff. So now we have some bushes that we cloned. And what we can do is we can duplicate the layer. So now we'll have two sets of bushes. And we'll duplicate again. Now, instead of making it look like it repeats forever, you can do a few quick things. Go Image, Edit, Transform, Flip Horizontal. So again, Edit, Transform, Flip Horizontal. So there, it makes a mirror of it. And you can move it over there. Who says you can't have one kind of big bush? So we're going to put all these together. Select these, press Control E. It puts them all together. Now they're not separated. And then I believe that we can do some stuff with the blending options here to make it look a little bit better. But we might not have to. Go through here. No. You know what we'll do? We'll go ahead and duplicate this layer. And sometimes doing a blending option on top of a normal layer makes it look pretty cool. So we can give it certain highlights if you wanted to right there. Stuff like that can help it out. But you get the idea. So in general, you can clone stuff. And you can place that clone of whatever you want anywhere you want. And so if we kind of look here, we've added a new layer of the bushes. Now if I duplicate that layer, I can stutter step them. And again, I only use a few bushes. If you wanted to, you can be able to there. So as you can see, it's kind of a more complete scene now. Instead of it being just some sort of flat grass right there that shows off the road, now you can just have your bushes right there. What did I do? All I did was duplicate them, stuttered them, set them around, and now we got bushes all over the place. And you can even do more than that. I mean, you can take like a certain level of bushes and darken them. So if you go under Image, Adjustments, go under maybe Exposure. Oops, that's a little much. So you can make some darker. And go to some other ones, and maybe you want to make those. Let's see. Maybe change the curves on this one. And again, I'm not showing you this yet. We'll be going into this in a little bit. So it just changes the color just slightly to help, change the steps on it. So at the end of the day, you've got vegetation. And for people who are in 3D, I took maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe, to clone that and put that in there. To have this rendered out with all this additional vegetation on computers, now I'm sure it gets quicker and quicker, but to have that all laid out could take hours. So you saved your company some bucks. But you see what I mean? You can kind of literally clone it. Just the cloning tool just makes it all work. And again, we'll show you all kinds of ways to do cloning. Now let's move on to, well, does anybody have any questions so far on how to use the cloning tool before I move on? Okay. Oh, we've got something. Yeah, maybe not. Everybody's all happy. That's great. All right. So let's move on to the spot healing brush. This was the next version of what Adobe had kind of come out with. So what this does is it doesn't just copy exactly what you have. It copies it and makes it thinks of what's beyond it, and it pastes it into there. Now I'm going to try this with separate layers, but sometimes this doesn't work right. So we'll take a couple of these crepe myrtles and see what we can do with them. These are crepe myrtles, by the way. So we'll do the same thing we did with that. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. The spot healing brush is just literally, it fixes an area. How do I best explain this? So like the spot healing brush, the other one I'm going to show you does the same thing as a cloner, but the spot healing brush itself, that one, let's say like you had this grass here and then you have some like artifacts that don't look right in here. So we have like various little tiny dots. Imagine those are like dust and scratches. The spot healing brush takes them away. Because what it does is it figures out that, look, hey, these red things aren't supposed to be around here. It's supposed to be this grass. So what the spot healing brush is, it kind of fixes those areas. And sometimes, like here's this bush, sometimes it can figure out how to fix this, but sometimes it cannot, because it's doing the proximity that's around the object. It thinks that this window is part of the background, which truly it isn't. So sometimes I might be able to get away with it like this, but let's see. Yep. Now you see what happened here? Why did it work now and it wouldn't work before? Well, it's because I told it, I forced it, I said, hey, look, you know, this is really the true background of this. I kind of forced it to say that, you know, you need to use the proximity only in this area. So that's what it did. It applied it, and it's trying to mesh the two, which is really stupid sometimes. It blends stuff a little bit too much. And so they came up with something out there called content aware. This is what CS5 is doing now. And with content aware, it does a little bit better job, but in some ways it doesn't. In fact, actually, I just used content aware. I'm sorry. The healing brushes use those over and over, so I have to kind of tell this to you again one more time. But see what proximity did? It blended it too much. Content aware is a little bit smarter in that it knows how to blend stuff from multiple sources itself. So if you want to have stuff, if you want to remove bushes and all that good stuff, sometimes content aware by using the spot healing brush works great, like I showed you with the grass, and sometimes it just is terrible. And in fact, you just basically have to kind of figure out, like for example, if I want to have this tree extend more, you'd think you'd do it that way. Nope, doesn't work. Try to do it with proximity match. Nope. It did proximity of just the bush here. So in many ways, using the good old cloner is honestly your best bet. If I would be on the right one. There we go. See? Now you just put the tree above the bushes. But let's say you want to have the bushes above the tree. So we'll try the content aware and see how it works. So we'll select all this stuff. Sometimes it works. See? Sometimes it works. But it still mishmashes stuff, and you still have to be able to do the good old cloning tool. So there, you got something that's decent. And remember, content aware and the proximity matches for the original spot healing brush, those are really kind of work well with blended in with the background. So you have to be kind of careful with that. But the spot healing brush, let me just show you that again, and I'll show you how the spot healing brush deals with these versus content aware. So if we make these dots again, okay, so the proximity match would do this. Gone. It actually does a pretty darn good job. Watch what content aware does. It does a pretty good job too. But sometimes it'll pick up these other red parts, because what happens is, well, here, I'll see if I can actually show you that. I bet you I could. Okay, so if we try proximity, it finds it fine. Content aware, it picks up from multiple sources. It did a good job. Wow, they're amazing. They're actually working well for me today. You should see me on these when I was practicing some of this stuff. Boy, it just wasn't doing the job. Because for practical uses, that's really simple stuff, and it can figure out the grass around it. Any case, kind of moving on. I can actually show you how content aware can work also. Let's say I wanted to increase the sky above. So if I go image, canvas size, and I increase, when you increase the canvas size on something, you want to increase it up so that your starting point starts down here, and anything that goes up beyond there that you add in, it's going to add pixels up to there. So I'm going to add pixels onto there. Image, canvas size. Yeah, I have to do the height, guys. 1350. And so when I do content aware, give it a little bit of info here, and I press delete. It says, how do you want to fill it up? You fill it with content aware. And give it some time, because this is kind of a larger image. There you go. So content aware can do really a killer job with increasing skies and stuff like that, because it can figure that out. Because what's great about content aware is that if it's not too contrasty, as I'd like to say, like you've got, you know, a window here, it's got clear definition between that and the wall and the shadow. There's definitely different things here. But if you've got something that blends or a pattern that's made, content aware and even the proximity match can do a great job out there. And it does wonders. It's where it gets into problems is like I said, where it has many multiple things that are of different shapes, sizes, and colors. It just can't make some of that stuff work. So I really go back to my standard good old cloning brush, and it works out just great. See what else I can show you here. Pattern stamp. Again, I don't deal with pattern stuff too much. I'm not a big fan of that, and I'd rather not show you guys that. It's not really necessary. Let's go on to the healing brush. Now, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if we can do this on multiple layers or not, but we'll find out. It looks like we can. So let's paint up that crepe myrtle. See what it does. That's strange. I don't know what's going on with that. That's really strange. I'm not sure exactly why it has an exact hole like that. That's why. Something else was covering it up. Oh, it was the changes that I was making to the other document. That's why. So you can actually do these content aware or the proximity match stuff on a separate layer. But anyways, as you can see, the crepe myrtle can do its job here with this. And I believe that the healing brush background layer, see you can start to kind of see what I mean. See, so what the proximity does is that it's trying to figure out what goes around it. Here's the problem, is that it doesn't know what's beyond that, so it's trying to fade into nothing because it can't blend the two. It's almost like kind of a smudge tool, kind of understanding what's around it algorithm that makes it work. But it's, again, if you use transparency, it really doesn't do the job that it should. So let's actually just do cloning. Like, let's make another crepe myrtle over here. So we'll first start here. And by the way, the other thing I do is I'm going to go ahead and make a source layer. It's always good to do this. Call this one background because it's the original. And call this modified background. And all I did was I double-clicked on my background, made it layer 0, and then changed the name of it. That's all I did. So we'll try and make this work. This should be fun. So you see, what it did was the proximity match took it out of the sampled areas. It took the blue of the window and made it kind of a blue hue to it. But it did a pretty good job. You know, it's not too bad. I'm actually pretty impressed by what it did. Maybe you guys aren't, but I've been doing this for a while, and you know they are getting better at this stuff. So I'm going to take this and top it over here. Let's see. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Now, imagine how much time that take you with the cloner to make that happen. Proximity really did its job. Boy, wow. They have definitely improved this. So this is definitely getting better. I mean, yeah, you got some blue hue here because of that window, but I mean, I just made a crepe myrtle, another crepe myrtle, blended in the scene just like that. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Now, what you can also do with content aware itself is you can be able to kind of select certain areas. Like I'll use the lasso tool. And let's say I didn't want that crepe myrtle there anymore. You can try, but it's we'll see. Actually, that doesn't work like that because we have the background here. So that's not true. I would go ahead and edit fill with content aware. And that's what it'll do. So it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for. It kind of took samples from the other crepe myrtles, and I think it took some bush stuff here. So it's kind of like it forms a mishmash of other stuff. So sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you can't. That's why we have your original background layer to help you out. But that, I will tell you, having that another crepe myrtle in here through the where are you at? There you go. The healing brush tool was great. I'll just make another one because this was so much fun. Let's just make another one. I mean, and I wasn't taking long at all. That's not bad. I mean, that's just not that bad. I don't know why it's ending there, though. Maybe I've got something wrong. Oh, I know why. Ugh. Hold on. Because of that lasso tool. Let's try this again. Here, there's the healing brush. I use the content aware fill. Now I'm going to go back in and say this is a messed up area. I'm going to go do the healing brush again. And I'm pretty sloppy. This is really sloppy work to make this happen. But it does a good job blending. I mean, that's not too bad. And when you look at this from far enough away, you can't tell the difference. Now, yeah, we got some problems here that we need to fix, but not too bad. Now let's see what happens when we use the patch tool. The patch tool allows you, this is what I always forget about the patch tool, if it's the source or the destination that it copies from. Let's go start with the destination. So I just highlight the crepe myrtle area over here. So it's got that selected. And it moves it over to here. I knew it. Man, always messing that one up. Let's try it again. So let's say that this area here, I need to have it all fixed up. So I move that over to here, to this crepe myrtle. Actually, I need to kind of, let me use this one over here. So that's not good either. I guess I will use this one. So the patch tool, what it does is that instead of me kind of doing what I did with kind of like drawing, I took a big chunk out of it and I pushed it over. So it kind of fixed that stuff. Now, you might be able to take some of this area here and, I don't know, maybe you can content aware the thing. And then maybe again, not. Some of the stuff it does is just crazy. And there's really no big settings for content aware. It's just the way it works. It's just like you either like it or it either works or doesn't. There's no really middle ground. So what I would do is the rest of it, I would go ahead and I'd fill that in with the clone. You know. But that's the way the patch tool works. So now you know the patch tool, the healing brush, and the cloner, and you know more about content aware. Do you have any questions? Okay. The one thing keep in mind with the cloning tool is, and I'll actually show you here. Let's say you wanted to put some stuff from the building here, but you only want to use a certain percentage. You can get away with that, and I actually do that quite a bit, where I'll turn down the opacity, and I'll take it from an object here and kind of put it into there, just enough to blend the two together. That was a bad blend. And you can also do it in a way where it says align sample with the current layer. You can make it so it's not aligned, which basically means that it stays where it's at. Oh, man. So you can kind of duplicate the same pattern over and over again. And keep in mind, you can also use some of these other tools here, like the smudge tool. You can kind of smudge things a little bit, like take that leaf and smudge it off so it looks like the shadow's still there. And smudge tool works pretty good like that. But don't overuse it because it typically blends. It typically looks a lot of stuff blurry, so you want to watch out for that. That's a early mistake I used to make with my images, was using the smudge tool too much. I learned to get away from it after a while. But again, if we look at from far away, I mean, really, do you see any problem? I don't. Looks great. Okay, so covered these tools, and I guess we don't have any questions on those tools. If we don't, we can kind of move on. Okay. Now let's go ahead and start adjusting some images here. Let's have some fun with that. Yeah, we can spend the next hour. I think it'll be the next hour adjusting some imagery would be kind of pretty cool. And we'll just take pieces apart of the Hampton project and kind of do it. Let me make sure I've got the right stuff here. Hold on. Oh, there's that bush. That was taken away. Oh, hold on. There's the other bushes. Okay. So we want all these bushes in here. That'll be good. And I'm going to just take this one. I just want to combine this scene correctly. So let me take a look at that and rip that out. I'm just going to go ahead and do a elliptical marquee with a feather, actually. Let me feather it a little bit more. Do it again. Drag it over. And to me, that is definitely not enough. I've got to really bump up my feathering. That'll work for now. Give you an idea of those bushes. So put those all together. Put them in a group, actually. Foreground bushes. Let's hide those guys. Okay. So let's take certain parts of the image and have fun with it. I am going to go ahead and select this just to show you the difference between one part and another part of an image as we go through this. And I think the best way to do this really is just to copy paste so that we can just see the modified side. modified color side. You can do the same thing at home. All I did was I just selected it with the select tool, copied it, and then pasted it. So let's just go under the different image modes. First of all, we'll talk about image mode. Okay, so we talked about, remember CMYK and RGB? Well, index color is made for GIFs. When you go to save something out, it's got to be an index color. An index color is kind of like a very limited range of colors that are made for GIFs. When you go to File, Save for Web, you'll see that some of the presets said GIF 256 colors or 128 colors. That's just limiting the amount of colors in there, which makes the file size smaller. And when you receive a GIF, it's going to be in an index color. All you need to know is that if you receive a GIF image and a lot of these options aren't available, you need to change it from index color to RGB. And when you do that, you'll have all your options back. So remember that. If you get a GIF, change it from indexed to RGB and then modify to your heart's content. Grayscale is pretty straightforward. We're just going to do don't merge. And there you go. Just change it to black and white. That's all that does. So, and that definitely decreases your file size because it doesn't have any colors to deal with anymore. CMYK, you have lab color multi-channel. Now see, you can have yours in 8, 16, and 32-bit colors. And this will definitely bump up the file size. But you can do more with this with specific functions in Photoshop. To me, doesn't make that big of a difference for me, but for others, it definitely shows improvement. So let's see if we can see anything here. Now, typically, you have to have stuff that, if it's already in that range, but there really isn't that big of a difference. Go back. So let's just put it back in 8-bit. You can work in your stuff faster, especially if you're doing stuff for the web. I mean, I guess the other stuff is good for high dynamic range imaging, which is called HDRs. But just keep in mind that for the most part, having them in multiple ways is in multiple bit depths for color is usually not going to affect your stuff as much. Yes, you have more colors to choose from, but still, to me, it's not that big of a deal. Eventually, one day it might be, but just today, it just isn't. So let's start off with adjustments. Really, we don't need to know any else. Adjustments. Okay. Brightness, contrast. Brightness, it's a brighter image. Contrast, you have more contrast. So the parts here, the parts really are defined. They're more dynamic from each other. So if we look in here, and we do that again, image adjustments, brightness, contrast. See, things are more contrast. The colors have separated from each other, and they make images pop out more. Like look at these crepe myrtles. Boy, those guys really popped out. But without them like that. So what you could actually do is you could do, again, one of my favorite things, feathering. You could feather these little crepe myrtles. I'm actually going to increase the feathering. Hi. I'm holding the Shift key so that I can be able to keep the selected feather areas around. I'll hide it so you guys can see it. Image adjust, brightness, contrast, and look at that. See that? You go from no contrast to high contrast. Look at those crepe myrtles pop out. It's like they're jumping out at you. And you don't even see the difference because it's being feathered out. Your eyes can't distinguish the feathering out between one part and another. And so instead of intricately selecting every little thing on a crepe myrtle, you could just do what I did. And you see absolutely no discernible difference. You can bump up the colors if you wanted to. I suggest not to, or make it as dark as you want, but that doesn't work either. But as you can see, you really pop those crepe myrtles. That is how contrast works. It makes it pop out. Now from far away it might not be as big of a difference, but when you look up close, oh yeah, there's a difference there. Alright, let's go and move on to some more. Make sure that nothing's selected anymore. Okay, we're good. Image, adjustments, levels. Now what levels do is it tells you how much of black and white imagery is out there, and as basically you bring this over here, you're increasing the brightness, and here you're increasing the contrast. Now to be honest, truth, I don't really mess with levels too much because I deal with brightness and contrast. Some people are absolute fanatics about using levels, which is fine. It's just the way that they learned it, and it's just another way to adjust your brightness and your contrast in a way that's, it affects the whole image itself so that you're more one way than another. You have more control, basically, between your brightness and your contrast than typically done. Curves, I use curves, definitely. Curves do roughly around the same thing, and you can adjust the curves. Like if you know how to use the pen tool, you know how to do curves. So you can adjust things to very strange results, really blown out stuff, to really strange invert stuff. The reason is that in your color information that you have here, you're able to distinguish and say, yeah, I want to reduce the level of blacks, or I want to modify it in a way where I receive the curve is more into the line of blacks than it is to the whites. See, that's white area up here, all white and all black. I can remove pure black from here by going up more. So these are the different levels of whites and blacks in your scenes, and you can kind of adjust that accordingly. So if you want to make it like a duller scene, you can go ahead and do it that way. And you can make it a duller scene along with making it contrast. So like I got high contrast in a dull scene. But if I put it more towards the line, and it's more like what the original was, I got rid of the lights, but I kept the darks. Vice versa, I can keep the light and remove the dark. And I'll even show you an extreme. There you go. See how you can get rid of the dark? So that should give you how it works. And they already have presets too, so you know. Color negative. So if you want to make a negative image. Linear contrast. I mean, all these are stuff that they've come out with. Just a negative photo, like you see, like before film photos were made. These are what they look like before they got processed. And strong contrast. I mean, they're all there. So, image adjustments, exposure. I showed you this a little bit. As you increase the exposure, it's kind of like almost simulates like opening up a lens. When you open up a lens for too long, you let too much light into your camera. You get too much exposure. This is the same thing. You can leave something overexposed like this, and it's really bright. Offsets. It offsets the color. It's dark to light. And gamma correction. Again, gamma is a kind of an exponential way of light and dark. So again, you can adjust it. It's, again, many different ways to get to the same issue, and that is to make something lighter or darker. All these do that. So that's what these pretty much tackle. Vibrance. That's a little bit of a newer one. That deals more with saturation. You can make a scene saturated, but not that like yellow color. So how it's yellowish? See, like we're changing the color and the saturation, but vibrance, it just kind of gives it a more richer color without really making it look too, changing it into another color. So that's vibrance and saturation. Hue saturation. Oh, all kinds of stuff here. Without going into some crazy detail on how this all works, you can make a place turn into Mars in 2 seconds. That's first and foremost, because that's the master hue color. You know that you're dealing with changing every part of the hue, and the hue is like basically saying that, like almost think of the brightness or darkness of a color. Well, if you change the hue, you change the color of it, but not how light or how dark it is. Saturation is how much color is burned into it. See, from black and white to explosion of color. Lightness, again, that's pretty simple. Now you can change individuals, parts of it. So like if you want to make your reds kind of, you want to change your reds into something a little bit deeper, darker. Look at that. Look how easy that is to do that. That's so horrible that you can just if you knew where I used to come from with this stuff, being able to do this before was just impossible. But now you can just literally, okay, so I want you to change the red in here. Okay, no problem. Here you go. Done. You don't have to re-render out your stuff if you're in architectural visualization. You just change some colors here and you're done. You're done. Now, this also changed the logo because the logo is red too. So how do we get around that? Same exact way I've been showing you guys before. Remember that thing, that color range thing I told you about? Image. You go with select color range. Let's do it by selection. Image. No, hold on. Something's not right. So there are the reds right there. We go. There's the reds. So we can do it by that. And when we do that, all we have to do now is hold the Alt key and select everything just above that, and that removes all the red around there. Now you can also refine the edge. Make sure that it gets even more for you. Sometimes the smart radius works and sometimes it does not. Let's go ahead and contrast some of that. There we go. We'll get a little bit more in there. Okay. Now, we've selected all this, and maybe we've got some of the trees here, but if we go under Image, Adjustments, Hue Saturation, and we only deal with the reds, that's not going to really deal too many reds in the crepe myrtles, except maybe some of the petals here. So we can change the hue completely. So now you just change the wall just like that. Just like that. Nothing else you need to do. You can make it more saturated, less saturated, and you can increase the brightness on it too. Done. All done. And we can go with every one of the other ones too. I mean, you know, if we want to pick other stuff, but you get the idea. And notice how the cyans, how it doesn't affect the wall at all? It's because it doesn't really have much cyan in it. Can't deal with saturation. So there you have it. So that's hue and saturation. Go to the adjustments. Color balance. That's pretty self-explanatory. You could have done the same thing there, changing the color. In fact, you can do funky stuff like, make it look like an old, one of those kind of older photographs. You know how it has too much red into it. You can do it that way by punching the red in there. Maybe add a little bit of yellow into that, so it makes it kind of look like that old 70s image. And then add in, some dust and scratches and stuff, and you pretty much got an old looking image. You can adjust the highlights. See your highlights here. See, like the highlight on the windows. You can change all that. All that's there. Change the shadows. So it changes the blueness of the shadows here. Make your shadows green. How nice is that? So, another way to adjust. Black and white. Well, it did what it said. It's black and white. Now, in black and white, you can add to what they talk about in black and white when they talk about like blue filter or make it darker. What they're talking about is that they're affecting certain parts of the making certain stuff high contrast. Boy, I really wish you'd know. There's a local guy around here in Florida. His name is Clyde Butcher. He's an artist, and he's really well known for like pictures of the Everglades and things like that. But what he does is that he also has he does black and white photography of the Everglades, and he does really good high contrast. And because he uses those old kind of cameras to make those pictures. Well, you can kind of simulate that same thing through these different filters. See, like a high contrast blue filter, high contrast red, because it still has the information color on there, and you can be able to adjust the certain parts. See, like the greens here, remember, because of the green grass, you make those green grass darker or lighter. It still remembers that, and so you're able to adjust for that. Infrared. I guess if you want to see what stuff looks like in infrared, make everything lighter, maximum black, neutral density, red filter, just the reds. See, like the red here, look how much it affects it if you punch it up. Bam. Any red. Since that's pure red, that's going to affect that big time. It's affecting this here greater too. These here, because I have more red in them. So they're all there in black and white. Photo filter. So this is more for photographers. They can add warmness to their images. If you can see here, it's kind of like a cooling filter. The image looks a little bit cooler. When they say, I want that to make it look just a little bit cooler, add some blue in there. That's what it does. You can really make it look bluer, but you get the idea. And that also is good at simulating. It's also good simulating stuff for that old photo too. I mean, the old photo I told you about back in the 70s, you can be able to do it that way too. Channel mixer. Don't mess with this one too much. This is a little bit, to me, it's an older feature that I don't know. I just didn't really like that much when I used it, and I'm sure there are great reasons for it. It's just that for whatever I've done, I've just found 10 other ways to make that happen. Invert, self-explanatory. Posterize. Posterize can make stuff look kind of like they strip away colors, or they posterize is just a stylistic thing. And as you gain in posterization, it increases the amount of original detail that you have, but posterization makes this kind of sketchy, high contrasty look to it. Some people like this. I do not. Threshold. As you can see how much data contains into it, like an ink kind of. It's kind of like an ink painting, almost like. But here's what's great about threshold. So watch. Duplicate that layer. Image adjustments. Threshold. So if I want to pick some of the most like high contrast areas to make adjustments, I go under select color range. Actually, let me see if I can load that selection. I'll tell you about that in a second. Now, I can't. I didn't think you could. Just do select color range, select the black. See, you really can't even adjust the fuzziness, which is great because this is almost like an alpha channel, almost. And with that, you can make specific adjustments. Hold on. Image adjustments, you got to go back into your color layer that adjusts stuff. You can be able to say, like, if I've got too much contrast, you can, I don't know, you can go into your levels or curves or even brightness contrast. Let's just go with something simple, the contrast, and reduce it down. There it is. You can't see it. I know it's probably hard for you to see, but you could be able to reduce it down. So I'm going to do just a color change so you can see what I'm talking about. There you go. Look at that. That actually looks even more like that old kind of style look. It makes that richer. It's really a neat effect because what you're doing is you're selecting portions of it that are the high contrast levels, and then you're adding in color or changing things accordingly. So it's a great way to make a fake alpha channel, and easy to make quick selection because all you're doing is, you're selecting, again, the black or even the white stuff. Hold on, I got to keep it off. Anyway, so you can see there, you can just adjust that. And that's one way of doing it through threshold. So let me delete that. Gradient map. You can just apply an overall gradient map for it. Based on its level of grayscale mapping, like the real dark darks receive the blue. Hold on a second. There you go. Here's some way to make it a rainbow color. But you can make some interesting things out of making the gradient map work. Tomorrow I'll really show you how to make this all kind of work out right. There are many ways to make it work good, but the examples I'll give you tomorrow kind of really hit home on what you can do, but you guys should know all the different ways to adjust so that you can check it out for yourself. Selective color, selecting reds. And now you're just affecting the reds. The red areas here, you're adjusting them. The cyan areas you're checking there. Like the yellow should affect these walls here. Should. Now it's still affecting the walls there. Do I have this still shown? Oh, I'm just affecting the reds, that's why. I have to go to the yellows and then affect the yellow. See? There you go. See, this changed. And the green of the grass is green and yellow together. Here, I'll make it red so that you can see the difference. The relative or absolute, its relative is around it. Absolute means everything. I don't typically use selective color too much, but it does work when you need it to. Affecting, again, the shadow and the highlights. So if you want to bump up the lightness of the shadow, you can here. If you want to decrease it, right there. And it knows that that's the shadow. The highlights, that's a different story. It's too much information for the highlights. What I do is I select for highlights, for those highlighted areas. Like, remember I showed you that in the very beginning of the class I had that scene where it was inside of an interior. And all I did was I adjusted that table and added a highlight with the I believe the dodge tool. Well, I could have easily adjusted that highlight and made the highlight of that table bigger by doing just this, that image adjustment. HDR toning, if I can remember right, no, okay, is, we're going to get into that, I believe, in what's the new with CS5, if I'm not mistaken. Variations, this is cool. So this gives you an idea of to make something look more red, more cyan. So you can change it and you can visually see how you can make these changes. So it gives you selections and options. You can go back to your original that way. If you want more of a really yellow building but you don't like it, click on back on original and that's done. You can adjust your shadows, tones. Guys, it's all the same. I mean, you know, these are all the same ways to get to the same thing. This is why when they call Photoshop the best program out there, it's because any one of these things you could completely tweak out an image, but yet, they have all these solutions, so they're all there. Desaturate, which means basically desaturating all the color, almost making it black and white, but really what it does is it strips all the color away from it. And I definitely use that as a starting point for other things. If I want to add color into the scene, I desaturate the whole thing and then add my selective color to the places. Because I don't want to fight with other colors, I want to start neutral. Match color, replace color, equalize. Don't use those. Not needed. So those are the image adjustments there. They have other ones here like auto tone, which auto tone, auto contrast. Oh, right. So auto contrast, auto tone. So let's say you have a wickedly bad looking image. Maybe I can do it here. I don't know if I can. Image adjustments, or I'm sorry, image auto tone. Nope. Auto contrast. Nope. It's something for. This works much, much better on something that is a bad image to start with, and I definitely use that, like auto contrast, Alt Control Shift L. I will go ahead and do that, like for a set of photographs that I have, and it does automatically adjust for that image. And I believe tomorrow I'll get into that with the soldier pick that I use for the taking care of dust and scratches and all that stuff. Okay, moving on. We'll go to image size. All right, now to teach you about image size. Okay, getting back onto this, it tells you the width and the height of the resolution of the image that you're using. The file size is above. The document size is so many inches by so many inches high by wide. And remember, if you're doing stuff that's on the web or just a screen itself, you want to keep it at 72 dpi. If the original image allows it, or your final image has to get to it for the printer, things have to be at 300 dpi, or pixels per inch. So one thing you need to keep in mind is that if you go from 70, anytime you scale anything up, you've got a problem. It's going to do a thing called interpolation, which makes it look fuzzy. So if I increase this from 72 dpi to 300 dpi, it drastically increases the file size, first of all, and second of all, it makes everything look fuzzy because it tries to figure out how big this thing is, and at a larger size, and it never looks like how it normally should. So you have to make sure that when you receive imagery and you need to send it to print, you need to make sure that you tell them, hey, I need this at 300 dpi. That's very important. Scale styles, scale constrained proportions, and resample image. So the way that this works is scale styles means when you scale it down or scale it up, the styles, like for example, if you put what we call a stroke, which is a line like we did around the windowsill, and we increased it up, well, right now it was at the width of it, or of that pixel line thing, was about, looked good at maybe 3 pixels wide. At that size and that resolution, that looked good. But if we take that thing and we make it go down to a very small thumbnail size, it'll look terrible because you don't want to have a big, it'll make it look like a big thick outline around your windowsill if you turn off your scale styles. So you want to keep your scale styles pretty much almost always on. Constrained proportions, that's good to do if you wanted to make your image, so like if I want to take this down to 2,000 pixels, this adjusts accordingly. If you put that off, it'll scrunch this. See? That's how you get a squished image. So you want to make sure that this is always set to constrained proportions. And resample image, just used by Cubic best. Other ones are good for, better for enlargement of objects and for reduction. But for the most part, by Cubic, for smooth gradients, I mean, it works best. Don't use nearest neighbor. Bilinear, now, these ones are good. So if you're enlarging something, by Cubic smoother. If you are sharpening it for reduction, what happens is when you reduce pixels, it makes it, the anti-aliasing kind of makes it look a little too fuzzy. So if you put it to bicubic sharper, it should reduce that amount of that fuzziness when you reduce the size. And that's good for making web images and things like that. So that's image size. We got to go into canvas size. Canvas size basically says that the height and width is a certain size wide by high. If you increase it, you increase whatever is in the background or foreground. So if I make that 4,000 pixels wide, it's got to add something into there. And usually that canvas extension color is the background color to make that work. So if you want to go ahead and reduce that, or you know, here I'll just show you what it does. Here you go. It just, because it was on, these are on layers and it has no background, it's just clear. If this was a background, it would have used this background color, this blue background color. We're going to go on to image rotation. If you want to rotate your images efficiently, You can rotate the entire thing 180 degrees, 90 degrees clockwise. You can even do it arbitrary, which means that you can do it by a specific amount of angle that you'd like. So we tilt the entire thing a little bit to the right. See? That's how that works. Image trim. I really don't do this too much. I believe it just trims. I thought it was outer edges, but really, it's something I don't do very much. Reveal all. So another one I don't really use. Duplicating an image. So I'll duplicate this. We're duplicating this entire image. So see, this with the layers is the same way here. So we duplicated the image. Apply image calculations. All this stuff, I don't mess around with this stuff. There's just so many other options I use that it's just not needed. So that's the image and dealing with the images themselves. What else? So really we know a lot about the image and layer. And let's see what else I can teach you guys here. I can go a little bit on brushes. So if we go with brushes, let's just make a new layer. You can increase your brushes, remember, by your brackets here, up and down. Or you can just click on here and get your brushes. You can load up all kinds of other brushes here. Increase the size. Okay. And you can actually make new brushes too. So the way we do that is, and we're going to get into that tomorrow, I'll show you that again, but I'll make one real quick for you. Make a new document, go under File, New. Make it 100 by 100 and make it a 72 dpi. That should be fine. Press OK. So that's a white image. Fill that in with black. So we'll click on this black-white thing to make that black. And then we'll put in a fill color. Where are you at? I am looking for the paint bucket. There we go. Sometimes you just can't see these things. So what you'll do is you go back to your document and you will select, I believe, the paintbrush. And this one here is, let me make sure I've got this. No, menus, preferences. Define pattern. No, it was, I'll have to, give me a second here. I know I can find this stuff for you. It is under the edit. It's under like define. There we go. Oh no, define pattern, but it should be define brush preset. So it's right there. I've got to figure out how to do that. Maybe I have to. There, edit define brush. That's why, because it has to be a flattened layer. Obviously, you can't have multiple layers to make a brush. So we'll just define this as a brush preset and call this square brush. Okay, so now we've made a square brush. So now we can go back in and you see your square brushes right there. I actually made one before. So I'll delete that brush. Okay, so when I make it in here, see? I can make a square brush. And when we get in more in the lesson tomorrow, we will give you ways to go help and define it a little bit better. There's a lot of things you can do with the preset of the brush itself. And there's also many other brushes you can choose from too. And other swatches, styles, and even contours. I mean, you can load in all kinds of new ones if you wanted to. So a lot of this stuff is very customizable, but for the brushes themselves, you can even give it like, instead of painting just black, you're painting kind of vivid light here. See? Very vivid stuff. So you can assign this, you can say that, oh, I want to paint this stuff to be a little bit vivid here, reduce the opacity and kind of start to fade it out a little bit. Increase it. That's too much. And so you kind of create areas that are more vivid, and you can just kind of, you could blur that out, you could do all kinds of stuff. One of the filters I use to blur things quickly is going to blur, Gaussian blur. It takes your stuff and it basically blurs it out. So now you kind of look like you have definition of clouds or whatever. Again, it's just something that you can do. So we make a brush to make that all happen. Along with that, let's see what else we can show you until we move on to the next part. Okay, I'll take you on to the next scene here. Does everybody pretty much get a handle on all this? I mean, even if you don't have a handle on one part, you can have a handle on, geez, practically any other one. I mean, there's so many ways to edit images, and tomorrow, by the time you get done tomorrow, you're going to be like, okay, I can do it so many different ways, and here's the way I want to do it today. Okay? Let me go ahead and close this out. I'll just save this for the heck of it as a PSD. Who knows, I might be able to use it later. We don't need to save that because we already saved it as a brush. And we'll head off to new in CS5. I will open this one up, I believe. Right. So, can you see anything out of the ordinary in this picture? Anybody? Okay. Neither could I. But right here, this palm tree is actually this palm tree. So how did I do this? How did I make this so this palm tree kind of has its own look and flavor to it? Well, we will be going into more on how I did that tomorrow, but I want to show you some stuff off from it. So let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. As you can see, there's the shadow. This is the original. That's the original. So I never was supposed to have a palm right there, but I added one in there. And the way we did that was I actually started off with this one and had, made a selection around it. Start off with a selection a little bit. And I could refine the edge. Let me see if I can get that smart radius in there. Wow. So in any case, I was able to, through my own ways, not feathered anymore. Amazing. Sometimes the smart radius can really pick this stuff up well. Other times it cannot. So what you can do is a smart radius. I also forgot to tell you this. I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you all this. You can paint on the outside and it can kind of figure out from what you're painting and bring it kind of in. Now for this, it doesn't like me. So I really wish it did, but it doesn't. And even when you do an alt, it really doesn't grab everything here. So you can, as you can start to kind of play around with this, you can start to get an idea of how you can get this a little bit better in here. But the point is that I can refine the edge, but really what I can also do is I can go here, select color range, increase the fuzziness, and there we go. Now I can probably refine the edge just a little bit. There we go. See, a lot better. Ugh. Still messes up. Don't want to smooth it. I do want to add a little bit of anti-aliasing onto it and bump it up just a little bit more. Add a little bit of smooth. Maybe. Maybe not. The feather might work out. It's a little bit good there. And of course I can't do anything with this. It turns into garbage. Sometimes it just doesn't know. So anyways, that's how I was able to select it, and I can also deselect some of this stuff here. And what I did is we went throughout here. I got done selecting it, and obviously I would copy paste. Whoa, that is not what I want to. Copy paste. So now I can bring the palm over here. Okay, so it looks pretty darn good. Now I'm just going to bring the original one that I had over here. I had the palm top. And what I did was I turned it into a smart object. So why? So I can be able to, if I reduce it in size, and if I wanted to bring it back in, it's not going to be mean to me, even though that it would give me a little bit of fuzziness because I have other stuff in here. But the point is that it still would work. What would actually even work better is if I went actually to the smart layer itself. And if I believe if I can, oh, that's right, I forgot. I manage a couple things here, which I will show you in a minute. I bet if I took this and made it bigger, though, that's not going to work because those aren't smart objects. Actually, the other way around was good. So whatever I did, just ignore what I did there. Sometimes you have to experiment, unfortunately. You have to just say, I wonder if I could try that. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, So getting back into this, what I was really trying to show you is that I took the palm top here, and then I separate out with a trunk, and I added a palm shadow on it. And all this stuff I created. None of this stuff was part of the rendering except for the palm top itself, along with the trunk, obviously. You have to have something to start with, but that's what I did. And so from there, I was able to go inside of this, and what I did is that instead of, if you look here, some palm trees have some like dead areas that are dying or are dead a little bit. You can add that on yourself by adjusting certain layers and such. So the way to do that is, remember the whole gradient thing that I showed you? Well, the blending options will allow you to be able to do that too. So I use a gradient overlay to where I added at the, sorry, there's not much screen real estate I can choose from here. Click on the gradient. I made the color go from the green itself to the brown down here. And I adjusted the transparency so it would be over more here. So you can make the tree look a little bit more dead and less dead. So I did that, and I'm able to add that portion on there. Now, how did I do that? Well, I made the gradient there. I put it on linear light as a blend mode, and I made the style radial. So you can put on linear as your default, but it doesn't work right. You want to put on radial because what happens is radial makes a circular area of a gradient. So that area in the middle here is transparent, that transparent green moving on to the brown. So the outer edge is the brown. And I can move that by moving it right here. Look at that. I hope you guys can see this. You can literally make it in this area here. Now this is only when you can do this in the gradient area, and you can move stuff like this here. So you can move the gradient around. You can also scale it by scaling it up and down. So see how there it is. See that circle? There's your circle right there. So I put that up over here and increase the scale, and voila. I have the tree that looks a little bit more lifelike instead of just all green, because I believe that, you know, trees aren't all the same green color. You know, there are some variations to them, and you should put a little bit of colors to make them a little bit more rich. But when you do renderings and animations, that's difficult to do because there's a lot of tweaking you have to do to make that happen in like programs like 3D Studio Max. So the techniques I just taught you about how to make a gradient can be applied right here and make stuff look a lot more realistic. And that's just an example of what I gave you. I think I will be showing you that more later on. Let me go back to my history here and go to the puppet example. Okay. So does anybody have any questions right now before we go on to our final break of the first day? When we get back, keep in mind we're going to go now on to the new tools for CS5. We're going to get more into the puppet warp, and we're going to do that here in the same file. And we're going to work on repoussé with some logo and text. And then we're going to finally probably go over to the panoramic image that was done, and we're going to use the lens correction filter, and we're going to adjust it with HDR toning. So these are some things besides the content awareness or content aware and some of the other tools that I taught you guys today. We'll be going over that in the final hour for today and take it from there. So again, does anybody have any questions before we go into break? Okay. Okay, everybody. We are now on the last part of day one. the new stuff in CS5. I'm sure some of you have been eagerly awaiting to see some of this stuff, and I'll just kind of go briefly on the agenda here. What's new in CS5? So pretty self-explanatory. Let's go ahead and first start out with the same file we've been working on here. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do something called the puppet warp. The puppet warp is a very little interesting thing here. What we're going to do is we're going to take this tree that we have here, the one that we have right here, and we're going to make it turn into this. And the way we do that is with the puppet warp. So let's get this started. First thing you got to remember with the puppet warp is that the puppet warp doesn't typically work with smart objects. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and duplicate our smart objects. I'm going to duplicate the layer and duplicate the trunk. And we're going to minimize these, or I'm sorry, hide those. And we're going to go ahead and put these together. Actually, I've got to rasterize those. When you create those duplicates, I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm just doing that here. What you want to do is you want to rasterize the layer here and rasterize the layer here. Right-click, rasterize. Remember, rasterizing means that, you know, if I scale it back down, scale it back up, it'll look all fuzzy and weird. And you can't do a lot of the smart object kind of stuff. So we're going to combine them together. And we're going to call this the puppet tree. And we're going to keep the shadow on here. Actually, not that shadow. That's the one you don't use. And now that we have this together, so we can turn on and off. And notice how I don't combine it with my shadow, because if I do this puppet warp with the shadow, it'll modify the shadow in a weird way sometimes, and I don't want to adjust that because you really don't need to. So let's go under Edit, Puppet Warp. Okay, so because it takes the outer boundaries of the tree here, all we do is we start with the trunk. So you start with me on the trunk here. Start here. You click here. Do another one here, and do it in the middle of the tree. Now, if anybody knows how to do any kind of, if you've ever seen this on TV about character animation where they're taking somebody and they're rotating their arm or moving it around, they use a thing called inverse kinematics, or to kind of make like an artificial bone structure so they can move the arms and things like that back and forth. Well, we're going to do that with the tree. And so we take the top one here and we start bending it. Now, this is nice to have it look like this, but I want to do this and hide it. Control H to hide. So as you can see, our friend, the puppet warp, is working quite well. It's stretching things a little bit here and there, and I can just move things around. Pretty cool, huh? So, and then when you're done, press Enter, and there you have it. You have your puppet tree. Now, one of the things that people might say is, well, what about the shadow? That really doesn't follow the shadow very much. Well, okay, then take your shadow and move it over here. You're done. So now it faces the correct kind of, shadow angle that it needs to. Anybody got any questions on the puppet warp before I move on? That's pretty much it for that. Pretty easy, isn't it? Glad you guys liked it. I got a question here asking me, how did I apply the puppet tool? Do you mean how do I confirm it? If you mean by how I confirmed it, I just pressed the Enter key and it just confirmed it. Now, actually applying, if you mean applying as in how did I actually do it, let me go back and I can show you again. Oh, which button? Okay, so the way to do that is, let me go back in my history. I can do this real quick for you guys again. There's the puppet warp. So what we do is, remember, we had to put everything down and had to rasterize it first. After we have a rasterized image, we go under Edit, Puppet Warp. We turn this little tool that is like a little pin tool. We click certain areas of it, and then we just turn it. That is the puppet warp. Press Enter to confirm, and it's all good. You are welcome. Okay, that's the puppet warp. Let's move on to some other stuff. We'll talk about repose, and this is about as far as I get into 3D, because as soon as you see this, you'll understand why. So let me go ahead and close this one. We don't need to save this. Let's talk about repose. First of all, see how long it takes to load? That's the first problem. So what we have here is we have the original logo at the bottom here. And we have, let's see, the text here. I'm just double checking some of my stuff. Okay, so here's my source right here, the text source. Here is the kind of, there's two ways that we had to approach this. The first one is here, that's the source. So let me hide the source first of all so we don't get confused. We had to have one, I believe this is a smart object. Yes. Okay. So to apply repose, what you have to do is you actually have to apply repose to each different part. And how you do that is go under the 3D panel. I'm sorry, not 3D, but it is under the window 3D. And you would do 3D repose object. And actually, let me hide these other guys. Create. Oh, it requires a text layer. That's right. I did it to the group, didn't I? Yes. Okay, let's try that again. Create. It must be rasterized before proceeding. That's your first problem right there. So you better make this thing kind of big, because if you don't do it right, then it won't work. So click yes. It turns it in to a 3D object for the text. And look how long that takes. There we go. So I just did the architectural solutions area here, and then when you're here in repose, you can tell it to do certain things like beveling. Oh man, it's so sorry guys, it's just so slow to show you this stuff. Okay, see? So it added certain types of beveling on here. You can increase and decrease the depth style. Believe me, it's all here. You can play around with this. I just want to get you to this because, truth be told, I'm really not a big fan of this right now. It's just so slow and so clunky. You can adjust certain depths on it by using curves on here. Let me see if I can get off that. Okay. And also you can apply different materials, which are up here. I will not be doing that because I want to keep this clean and neat. If I get into the materials part of it, it'll be a little bit of a problem. The people who use programs like 3ds Max, believe me, This is just so primitive. It feels like you're on the DOS version of 3ds Max. It's pretty sad. So let's just press OK and let's move on with this. So once it's made its mark, you can be able to adjust it. I would like to try. Thank you. And you can turn it this way, back and forth. It does use actual 3D space to rotate it this way, but you can rotate it, you can pan it back and forth. The one I typically use is, I think this one. There we go. See? So you can do different things here. Now this works okay with 3D text. I tried to do this by importing this logo here from Illustrator, and boy, that was a lot of fun. There's definitely some trickiness to making that happen, but the point is Repoussé allows you to be able to take 3D space and really update your stuff there. So you get the gist with this. I'm going to move on to the first 3ds text. I'm going to go with, I believe it was this one here. Right, so what this one was an original smart object, and you can do the whole thing together, which is great, except for one problem. Notice how this has this here? These front faces are kind of nasty here. There's nothing you can do to get rid of it if it uses, this is all being imported from like an Illustrator file that is like a logo. So if you have anything open in your logo, it's going to do this kind of stuff, and it sucks. I do not like it whatsoever, and I hate to have this as a recorded thing to say, but I've been playing around with Repoussé for at least a half a day, and I could not get around this issue. I just couldn't do it. So for me, if it takes me, I know a half a day to do that, I can't imagine the frustration it would happen for other people. So you have to do it in specific central parts. When you do it on specific parts, here's what you get. You get it nice and clean. So you have to make them in its own parts themselves, and they are, 3 parts itself. Now we have the logo and we have the text. You guys have seen what I did with the text. I'll show you what you can do with the logo. I believe I can double click on, well, you can see the textures. Let me see if it'll go to it in Repoussé. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it's not being happy here. Maybe if I edit, you can modify reflections, refractions, and shadows to turn off that stuff. The point is, you can turn it whatever way and shape you want to here. You can offer it in a kind of a beveled edge. And again, it looks pretty cool. It's just that, getting this stuff all together is not exactly an easy thing to do. And you can't do, notice how I could not change multiple layers and rotate them. So I'm kind of stuck between a hard rock, a rock and a hard place on this. So it's very limited right now. I can definitely tell this is version 1 of this. I'm sure they'll improve this, but for right now, I just don't approve of it too much, except if you're going to make, just do something with text. But for like logos and stuff, it does the job okay, and yes, they have ways that you can do animations and everything else. And you can apply textures. I mean, it's amazing the amount of stuff you can do, but I just find it to be so darn clunky at this point that it's really hard to even teach it at this time. I'll see if I can get into some of the options with Repoussé. Back to it again. That's the other thing is, there it is, edit in Repoussé. That took some time, but I finally figured it out. Okay, so I can apply different beveling options to it. The standard bevel, deep bevel, a bulge, you name it. It'll still do it. It's great. Real long ones. I can increase and decrease the depth. See? all the way to infinity if I wanted to. Seems like. So the point is that the options are there for you to do whatever you want. You can kind of shear it and bend it. See? It bends it over space. So the guys, at Adobe are getting the idea. It's kind of cool, but it's still a little bit rough right now. But I guess you guys have to make a start somewhere when you're making this kind of stuff. You can apply, different materials to this, but let's see if I can do it. Actually, let me do it on the side so you can see. See? I just added a material, and I can rotate that. And I can move it. Well, I can. You can squash things. Turn it around. So it's all possible with Repose. It's just right now it's a little clunky. Scaling it is done here. If you know any 3D programs, you can pretty much figure this out and know how that works. So that is Repose, and using the 3D tools that are available. I'll make one real quick here for you. Might as well get a new one started. Some of the problems that you have with this is, like, for example, all I made was these 3 things, and my file size is like 46 megabytes. And all I did was make some text and make it into 3D. So it really bloats up the file size. As you can see, it's slow, and you have to make individualized layers to make this work. So it's limited right now, but let me see if I can make something else for you with Repose. I'll make I'll make it 1,000 wide by 1,000 wide, and I'll just put in the word 3D. So if you just, as a simple example, we'll take this and put that into Repose. You go 3D, Repose, text layer. Yes, it needs to be rasterized. Cool, fine. All right, there's your 3D object. Let's make it a, I don't know, a bulge or whatever. And just press OK. Let's rotate this thing. And let's see if we can add some stuff to it to make this easier to look at. There you go. See? It's like those old movies. It's not those old movies, but those old 3D things, You need to see this in 3D. So you can have some fun with it. And you can just make 3D text out of it, which is cool. And it's in true 3D space. I think you can do blending options with it, which is kind of interesting. Just curious to see how well that works. See? So you can be able to apply other stuff on there and make it look kind of cool. Now what's interesting is you can apply that in 3D space like that. That's kind of cool. So there are some possibilities and some things you can really kind of accomplish with it and make it look kind of cool. So that is Repose. Does anybody have any questions on using Repose? Okay, I'm going to move on from here. Just remember, another feature is also mini bridge. which is just like Bridge to go find your files. We covered that in the morning, but that is something new also. Content Aware was new, which we already covered. And we're going to go on to another one. Do the before and after. So a friend and business partner of mine took this image with his Droid X, and it's a panoramic shot that he did of the beach where he's at, and his nice, wonderful job is he gets to go visit the beach. He lives near the beach, so he decided to take a shot. So, which is great, and there are some really cool things you can do with panos. And first of all, thanks Brian Smith for allowing me to use that. But we're going to show a few things off with this panoramic shot. You can do this with any kind of image, but I think this, as a pano, this exercise works best with a panoramic shot. So we're going to first go under lens correction. So you go under filter, lens correction. All right, here in lens correction, you can be able to basically go and, let's see, we've got the custom ones. Yeah, you can do auto correction here, but I personally like to mess around with this stuff. See, what happens is you can actually correct the lens of the camera to match the right kind of camera that you use. Like if I'm using a Nikon Coolpix, it adjusts for that kind of image. Obviously, it doesn't work well here because this isn't from a Nikon. This is from a Droid X image. So let me cancel out of that and do it again. Filter, lens correction, and we'll go over to custom. Now, there's so many cool little features you can do on this. For example, you can remove distortion, and you stretch out the image from a panel. So now we've removed some distortion from there and flatten it out a little bit more. You can fix certain fringe from the reds, from the greens, and the blues. So it's more about image correction than anything else. Adding a vignette. A vignette is, as you can see, you can do it light or dark. Have a dark vignette, which kind of, I don't know if you know this about old cameras, but they had this where it almost looks like kind of a tunnel where you have the dark edges all around and it circles around the image itself. That's a vignette. So the other stuff you can do is figure out where the midpoint is so that you can adjust that vignette. And the midpoint could be toward the edge or toward the middle. So obviously the midpoint's lower, it creeps in the amount of the vignette. So you can really make it real dark and kind of just center in on this kind of stuff. Other stuff you can do, which is really cool, is change the perspective. Is like it's kind of some strange weirdo movie that you can make that happen. But basically, these help change the vertical and horizontal perspectives so that you can be able to see more of one way versus another. And it shifts the entire plate or the image itself, so you can really kind of focus in on one area versus another. It's really interesting stuff that you can do, and a lot of this is auto correction. But I mean, you yourself can just change everything here. This probably means absolutely nothing to me, but it might to you. There we go. And then finally, scale. You can scale it up or scale it back down. So that's the lens correction. And that's the original, and that's where it turned on to. So you can definitely make changes here. Okay. The other one is the HDR toning. Now, you go under, I believe it's Image, Adjustments, HDR toning. It will flatten the document. That's fine. So this simulates HDR. This is not HDR. What true HDR is taking an actual HDR system and people do it in a couple ways. They take an actual expensive HDR system and record data that's really vibrant and it's just a whole different way of creating like they do it for skies, and they get the certain type of light that comes in from the sky, and they can record that data and affects all their 3D data out there. It's really complicated stuff, but really HDR, what it stands for is high dynamic range imaging. And so what you're able to do is kind of simulate that here. So you can have certain, it's like you can change the exposure and the gamma. Oop. See? It's very touchy. And those are presets that you can use, but we typically go with local adaptation. And the edge glow, you can adjust. But really the big things are right here with your gamma. You can increase and decrease the gamma to really punch out certain areas of it. Increase the exposure, which increases, just like a light in a camera, it increases the exposure. If you let more light in, this is what it'll simulate. Detail, that's interesting. Look, you can really punch out the detail in here. And that's what HDRs are known for. They can really punch out a lot of great detail in here. And you're simulating that, which is very cool. Shadow stuff, we really don't have very many shadows in here, so it's hard to show you. Same way with certain highlights. Now the sky is shown here, so you can adjust for that if your gamma is a little bit wonky on you and your exposure is too high. And then of course your vibrance, your overall vibrance, like the saturation in here, can be added. And so you can change, remember the saturation versus vibrance before? Vibrance is that it kind of changes like saturation, only that it doesn't really change the color. It helps enhance what current colors are around it, where saturation will literally change your color. It'll really saturate that blue. Whereas if you put a vibrance all the way, you can go from here to here, and you can see it's not as vibrant, but it does have vibrance to it. We have a question, I think. Is it done by Marquee? I believe it would be. Let's go check. Good question. So let's select this and go under, that would not be the lens correction, image adjustments, HDR toning. No, it does not. It has to apply to everywhere because it adjusts like HDR. So I guess it takes information from all the sources of that image. But very good question. I never thought about that. Yeah, it's good to know. Definitely for me too. Anybody have any other questions here? I mean, these are really the essentials of what they've done for the changes here. More changes can be shown of what they've done here, but I mean, a lot of stuff we covered already. I think if we head off to the link it shows for tv.adobe.com. if you have like high resolution like raw files, you can be able to take care of the noise that's in that. So like, let's say there's like little pixelated noise in your image, and it's a raw based image, which is usually comes straight from the camera. You can be able to adjust that now within Photoshop. The puppet warp, content aware, which you guys know about. Let's see. Content aware. They've updated Lightroom. I don't really use Lightroom for very much stuff. I'm not sure about that whole better 3D performance thing. I think as you import 3D models, by the way, you can import 3D models now into Photoshop, but again, it's going to strip it and not look good. It's going to look like those 3D Google Earth model things that you guys have seen, if you've seen any of that stuff at all. It's not photorealistic at all, and if you use any 3D applications, it's kind of a joke. It wasn't made. Photoshop is not even remotely close to what 3ds Max can do. So don't expect very much out of that. There's a thing where they use a depth of field from, like, if you have certain depth of field in your images, there's ways to kind of cut that out so that you have what we call super depth of field, where you can see clear images forever without any fuzziness. So that's a new feature that they have in there, but you've got to be able to set up your images in a certain way to make that happen. HDR stuff, and really that's about it with Repose. That's the other thing, which I pretty much have shown you guys all day. I've really shown you what's out there in CS5. But if you want to see other featured videos, they'll be able to answer that stuff for you. So that's basically the new stuff. Really what I did for the after shot is, as you can see, from those two things that I did from the from that filter that I did, which was, well, they did the HDR toning thing there, but also the ones that's the filter lens correction. I was able to kind of come up with this image. So as you can see, not too bad from a droid. This was before. Let me go back to the original. So let me open this up. Hold on. Select all, copy. Image, canvas size, height. I'll increase that to 600. Push it down. Paste. So you can see some differences there. We added some vignetting, punched up some contrast, and kind of pushed in and out actually a little bit, and so you can really be able to fine tune some stuff that way. I also used a little bit of a filter system, which I'm going to show you tomorrow, called Topaz, and used the DJPEG filter, which gets rid of that JPEG artifacting. You guys are going to love that stuff, and I'll explain that more tomorrow on how to go ahead and do that. But besides that, for those two filters, I've got one that was before, and this you have the after here. So that's the basic new stuff in Photoshop CS5. Their big thing, I think, was the content aware this time around. It's, again, better than proximity, but it's still not, it still won't take things away magically like they show in their examples. Like, they have this one example that this guy does with this horse, and he literally jaws around it, and he does that, and with the content aware, it takes it all away. I mean, it's incredible when I saw it at first, but don't believe all the hype. I actually showed you what it really was today. It's better, but it's not it's not that great. So if you still have to do extra steps to make this happen, obviously those, like we saw with those window sills, you have to be able to use the path tool to make it look the best possible. So the traditional ways of manipulation, image manipulation, is definitely by the good old stuff, cloning, path tools, things that have been around for a long time, utilizing layers and blending options, all that stuff. So I hope you guys have learned a lot today. Do we have any questions? Now would be a good time to ask as we're doing a final review here of day 1. Anything that people want clarification on? Or did everybody master it? Now everybody's better than me. Is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, you are good till tomorrow. I hope I didn't make your head too full, but I need you to have your head empty tomorrow for another big filling of another big fill. Luciana was also in the internet marketing class, so she's had a very, very full week. So I appreciate you hanging in there, and I think you really, really like stuff you'll see tomorrow. So I'm glad you like it, Haley. Listen, guys, if there's anything, do you have any questions? Otherwise, we can kind of cut this a little bit short. But I'm here for you at least for the next 10 minutes or more. If you need anything, if you have any questions right now, I'll be happy to answer. Okay. All right, folks. Well, I guess if there are no more other questions, I guess I will go ahead and kind of close us out for today. I think we covered a lot of great ground. And tomorrow, let me just go over the agenda tomorrow so that everybody knows where we're at. So for the agenda tomorrow, we're going to take all the images that we've done. Now we know how to select stuff and do all kinds of great stuff by selecting it and cloning it and just manipulating the images that way. Now we're going to go ahead into the meat, into the intermediate part, where we're going to blend stuff, like using blending layers and options. Then we're going to get into masking. Well, we learned about paths. Now we're going to get into utilizing a new way, which is masking stuff to be able to use later, and then blending them with alpha channels so that you can literally get variations of color for like just anything out there very easily. And it's very once you set it up right, if you have a client who needs to see variations of color into something, this is the way to do it. We'll then move on to filters and talk about the topaz filters. Those are beyond Adobe Photoshop, but I think it's very much worth talking about. Then we'll head on to image enhancements and repairing. I think you get a kick out of the old soldier, the old photograph of the soldier. Then we'll talk about scaling, skewing, perspective, and distorting images. As you'll find out, that's a necessity to really, really grasp on because you're going to be using that throughout your entire Photoshop life. And then we'll get on to graphical automation and optimization, basically using the actions panel and how to automate and batch set up stuff. And optimization, I might get in a little bit about the differences between JPEG, different types of JPEG compression and all that stuff. And then we'll end the session out with some question and answer. So that's our agenda for day 2. And again, I appreciate you all for being here. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me out. I'll see whatever I can answer tonight. But until then, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. And thanks for stopping by.